Here is a bulletin from WGN News just handed me. President Kennedy has been shot and seriously wounded. Kennedy was shot at just as his motorcade left downtown Dallas. A photographer on the scene said he saw blood on the president's head. This has been a bulletin from WGN News. WGN News will keep you posted on the latest developments as quickly as they are received. Again, a repeat on this news bulletin just in from WGN News. President Kennedy and Governor John Connally of Texas have been cut down by assassins in downtown Dallas. They were riding in an open automobile in downtown Dallas. A Secret Service man was heard to say he's dead as the president was taken to a hospital. Both the president and the governor were shot at while riding in an open car. That bulletin just in from WGN News, and we'll continue to keep you posted on developments from Dallas as we receive them in our WGN newsroom. I know that the prayers of the nation go out for President Kennedy and Governor Connally.
NBC News Bulletin. Shots were fired near President Kennedy in Dallas. Here is a report from Robert McNeil, NBC News, with the presidential party in Dallas.
Several shots were fired as President Kennedy's motorcade passed through downtown Dallas. Crowds screamed and lay down on the grass. As the motorcade went by, police broke away and began chasing an unknown gunman across some railroad tracks. It was not known if the shots were aimed at the president. Repeat, it is not known if the shots were aimed at the president. This is Robert McNeil, NBC News in Dallas, Texas.
And here is a flash from the Associated Press in Dallas. The Associated Press reports that the president was seriously wounded. This is not confirmed. This is a flash. Repeat, this is a flash from the Associated Press in Dallas. They report that the president was seriously wounded by an assassin's bullets. This is an unconfirmed report from the Associated Press. I repeat, the Associated Press reports from Dallas that President Kennedy was seriously wounded by assassin's bullets in Dallas. This has been a Hotline Bulletin report from NBC News. Stand by for later developments. This is an NBC News Bulletin. There is a report from Dallas that President Kennedy has been shot. Here is a late report from Bob Thornton in Dallas.
Information is still sketchy at this time. We have just talked with two eyewitnesses, a man and his wife, who were standing near the president's motorcade. They said that a shot rang out from behind them. They thought at first it was a firecracker. Then, according to the eyewitnesses, one woman who was in a hysterical condition told us that the president was hit in the side of the head and fell into his wife Jacqueline's arms. He was rushed to Dallas Parkland Hospital. We have not had confirmation at this moment as to whether he was actually hit, his condition, or any further details. This is Bob Thornton in Dallas for NBC News.
And this has been a Hotline Special Report. Stay tuned to your NBC station for late-breaking developments on this story.
This is an NBC News Bulletin. We take you now to Robert McNeil, NBC News in Dallas, Texas.
Several shots were fired today as President Kennedy's motorcade passed through downtown Dallas. A police officer at the scene said he believed the president had been wounded and has been taken to hospital. People screamed and lay down on the grass as the shots were heard as the motorcade went by. Police immediately fanned out over a wide area. A small Negro boy and a white man said they had seen a man with a gun in the window of a building overlooking the route. This is Robert McNeil, NBC News in Dallas, Texas.
This has been a Hotline Special Report. Stay tuned to your NBC station for other Hotline reports and for the late developments on the NBC News on the Hour.
This is NBC News. Here is Peter Hackis in Washington.
President Kennedy has been shot. As of now, there is no final official report on his condition. Here now, piece together the news items we have as they have reached us from Dallas, Texas. Within the hour, President Kennedy and Texas Governor John B. Connally were cut down by would-be assassins' bullets as they toured downtown Dallas in an open automobile. Representative Albert Thomas, Democrat of Texas, says he's been informed the president and Governor Connally were both still alive after having been shot in an assassination attempt. Thomas, standing outside the corridor of the emergency room in which both Mr. Kennedy and Connally were under treatment, said he's been told the president was still alive, but in very critical condition. The president, his limp body cradled in the arms of his wife, was rushed to Parkland Hospital. The governor also taken to Parkland. A Secret Service agent, Clint Hill, a man assigned to protect Mrs. Kennedy, said he's dead, as the president was lifted from the rear of a White House touring car, the famous bubble-top car which was sent to Dallas from Washington. He was rushed to an emergency room in the hospital. Other White House officials who were questioned about it say they were in doubt. The corridors of the hospital, of course, in pandemonium. The incident occurred just east of a triple underpass facing a park in downtown Dallas, Texas. Associated Press reporter Jack Bell reports 3 shots were fired as the presidential motorcade entered a triple underpass in Dallas that leads to the Stemmons Freeway. After the president was shot, the Secret Service waved the motorcade on at top speed to the nearby Parkland Hospital. Here in Washington, the White House press office said at 1:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time that it has nothing beyond press information on the shooting. Kennedy apparently was shot in the head. He fell face down in the back seat of his car. Blood was on his head. Mrs. Kennedy cried, "Oh no," and tried to hold up his head. Governor Connally remained half-seated in the car, slumped to the left. There was blood on his face and forehead. The president and the governor were rushed to the hospital as quickly as possible. Mr. Kennedy was to have made a speech at the Dallas Trade Mart, not far from the hospital. Reporters about 5 car lengths behind the chief executive heard what sounded like 3 bursts of gunfire. Secret Service agents in a follow-up car quickly unlimbered their automatic rifles and their pistols, but the damage apparently has been done or had been done. We switch now for a direct report to Robert McNeil, NBC News, Dallas.
President Kennedy was shot at today by a gunman from a building along the route as he drove through downtown Dallas. He has been rushed to hospital bleeding. Texas Senator Ralph Yarborough says the president is seriously wounded. Mrs. Kennedy, who was sitting beside him in the open car, was not hurt, but the governor of Texas, John Connally, was also reported wounded. As the shots rang out, 3 shots as the motorcade went by, people screamed and lay down on the grass. Police immediately fanned out over a wide area. They found several witnesses, including a small boy, who said he saw a man in the window of a building overlooking the parade route with a gun in his hand. The President Kennedy is now in the Parkland Memorial Hospital. An accurate estimate of his condition has not been given. Congressman Yarborough of Texas says only that the president is seriously wounded. This is Robert McNeil, NBC News, at the Parkland Memorial Hospital in Dallas, Texas.
The Secret Service says the president remained in the emergency room. The governor has been moved to the general operating room of Parkland Hospital in Dallas. One Secret Service man was overheard telling another, there is no need to move the president because emergency facilities are entirely adequate in the emergency room. 2 Roman Catholic priests have been summoned to the emergency room where the president is, one identified as a Father Huber. Again, the president and the governor of Texas have been shot, both in critical condition in Dallas, Texas. Peter Hackus, NBC News, Washington.
Now here is Edwin Newman, NBC.
The latest word on President Kennedy's condition comes from Representative Albert Thomas of Texas. He says he's been informed that Mr. Kennedy is still alive, but in very critical condition. 2 Roman Catholic priests have been summoned to the room where Mr. Kennedy is lying. Here is a bulletin just in. President Kennedy has been given blood transfusions at Parkland Hospital in Dallas, Texas. That is where he is lying. This is an effort to save his life. The president is at Parkland Hospital after the assassination attempt against him and Governor John Connally of Texas. The president was shot in the head. Governor Connally was shot in the chest. He has been taken to the operating room. The president remains in the room to which he was originally taken because emergency facilities there are said to be completely adequate. To repeat, The president remains in the emergency room at the Parkland Hospital in Dallas because emergency facilities in that room are considered to be perfectly adequate. The president has been given blood transfusions in an attempt to save his life. 2 Roman Catholic priests have been summoned to that emergency room. A White House spokesman said someone had asked for the priests. We have not yet been told who sent for them. To recapitulate the day's events, a sniper shot President Kennedy and also Governor John Connally of Texas, with whom the president was riding as they drove through downtown Dallas today. Mr. Kennedy apparently was shot in the head, and he fell face down in the back seat of his car. It was an open car. Blood was on his head. Mrs. Kennedy was by his side. She was not hurt. She was heard to cry, "Oh no," and she tried to hold up the president's head. Governor Connally remained half-seated, slumped to the left. There was blood on his face and forehead. There was also blood on his chest. The president and the governor were then rushed to the Parkland Hospital near the Trade Mart in Dallas, Texas. The president was to speak at the Dallas Trade Mart in the course of his 3-day visit to Texas. Today was the 2nd day. Blood was spattered all over the limousine, which had been flown in especially to carry the president in the Dallas welcoming parade. Secret Service men at once drew their weapons, but it was too late to prevent the damage that had been done. I repeat, the president is still alive, but he is said by Representative Albert Thomas of Texas, one of his hosts in Dallas, to be in very critical condition. The corridors of the hospital are described by those who were there as in pandemonium. At the height of the drama in the emergency room where the president is lying, a weeping Negro woman bearing a small, bloody child rushed into the hospital. A nurse and an intern went quickly to her side. Mrs. Kennedy, as I have said before, is safe, but she is stunned by what has happened. Mrs. Connally also appears to be safe. She is stunned also. We will, of course, continue with our news bulletins moment by moment as they come to us. We now join the facilities of NBC Television for a simultaneous broadcast. NBC correspondent Bill Ryan is speaking.
Window of a building about a block away from the cars. There are other reports that a man was seen with a high-powered rifle. There is no indication yet that whoever fired the shots at the president and the Texas governor has been found. The word from Parkland Memorial Hospital is that President Kennedy is being treated in an emergency room of the hospital, that he has received blood transfusions, that he is in critical condition but alive. There is no word on how many times he was struck by bullets or where he sustained the wounds. Now, we are going to attempt once more to return to station WBAP-TV, Fort Worth, Dallas, and newsman Charles Murphy.
There is no definite word yet that the person who fired the shots at President Kennedy and Governor Connally in Dallas has been apprehended. We have just received this report, though. Moments ago, authorities took a young man into custody. They took him to the county sheriff's office near the Triple Overpass, near where the shooting occurred. The man was neatly dressed. He's in his early 20s. He is protesting vehemently his innocence, and he says that he has witnesses to prove that he is innocent. 2 Roman Catholic priests have been summoned to the emergency room where the president is. A White House spokesman said someone had asked for the priest, but did not say whom. Blood transfusions have been administered to President Kennedy. Governor Connally has been moved to the general operating room. Repeating, just moments ago, authorities have taken a young man into custody in Dallas, but there is no definite word that this is the person who might have fired the shots at President Kennedy and Governor Connally. Charles Murphy reporting from WBAP-TV, Fort Worth, Dallas.
These additional details from the hospital in Dallas. Officials at the hospital say the president has been given a transfusion of B-positive blood. They are calling for fresh blood of that type to have it ready if additional transfusions were needed. Mrs. Lyndon Johnson, the wife of the vice president, was escorted by Secret Service agents into the emergency room where the president is being treated. Now, for Washington reaction to this tragic story, we go to NBC News Washington and David Brinkley.
Bill, there isn't a great deal as yet because obviously the news has just got here. It was taken to Congress, which of course recessed immediately to wait to see what has happened. We've checked with the White House, which has told us it doesn't know any more than we know, and in fact has been listening to us to see what it could find out. The president's brother, Edward Kennedy, Teddy Kennedy, was on the floor of the Senate and was informed of the news by the Senate Democratic leader, Senator Mike Mansfield. The only word beyond that we have is that Senator Kennedy didn't know at the moment whether he would go to Texas or not. Beyond that, again, there is no particular or unexpected reaction here yet because most of Washington has just found out about it and is shocked and stunned along with everyone else. The White House, again, has no more information at the moment than we have. We'll stay here, of course, ready to bring you any at the moment it arrives. In the meantime, we'll switch back to you, Chet, Frank, Bill.
This is NBC News with the last-minute word on President Kennedy's condition. For that, we switch to Alan Bickley, station WFAA in Dallas.
President Kennedy has been shot during his tour of the city of Dallas, Texas. A presidential aide, Larry O'Brien, said he had no information on whether the president is alive, but later reports indicate from Parkland Hospital in Dallas that the president is alive, although said to be critical. This is an unconfirmed report that the president is critical. Texas Governor John Connally also was shot, has been taken to surgery in Parkland Hospital in Dallas, Texas. When the president was shot, Mrs. Kennedy jumped up and grabbed him, crying, "Oh no." Then the Secret Service ordered the motorcade to speed on to the hospital. Apparently, from witnesses at the scene, we can deduce that the attempted assassination was committed by a slender white young man, about 30 years of age, probably from the vicinity of the Texas Book Depository building in downtown Dallas. Police and Secret Service men have now cordoned off that building. The center of downtown Dallas is in a virtual state of siege. They are combing the floors of the Texas Book Depository building in an effort to find the suspected assassin. This is Alan Bickley reporting for NBC News.
There has been an unconfirmed report, and I stress an unconfirmed report, that Vice President Lyndon Johnson was slightly wounded during the attempt on President Kennedy. One spectator said he saw Vice President Johnson walk into the hospital holding his arm. That is the first word we've had on that, and we have no official indication that Vice President Johnson has been hurt. To repeat, the latest word we have is that President Kennedy is still alive, but in critical, very critical condition. That word comes from Representative Albert Thomas of Texas, who has been one of the president's hosts during his intended 3-day visit to Texas. The president is in the emergency room. He has had blood transfusions. More blood of that particular type has been called for by the hospital. It is B-positive blood drawn from the hospital bank. Fresh blood has been called for by the doctors to have it ready if additional transfusions are needed. Governor John Connally of Texas, who was riding with the president and was wounded at the same time that the president was, has been taken to the operating room. Mr. Kennedy continues to be in the emergency room. Facilities there are said to be adequate. We will be back with additional information as soon as we receive it. This is Edwin Newman, NBC News. I beg your pardon, I am told to continue because there is a bit more information. At the hospital in Dallas, police have been quickly posted in the corridors leading to the emergency room. Secret Service agents are on duty and have turned reporters away 40 feet from the door of the emergency room where the president is lying critically ill. Now, for reaction here in New York to the news of the assassination attempt against President Kennedy, who is in critical condition in Dallas, Texas, we switch to Joseph Michaels at the Stock Exchange in Wall Street.
The stock exchange itself has just suspended trading. A Board of Governors meeting was called by Keith Funston immediately after the terrible news was received, and the decision after the market was running slow and it tumbled about 2.5 points, 12 minutes behind on the ticker, with many issues suspending immediately, was that the market itself should suspend. I'm down here at Wall Street. There are lots of people here. Perhaps we can talk to some of them. Excuse me, but did you hear the news, sir? Not quite. I couldn't hear. I was standing all the way out here. How about you? I didn't hear anything. I just was. Did you know what happened? Yes, I know. How do you feel about it? I don't know. It's shock. Very bad.
Shock. Terrible shock to the country and everything else. I don't know. It's unbelievable to think something like that could happen.
Do you think it's a dangerous thing for us all?
I certainly do.
Where was the FBI? And how do you think the street will react to this, sir?
Well, I guess the market will go down. It always does in a tragedy.
The vote is critical condition, huh? So we hear, Tom. Do you think this will have any serious effect on the market, sir?
On what?
On the market?
I doubt it.
Why?
Well, I'd have to say, I doubt very seriously.
The general condition of people here was that the ones that we've talked to so far was that this is an awful thing.
This is Edwin Newman, NBC News in New York. We have an interview with an eyewitness to the shooting of President Kennedy in Dallas. I must repeat now, the president is still alive, but is described as being in very critical condition in the hospital in Dallas. He has been given blood transfusions. 2 Roman Catholic priests have been summoned to the emergency room in the hospital where the president is lying. Now, we're going to let you hear an interview with an eyewitness to the shooting that took place in Dallas a short time ago.
What is your name, ma'am?
Jane Hill.
From Dallas?
That's right.
And did you see the shooting, miss?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe what happened?
Yes, sir.
Can you do that now?
They were driving along, and we were the only people in this area on our side, and the shots came from directly across the street from us. And just as the president's car became directly even with us, we took one look at him, and he was sitting there. He and Jackie were looking at a dog that was in the middle of the seat, and about that time 2 shots rang out just as he looked up. This is the president looked up, and these 2 shots rang out, and he grabbed his chest, and it looked like he was in pain, and he fell over in the seat, and Jackie fell over on him and said, "My God, he's been shot." And after that, more shots rang out, and the car sped away.
What kind of a car was that?
What kind of a car was it? The president's car.
I mean, where did the shots come from?
The shots came from the hill.
From the hill?
Yes. It was just east of the underpass.
And
we were on the south side.
Did you look up there where the shots came from, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Did you see anyone?
I thought I saw this man running, but I looked at the president, and for a while, and I looked up there, and I thought I saw a man running, and so right after that, I guess I didn't have any better sense. I started running up there too.
And what is your name?
Jean Hill.
G-E-A-N?
J-E-A-N.
And G-E-A-N. What's your address, Miss Hill?
9402 Bluff Creek.
9402 Bluff.
This is the NBC newsroom in New York with the latest news about the assassination attempt on President Kennedy. The president is in Parkland Hospital in Dallas, where an attempted assassination against him was executed about an hour ago. The president is in very critical condition. He apparently was shot in the head. Mr. Kennedy has had blood transfusions. 2 Roman Catholic priests were called to the emergency room where he is lying. We do not know who called them there. Governor John Connally, who was in the car with the president, also was shot. He has been taken to the operating room in the hospital. An assistant to Governor Connally said he asked him how it happened, and the governor replied, "I don't know. I guess from the back they got the president too." The governor was shot just below the shoulder blade in the back. There had been a report that Vice President Lyndon Johnson was slightly wounded. We now hear from Mrs. Lyndon Johnson, the Vice President's wife, that the Vice President is fine. Asked whether her husband had been wounded, she shook her head negatively. Mrs. Kennedy was riding with the president when he was wounded. She cried, "Oh no," as she saw him shot and cushioned his head as he fell. Now, for the latest details, we switch live to station WFAA in Dallas. We now join the NBC television network telecast for the latest information.
Anxious members of the White House staff gathered, including Major General Chester V. Clifton, military aide to the President, and Brigadier General Godfrey McHugh, the Air Force aide. Mrs. Evelyn Lincoln, the President's Secretary, Pamela Tenure, Press Secretary to Mrs. Kennedy, and other members of the staff were shown to a special waiting room not far from the emergency room area where the President was lying. As Frank McGee has reported on direct word from our correspondent in Dallas, a crowd is gathering outside Parkland Hospital in Dallas.
There's also this, Chet, repeating what we got from Fort Worth, that sheriff's officers have taken a young man into custody and are questioning him, but there is no indication that any charges have been placed against him. There is no indication that he is directly involved in this attempt on the life of President Kennedy and Texas Governor John Conway.
Bill, I think we have a picture of the President and Mrs. Kennedy as they arrived in Dallas this morning, and I have some fragmentary copy on the first speech which the President delivered in Dallas. This is the picture of the President and Mrs. Kennedy.
I think the camera that has you, Chet, is the one that would have to get the picture.
I'll hold it up over here. This is the picture of the first family, or the President and Mrs. Kennedy, rather, arriving in Dallas only a couple of hours before the assassination attempt. The first speech that the President delivered in Dallas, speaking in an area where supporters are booming Senator Barry Goldwater's chances for the Republican nomination, the President said that ignorance and misinformation, if allowed to prevail in foreign policy, handicaps the country's security. This was a speech prepared for the Dallas Citizens Council, the Dallas Assembly, and the Graduate Research Center of the Southwest. He did not specifically mention Senator Goldwater by name. The President said, in a world of complex and continuing problems, in a world full of frustrations and irritations, America's leadership must be guided by the lights of learning and reason, or else those who confuse rhetoric with reality and the plausible with the possible will gain the ascendancy with their seemingly swift and simple solutions to every world problem.
Chet, there's also this. In Washington, the two president's brothers, his two brothers, Attorney General Robert Kennedy and his younger brother, Senator Edward Kennedy, are on their way to Andrews Air Force Base. They will fly to Dallas. Additional details from the hospital. Vice President Lyndon Johnson has not been injured in this attack on President Kennedy and Texas Governor Conway. The Vice President is somewhere in the same hospital where the President is being treated, Parkland Memorial in Dallas. It is reported he is badly shocked by the shooting, that doctors are trying to keep him as quiet as possible, and that he is under heavy Secret Service and police protection. It's also noted that throughout the trip in Texas, when the President and the Vice President have been in the same motorcade, they have been kept in separate cars, a precaution against just such an attempt as was obviously made today. Chet?
I referred a moment ago and read an excerpt from the speech which President Kennedy delivered to a breakfast crowd this morning, earlier. The breakfast crowd of 2,200 people rose in ovation after the speech, and a few minutes later, the President said he felt like he did in France 2 years ago when he identified himself as the man who accompanied Mrs. Kennedy to Paris. Do you have anything else, Frank?
Yes, there was just excuse me just a moment, John. There was just word from the hospital that they had dispatched a call for a neurosurgeon, I understand, would indicate that one of the two had been hit in the head, would it not?
Or either the head or possibly some spinal damage. There is also this, understandably, in a situation like this, the information comes in fragments and comes from unexpected places and uncontrolled angles. Senator Ralph Yarborough, Texas Democrat, who was in a nearby car when the attack took place on the President, said he saw the President's lips moving at what he called a normal rate of speed while Mr. Kennedy was being rushed to the hospital. How much it means, we do not know.
This is Edwin Newman in the NBC newsroom in New York. This information from Dallas. President Kennedy was given the last holy rites of the Roman Catholic Church today. That was, of course, after he was shot down by a would-be assassin while he was riding in a caravan through downtown Dallas. A Catholic priest who helped perform the last rites said he did not believe the president was dead. The Catholic priest, in other words, said he believed the president was still alive. The priest left the emergency operating room at Parkland Hospital, where the president is lying, and walked out of the hospital. We hear from Washington that Attorney General Robert Kennedy and President's youngest brother, Senator Edward Kennedy, are on their way to Andrews Air Force Base to catch a plane for Dallas. Also in Washington, the director of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, has, of course, instructed the Dallas office of the FBI to make an all-out investigation of the attempt on the life of President Kennedy and of Governor John Connally of Texas. Governor Connally was shot in the back below the shoulder blade. Here is a flash from Dallas. 2 priests who were with President Kennedy say he is dead of bullet wounds suffered in the assassination attempt today. I repeat, a flash from Dallas. 2 priests who were with President Kennedy say he is dead of bullet wounds. This is the latest information we have from Dallas. We are, of course, standing by to give you all available information as it comes to us. I will repeat with the greatest regret this flash. 2 priests who were with President Kennedy say he has died of bullet wounds. Now we join the NBC television network for the latest news.
Now, there apparently is word that this AP flash, this report from the 2 priests, that the president has died of bullet wounds, is confirmed. We will attempt now to get to station WBAP-TV in Fort Worth, Dallas, for confirmation. We go to newsman Tom Murphy.
Substantiating this, but not confirming it, is a report about 5 minutes ago by the Dallas Police Department to all of its officers that the president had died. Some 3 to 5 minutes later, the AP flashed that 2 priests at the hospital say the president is dead. Charles Murphy, returning now to NBC in New York.
Word from 2 sources. Again, it is not...
Bill, excuse me. We have NBC's Bob McNeil on the line now with a report. Please go ahead, Bob. White House Press Secretary Malcolm Kilduff has just announced that President Kennedy died at approximately 1 o'clock Central Standard Time, which is about 35 minutes ago.
After being shot at.
After being shot.
By an unknown assailant.
By an unknown assailant.
During a motorcade drive through downtown Dallas.
During a motorcade drive through downtown Dallas.
The president died.
The president died.
Approximately 25 minutes.
Approximately 25 minutes.
After the attack took place.
After the attack took place.
He had been rushed, bleeding and unconscious.
He had been rushed, bleeding and unconscious.
To the Parkland Memorial Hospital in Dallas.
To the Parkland Memorial Hospital in Dallas.
And was given blood transfusions.
And was given blood transfusions.
About 15 minutes ago.
About 15 minutes ago, reports NBC's Bob McNeil from Dallas, to whom I'm talking now.
A priest emerged.
A priest emerged.
After having given the president.
After having given the president.
The last rites.
The last rites.
Just before the announcement of the president's death was made.
Just before the announcement of the president's death was made.
Vice President Lyndon Johnson.
Vice President Lyndon Johnson.
Emerged grim-faced.
Emerged grim-faced.
And was driven off with a police escort.
And was driven away with a police escort.
To assume. The constitutional responsibilities.
The constitutional responsibilities.
Of the presidency.
Of the presidency.
A casket.
A casket.
Has just been brought into the emergency ward.
Has just been brought into the emergency ward.
Of this hospital.
Of this hospital.
For President Kennedy.
For President Kennedy.
The attack took place.
The attack took place.
As the president was just completing.
As the president was just completing.
What amounted to.
A
triumphal drive.
A triumphal drive.
Through downtown Dallas.
Through downtown Dallas.
Encountering the biggest.
Encountering the largest.
And in some ways the most friendly crowds.
And in some ways the most friendly crowds.
Of his 2-day Texas tour.
Of his 2-day Texas tour.
Dallas police. Had put into effect the most stringent security precautions in the city's history.
The most stringent security precautions in the city's history.
Because they had anticipated.
There
might be some demonstrations. Against President Kennedy.
Like
those which marked the visit
similar to those which marked the visit
of UN Ambassador Adlai Stevenson.
of UN Ambassador Adlai Stevenson
on October 24th.
on October 24th.
Mrs.
Kennedy,
who was sitting beside the president, in the open car, was not hurt. However, the governor of Texas, John Connolly, who was also in the car, was wounded reportedly in the chest. And more blood.
Repeat, Bob.
Further supplies of blood.
For
transfusions for the governor. Have just been brought into the hospital. The shooting came. According to witnesses. From the second floor. Of a building called the Texas School Book Depository. Which is about 100 yards. From the tree-lined parkway. On which the president was driving when the shooting occurred. 3 shots were heard. Frank, that's about all I can tell you at the moment.
Bob, thank you very much. We'll keep the line open.
Okay, we'll keep the line open.
That was a report from NBC's Robert McNeil at the hospital in Dallas, Texas, confirming by way of word from the White House press secretary that President Kennedy is dead.
The death, according to Malcolm Kilduff, who was acting as the president's secretary on this trip, came roughly 39 minutes ago at about 1 o'clock Dallas time. There is further word that Vice President Lyndon Johnson was taken from the hospital and he was not wounded. He has been taken from the hospital off to a secluded place. He will assume the constitutional duties, succeeding now the late John Fitzgerald Kennedy, the former president, the late president of the United States. Now, it is necessary, even at a time when an event is fresh upon us, to look forward. We will do that now as we go to NBC
You're on
Washington,
Bob.
and Davis Brinkley.
I'm relaying your word.
The whole situation is, of course, that the Vice President, Lyndon Johnson, will be given the oath of office as President of the United States as soon as it can be done. I haven't had time to check this, but I believe the oath can be administered by anyone who can, Justice of the Peace or anyone who can administer an oath. Had it happened in less unfortunate circumstances, he normally would be sworn in by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. But in this case, he will be sworn in by anyone who has the power to do it. That means, therefore, that Lyndon Johnson will be President of the U.S. and will finish out Mr. Kennedy's term running until January of 1964. What happens then, obviously, we don't know. The next in line for the presidency then, after Mr. Johnson, becomes John McCormick of Massachusetts, Representative John McCormick of Massachusetts, who is the Speaker of the House. He is, as I say, next in line. We were told a few minutes ago the Air Force had 4 jet airplanes on the ramp at nearby Andrews Air Force Base, ready to take off for Texas, and perhaps by this moment they have. I don't know.
This is Edwin Newman in the NBC newsroom in New York. We switch at once to Robert Goralski, NBC News, at the White House in Washington.
It's just been announced here at the White House that Secretary of State Dean Rusk and several other cabinet members who were en route to Japan from the mainland United States have been ordered to return. They were about 1 or 2 hours from Hawaii en route to a conference in Tokyo. Also aboard the aircraft is Presidential Press Secretary Pierre Salinger. It's not known yet whether the plane carrying Secretary of State Rusk and Mr. Salinger will return to Dallas or come back to Washington directly. There is still no verification or confirmation here at the White House of the reported death of President Kennedy. The staff that has remained behind here at the White House is getting its information via radio and television. They have no further information. Attempts are being made now by press officials here at the White House, pressed into service because of the lack of the ordinary persons that newsmen would contact, to reach Kenneth O'Donnell, presidential assistant, or Malcolm Kilduff of the White House press staff. The children of President and Mrs. Kennedy are presumed to be on the second floor at the White House at this hour. This was a school day for young Caroline in the first grade. John Jr. is also believed to be in the White House. They were to go to Middleburg, Virginia, tomorrow for the weekend, at which time they were to join the President and Mrs. Kennedy. Here at the White House, the secretaries are ashen-faced. They're on the verge of tears, and I might add reporters are feeling the same way and look the same way. Robert Goralski, NBC News at the White House.
The last rites were administered to President Kennedy by Father Oscar Huber of Holy Trinity Church in Dallas. Of course, at this point, the information that comes to us is fragmentary. It has all to be pulled together. There was an eyewitness description of the scene from a man who was 15 feet away when the president was shot. This man is Charles Brehm, B-R-E-H-M. He said the president was waving, and the first shot hit him, and that awful look crossed his face. The president died 44 minutes ago, 1 o'clock Central Standard Time in Parkland Hospital in Dallas, the result of an assassination attempt against him as he was riding through the streets of Dallas in a car with his wife, with Governor John Connally of Texas, and with Mrs. Connally. Mrs. Kennedy and Mrs. Connally are safe, though the last word we've had describes both of them as stunned. Governor Connally was wounded. He was shot in the back below the shoulder blade, was taken to the emergency operating room. Vice President Lyndon Johnson, who was not injured and who was riding in a separate car from that in which Mr. Kennedy was riding, was taken from Parkland Hospital under heavy police escort. He is to be sworn in as the next president of the United States. This attempt on President Kennedy's life was the third within 30 years on an American president. President Franklin Roosevelt was shot at when riding in an open car in Miami with Mayor Anton Cermak of Chicago. The president was not hit. Cermak died. President Truman was shot at when he was in Blair House in Washington. He was not hit. President Kennedy was shot at today and was killed. At this point, we join the NBC television network.
United States was in a car behind the Kennedys and the Connollys. He is to be sworn into office as soon as possible. He rushed to the hospital and then was whisked away again by Secret Service men. His whereabouts, certainly, and as we can understand, is being kept secret. Yes. Kennedy lived about an hour after a sniper cut him down as his limousine left downtown Dallas. Automatically, of course, the mantle of the presidency falls now to Lyndon B. Johnson, a native Texan who had been riding 2 cars behind the chief executive. Here's one other little bit of information. The priests came out of the ward at approximately 1:37 p.m. Central Standard Time. The announcement by the 2 priests brought audible sobs from a crowd of scores of newsmen and other citizens crowded around the emergency ward entrance of the hospital. Senator Ralph Yarborough of Texas, talking only a few minutes before to the newsmen, collapsed in sobs as he told of witnessing the slaying of the president. Yarborough said he was in the 3rd car behind the president. It seemed to him, he said, that at least 2 of the shots came from the right rear. He said he couldn't say anything about the 3rd shot. So, that is the story. The President of the United States is dead. The new president is President Lyndon Johnson. The memories of, I suppose, all of us are flashing back to that warm April spring day of 1945 when we lost the wartime President Franklin D. Roosevelt. For many of us, this is the 2nd time around that we have been through one of these crises. The last shooting incident, not fatal, involving a president occurred in 1950 when President Harry S. Truman was in office and was living in Blair House in Washington. The White House was being renovated at that time. You may recall that 2 Puerto Rican nationalists tried to gun their way into Blair House and assassinate President Truman, who was taking a nap at the time on the 2nd floor.
In New York. An eyewitness to the shooting, fatal shooting of President Kennedy today was NBC cameraman John Hofen. John, where were you when it happened?
Actually, Ed, I was along with the NBC cameraman Dave Wigman in a car, roughly 4 cars behind the president in a motorcade. We were just leaving the business district of Dallas when this shooting took place.
What did you see, John? What was the first you knew?
Well, we were making a sweeping curve the roadway approaching a freeway when the first shot rang out. Our first reaction was that some teenager had fired a cherry bomb. When the second one rang out, we sort of felt that there was something wrong, that people started to drop down to the ground ahead of us, roughly 50 to 60 feet, up near the president's car. Then there was a third, and if I remember correctly, a fourth shot. Immediately after that last shot, the president's car took off a tremendous burst of speed, followed by the Secret Service follow-up car, which we call it, and being led by a squadron of motorcycle policemen.
That was to take the president to the hospital.
To the hospital, that's right. Our portion of the motorcade had remained behind momentarily. A cameraman had jumped out of the car and were making pictures. We did not know at that moment who had been shot or who was doing the shooting. So naturally, we were shooting everything, any people on the ground or running.
John, just let me interrupt to tell the audience that you are John Hofen, NBC cameraman. You were an eyewitness to the fatal assassination attempt of the president today.
Cameraman, I'm part of the NBC White House camera crew. Yes, I'm the sound man. Now, I would like to add this. We then regained composure, I should say, and jumped back into the car, and our driver took off. As we drove about 50 feet, we picked up one Secret Service agent who had been left behind in the rush. He jumped in the car with us, and we took off very fast at a high rate of speed to catch up to the president's car, but it was almost impossible. They must have been driving at I would say 90 or 100 miles an hour with him.
John, when the shooting happened, did you actually see the president or Governor Connally? Could you see anybody in that car?
No, unfortunately for us. The president's car was the first car in the motorcade, immediately behind the motorcycle escort. Right behind the president's car is this large open Cadillac limousine, which is, I would say, has about 6 or 8 Secret Service men in it. They immediately stood up and blocked the view, and then, of course, they surrounded the car, and then when they saw what actually happened, they jumped back into this car and went, right behind his in this fast takeoff.
Did you see any police activity directed toward the assassin?
Yes. 2 or 3 of the motorcycle policemen went running up this embankment. Actually, it was a high, long, great terrace towards this office building. And one of them became so excited he fell off of his motorcycle and it charged up the grass a portion of the way. But they ran through there. We never were able to find out what they did. I since have heard that they have picked up a few suspects.
Yes, we've heard that. We do not know, however, of any charges that have been made against anybody.
When we arrived at the hospital at, I would say, roughly 3 or 4 minutes behind the president, we were stopped at the emergency entrance, naturally, by the state police, city police, and a few Secret Service who were still down on the lower level. And the Secret Service men who knew us asked us to please remain there, that they would do whatever they could to help us. Just as I was leaving with home in my pocket to make a delivery to go on the air, Malcolm Kilduff, the Associate Press Secretary on the President's staff, came over and quietly said, John, he said, they tell me the President has died. We did not have a strict confirmation at that moment, and of course I have been roughly a block and a half away from the hospital now since talking to him and talking to you.
Thank you very much, John. I must interrupt you because we want to switch to Robert Goralski at the White House in Washington.
The American flag above the White House has just been lowered to half-mast, a solemn confirmation of the death of President Kennedy. As the flag was lowered, large numbers of people outside the White House noted the flag flying at half-mast. Most of them did not know what had happened. They talked to the White House guards, who had then informed them the President of the United States is dead. Large numbers of people out there now, probably about 400 or 500. They're standing, watching the activity as limousines come into the west side of the White House. Senator Hubert Humphrey arrived about 20 minutes ago. Reporters are still coming in, photographers. There's been contact with various congressmen, but still nothing more official about plans for President Lyndon Johnson to assume the office. This is Robert Goralski, NBC News at the White House.
Morgan Beatty,
NBC News, New York, taking over from this time. There's considerable confusion as to exactly where these rifle shots came from. As we could tell from our report down in Dallas from our own staff man, it's not clear whether or not they came from a building or from an area close to the underpasses, a triple group of underpasses, or whether it came from a building. Now, Senator Yarborough of Texas is giving us this kind of information. These are quotes. These are quotes from the senator just right after the assassination occurred. You could tell, he said, that something awful and tragic had happened. He said, I could see a Secret Service man in the president's car leaning on the car with his hands in anger, anguish, and despair. I knew something tragic had happened. Yarborough had counted 3 rifle shots, others have said there were 2, as the presidential limousine left downtown Dallas through a triple underpass. The shots were fired from above. Now, that we're sure of. Possibly from one of the bridges or from a nearby building. That's the senator's view. But another witness, television reporter, said he saw a gun emerge from an upper story of a warehouse commanding an unobstructed view of the presidential car. We've already had fleeting references to this warehouse building and a gun emerging from a window. So, you see, we still don't have enough information, and there are people under arrest. The sheriff's office in Dallas has several persons under arrest. And, of course, the standard report is that they have a white man, about 30 years old, under arrest. And a rifle has been recovered from the scene of the shooting, and it was a foreign-made rifle. Of course, this kind of reporting is very difficult at this time. The police themselves are busy trying to organize, along with the Secret Service and other government agencies, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. John Edgar Hoover has issued orders to his men to cooperate, and they have not yet coordinated all of the information they have. But it's quite certain that they have a great deal more information about the assassination of President Kennedy than they are revealing at this time. And now we switch to John Lavacek in Miami.
Havana Radio has just broken into its regular news broadcast with a bulletin and is broadcasting the news of President Kennedy's death to the Cuban people. The radio announcer, a woman, is broadcasting the regular United Press International dispatch from the United States. She is detailing all of the information she has at this time. This is John Lavacek, NBC News in Miami.
It's also clear from the reports we have that the Secret Service agents assigned directly to the president, that is, the men in the car or around the car with him, were almost certain he had been killed from the beginning. The president was shot, we can now either repeat or confirm, through the right temple, and the bullet went cleanly through his head. The White House physician has now stated it was a simple case of a bullet straight through the head. At least one Secret Service man at the entrance of the hospital kept murmuring. One of Mrs. Kennedy's Secret Service men kept murmuring as the car went up to the hospital and the president's body was being taken out that he's dead, he's dead. I'm sure he didn't know at that time he was dead, but Secret Service men know you can't be shot through the head, temple to temple, without being about as close to death as a man can be. And the question of administering the oath to the Vice President, Mr. Johnson, has still not been resolved, but the Secret Service has thrown an extraordinary guard around the Vice President. Mrs. Johnson was seen by reporters not too many minutes ago, and she was asked how the Vice President was, now the President of the United States, and she said, he's fine. We repeat what we've told you before, that Vice President Johnson was not shot. The other man shot was Governor Connally of Texas. And the governor, by the way, has talked with Mr. Huber, his principal assistant. He is in apparently fairly good condition. He has said that he saw the whole thing, and they got the president, too, he told his assistants. The doctors have discovered that Governor Connally of Texas has been shot just under the shoulder blade in the back, and the seriousness of it has not yet been determined, but he's conscious. He's able to talk to his friends. And Mr. Huber said that the governor had asked him, he had asked the governor what he could do for him, and the governor had asked him, please just take care of Mrs. Connally for me. So apparently the governor of Texas is not injured as badly as it would appear that he had been at first. Incidentally, NBC News reports from Dallas that a car believed to be the assassin's getaway car has been seized in Fort Worth, and the suspect, the man still not identified, has been taken into custody. Also, a policeman also was shot and killed during the assassination. Incidentally, Fort Worth, as you know, is very close to Dallas, and a car could have got to Fort Worth with no trouble at all, provided the assassins had planned in advance how to get away from the motorcade in Dallas. Incidentally, a Negro woman rushed into the hospital where President Kennedy was taken with a wounded child. Now, whether the child had been injured in some other kind of situation or whether in the situation that occurred during the assassination of the president was not clear. The woman and the child were taken to the emergency quarters of the hospital. Incidentally, from Rome, the word is spreading very fast. England, we've heard from Havana, Europe, all are on the alert to news of the assassination of President Kennedy. From Rome, we have a report from Vatican City. Cardinal Francis Spellman of New York said tonight that he was shocked and grief-stricken to hear of President John Kennedy's death. These kind of statements, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be getting regularly and at frequent intervals for many hours to come. Incidentally, if the president was indeed alive, as most reports indicate he was, he lived about an hour after the sniper had cut him down in his limousine near downtown Dallas. The president was 46 years old, and of course, if it had been possible for him to have survived this shot, his vigor unquestionably would have pulled him through, but it was not. And incidentally, if you have any questions about the vice presidency, automatically the mantle of the presidency falls to the vice president on the death of a president. That means that he doesn't have to take any oath of office immediately. He is President of the United States. That's Lyndon B. Johnson of Texas, and as we reported to you, he was unhurt because he was automatically kept in another automobile so that there would not be the double close risk of the president and the vice president together in a situation of this kind, particularly in travel areas. And now let's see what they're doing on NBC TV News at this point. They have new reports on the president's assassination.
The practice she's developed the last couple of days took the initiative in going over to the fence, and she and the president walked all along the fence, shaking hands with both hands, and the crowd was really delirious with them. And this kind of reaction was something like the reaction that was encountered in the big crowds all the way through the town. Very friendly. I saw only one hostile sign all the way through the motorcade, which went about 10 miles. And then suddenly, in the middle of this bright sunshine, the friendly crowd, and nobody expecting anything, these three muffled shots were heard. And it couldn't have been a more startling, gruesome contrast to the very pleasant, sunny, friendly atmosphere that he'd received, despite all the warnings that things were going to be difficult for him here in Dallas.
Why was that, Bob? Because of Adlai Stevenson's recent visit?
Well, this had been the thing that made the police worry, and Dallas got such a bad name around the world after the attack on Stevenson that the authorities were determined that there would be no repetition of this. You remember the ambassador was, someone spat on him and someone hit him over the head with a poster. They mobilized a third of their entire city police force with extra paddy wagons around the corner and everything else, and put on a strong propaganda campaign in the newspapers and on the radio and TV stations to make sure that the name of Dallas was not dragged in the mud again by any unfavorable incident when the president came. And that is why it was such a contrast.
What is the situation in the room where you are at the hospital now?
Well, I'm in a little small waiting room where emergency patients wait to be taken into the operating rooms where they're treated. And there are a few policemen who are the only ones left in the long corridor leading to the room with double swinging doors, behind which we assume the president's body is being placed in the bronze coffin, which was taken in about half an hour ago, and from which we expect it to come out shortly.
Bob, we have a still photograph here in the studio that has just moved, and it shows a man and a woman and what looks like two small children lying on the ground. I understand you saw these people.
Yes, well, they were the first people I went to. I must have got there shortly before that picture was taken, when I jumped out of the press bus, and they, in common with many other people, were screaming and lying down in the grass to escape from the shooting. The minute the shooting sound started, the air was filled with the screams of women and children, a sort of
very feminine wailing filled the air, and everybody lay down on the sidewalks, on the grass, on the edge of the parkway, and I assume that the picture you're talking about is that, because nobody else I know was besides Kennedy and Governor Connolly.
We lost a part of that. You say, as far as you know, no one else.
As far as I know, no one else was hit other than President Kennedy and Governor Connolly.
Now, Bob, again, about the area or the building from which the shot apparently was fired. Could you describe that for us and tell us about how far away it was from the car and how they would have been able to see the car from that distance?
Yes, well, I'll describe the scene. There was, as you come out of the main street of downtown Dallas, which was packed with people, it leads into a parkway called the Triple Underpass. And that parkway, which is lined with trees and lawns, takes a bend. And behind some trees in the set of service road is a brick building of about 8 stories, which is called the Texas School Book Depository.
I see. So
according to witnesses, 2 of them who I talked to and the police talked to, say they saw a man with a gun in the, one said the 2nd floor, another one said the 4th floor, a window of that building. Now, from either floor, Frank, he would be able to see over the low trees to about 100 yards away where the president's car was.
An unobstructed view, Bob?
I would think so. I was not able to go up to either of those windows, so I couldn't see for myself, but looking at it from the ground, it looked as though it would be. The president, therefore, must have had presented either a profile to the assailant, if he was, in fact, in those windows where the witnesses say, and or his three-quarter back, because his car had actually passed the direct line from the window. You see, the way it went is the car would have approached the window head-on, then turned left and gone down a slight decline under the underpass. Just a moment, Frank.
Yes, Bob. That seems to fit, Bill, with what he said. The word that we had here was the president was struck in the right. Yes, Bob.
The body has just been carried out.
Go ahead. Say again, Bob.
The president's body has just been carried out of the hospital in the bronze casket, and it was accompanied by his military aide, Major General Clifton.
And
it has been placed in an ambulance. I understand it is being taken straight to the air base where he landed to be flown back to Washington.
I see, Bob.
The crowds have all been moved away from the door by the local police and the Secret Service. I can hear the motorcycle escort outside with the ambulance starting up. And the president's body, with the police motorcycle escort, is now pulling away from the hospital. It is about 1.5 hours since he was shot. The president has been dead for about 1 hour and 7 minutes. Vice President Lyndon Johnson, who is now constitutionally the president, left immediately after the president's death was confirmed, and with a police escort went off to the airport, presumably to go straight to Washington to assume the constitutional responsibilities of the president.
Bob, returning to your earlier narrative, you had just taken us to the point where the president's car had turned, and I was about to ask.
Now, there were 3 cars behind him with Secret Service and several Texas congressmen, and then I was in the first press bus, the front of the first press bus, which came behind those. And just as we turned the corner, about 40 feet behind the president's car, I heard 3 shots.
Now, Bob, was the president seated or standing at that time?
The president was seated because there were very few people at that point. It was a thin crowd at that exact point. Most of the crowd had been concentrated a few hundred yards back. The president was seated, Mrs. Kennedy was seated, but when I heard shots, I saw people fall to the ground and was not looking for the moment at the president. The car immediately disappeared under the underpass and speeded up to go straight to the hospital. And I left the press box and went to this building from which the shots reportedly came.
Mm-hmm. What sort of a building is it, Bob?
Well, it is I told you the title. It's the Texas School Book Depository. It's a orangey brick building of about 8 floors, and it was showing an expanse to the street of maybe about 8 windows wide in the front.
Well, Bob, from the point where they think the man with the gun might have been seen to where the president was actually felled, would it have been possible for him to have been struck by a bullet in the right temple? That's his
well, I believe that if he was using a high-powered rifle with a telescopic sight, one policeman told me he understood it was a high-powered rifle. I don't know about the telescopic sight. I assume that from that distance it could be.
I see.
Could be.
About how fast was the president's motorcade going at the time of the fire?
Quite slowly. It was about, by that time, having just gone around the corner, it was probably between 15 and 20 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm. And Vice President Lyndon Johnson was how far behind?
I'm not sure, Frank, which car. There was a jumble of congressmen in the car immediately behind, and I'm not sure which car Vice President Johnson was in.
And then you say, of course, that the motorcade speeded up immediately and rushed toward the hospital.
Disappeared under the underpass, and I had jumped out by that time and was running with the police. They thought the assailant had fled over some railroad tracks, and they chased him through what they thought was the assailant, through several trains. Standing on the tracks, and I went with them, and therefore didn't see the president immediately as he went under the underpass.
Well, did they apprehend this person they were chasing?
No, they apprehended nobody at that time. They went back and started talking to witnesses on the scene.
I see.
Just a moment, Frank.
Yes, Bob.
Which car was
there is also this that could be added. We have...
Frank, I'm told that Vice President Johnson was in the car directly behind the president.
I see. Now, Bob, from the point where the assassination occurred to the hospital is about how far in time and distance, would you say?
Well, it's about a mile and a half. I was able to commandeer a private car.
Hold it, Bob. We have a little information here, please.
We are now going to the United Nations, where I'm told delegates from the member nations are expressing their condolences to Ambassador Adlai Stevenson. So we switch now to the United Nations.
I call now on the Secretary General.
Mr. President, as Secretary General of the United Nations,
Bob,
I would like to express
hang on.
profound sorrow at this most tragic event and to be associated in the condolences to Mrs. Kennedy, to the members of the bereaved family, and to the government and people of the United States.
I request members of the General Assembly to rise and observe 1 minute of silence in tribute to the memory of President Kennedy, after which I shall adjourn this meeting in sign of mourning.
Ladies and gentlemen, silent mourning in the United Nations for the President of the United States. This is Morgan Beatty, NBC Radio, New York. We have bulletins from Dallas. Governor John Connally of Texas underwent an operation for a gunshot wound in the chest at 1:30 p.m. Central Time today. Connally's condition, as we have indicated to you before, is serious, but those close to him say that his doctor's report, the vital signs were good, meaning his vitality was strong and he could probably stand the operation. Doctors said Connally had a good pulse. His respiration is satisfactory. And now as to more vital facts, the statistics of death in Dallas, the assassination of President John Kennedy. The hospital report shows that the president lived about 30 minutes after the sniper cut him down as his limousine left downtown Dallas. Newsmen said the shot that hit him was fired at 12:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. The hospital record now shows that the President of the United States died at approximately 1 p.m. Central Standard Time of a bullet wound clear through the head. Reaction, as you may know, is coming from throughout the world. The British cabinet, man by man, is receiving the reports of the President's death momentarily. They're following events very closely, especially the Prime Minister, who was Lord Hume. The reaction in Washington is just as you would expect it: shocked, stunned, and unbelieving. And yet, it's true. We take you now for reaction in our capital to Robert McCormick, NBC News at the House of Representatives in Washington.
Never has the Congress of the United States been so stunned. The members of the Senate are walking around literally with glazed eyes. They scarcely speak to each other. They are in dazes, really. They seem to have no awareness, really, of what's going on. In the interval before the president's death was confirmed, they clustered around the ticker tapes in the lobby outside the Senate chamber. For every last word that came in, one or two of the secretaries moving around were already crying. But in the meantime, we do have some reaction, and to begin, here is Senate Republican leader Dirksen.
There are some things that are simply incredible and leave one absolutely speechless. This is one of them. I knew John Fitzgerald Kennedy as a representative, as a senator, and as a president for 14 years or more. And my last visit with him was on Tuesday morning this week. I went early to present him with a turkey from the Turkey Growers Association. He was so amiable, so affable, so agreeable, and he looked in the very pink of condition, notwithstanding a rather rugged tour in the state of Florida. The thing that stuck in my mind most, when suddenly he shouted to a lot of school children and to those managing this live turkey, "Don't take the turkey away until the children have had a chance to come up and see it." We visited about many things: politics, bills pending in Congress, the future, 1964, and everything that one can encompass within a half-hour visit. And suddenly comes this mortal blow that strikes him cold in death. I say it's an incredible thing. And my heart goes out to the family. And I'm a little bewildered by this turn of events, as I know the nation and the whole wide world will be. So first, my sincere sympathy to the entire Kennedy family. And in the language of the chaplain, as we had a prayer in the hope that transfusion might infuse recovery, that the nation still stands and the nation will live.
And ladies and gentlemen, the tribute of Senator Dirksen of Illinois from Washington. And now we have urgent bulletins from Dallas again. We reported to you not too long ago that the report that a policeman had been shot, now we have detail to a certain extent. A Secret Service agent and a Dallas policeman were shot and killed today some distance from the area where President Kennedy was assassinated. We have no more information on that, but from the Secret Service, Lieutenant Eric Kaminsky reports the assassin weapon appears to have been a high-powered Army or Japanese rifle of about .25 caliber. The rifle had a scope on it, the same kind of rifle, apparently, that Medgar Evers, the Negro leader, was shot with in Mississippi. The entire building, as we've noticed before, or told you before, this was a warehouse near the underpass where the president was traveling. But the entire building, this warehouse where the sniper was located, was evacuated sometime before the president passed by. People were working in the building, however, at the time of the shooting. Dallas Police Inspector J.H. Sawyer says police found the remains of fried chicken and paper on the 5th floor of that building. Apparently, the person who had been there quite a while. And after the fatal shots were fired, the stricken president's Secret Service, of course, the driver, raced away immediately to the hospital. And we have further reports at this time from Dallas to piece out this story as fast as we possibly can. One of the prime reporters on station WFAA, the NBC affiliate in Dallas, is standing by. Pierce Alman, WFAA Dallas, will you please come in?
About 12:15 today, I and a couple of other people from the station decided to walk about 4 blocks north from our studios to greet the President of the United States as he came through Dallas on a motorcade. He had left Dallas Love Field. He had a warm reception there. He had caused some consternation to the Secret Service agents around him by leaving the yellow marked guide lanes as he got off his jet and began greeting people who were standing alongside the wire fence at Dallas Love Field. Without incident, he got into his convertible, open top, and flanked by Secret Service men, began his ride through downtown Dallas. The reception was warm, it was enthusiastic, and as he came down Main Street on the way to the Stemmons Avenue Trade Mart, where he was to deliver an address sponsored by the Dallas Citizens Council, he turned the corner just before going under a triple underpass. I was standing at the corner of Elm Streets and Houston Streets here in Dallas, Texas, And as he turned, I couldn't help think to myself how vigorous, how healthy he looked. He was tanned. He seemed to be feeling good. He was waving to the crowd. I began applauding like the rest, and the man to my right and the woman to my left. She commented on Jackie's lovely dress. And suddenly we heard a reverberating explosion. My first thought was not to look at the president. I guess the thought that anybody would take a shot at the president of the United States didn't even go through my mind at the time. I rather looked around as if to say, well, someone has fireworks, and it's in pretty poor taste at this moment. The president ducked. At least that's what it looked like to me. I thought this was a natural reaction. I didn't realize at the time that he had been shot and was slumping. There were 3 shots fired. They were spaced. They didn't seem to come from any automatic weapon of any kind. Rather careful and deliberate aim. A Secret Service man was killed. No one seemed galvanized into instant action. Everyone was rather stunned. And suddenly, the Lincoln convertible sped away at top speed, and guns appeared on everyone around. The police came around, flinging us to the ground, saying, hit the dirt. And they began not returning fire because of the crowd, but rather looking for someone at which to shoot. I ran, along with a few other people, over to the top of a knoll, which was just north of the site. It was about 20 feet. Everyone seemed to be running in that direction. Very foolish people, now that we look back on it. But we couldn't see anything, though. There's a large building, about 7 or 8 stories, on the corner of Elm and Houston Streets. It's a Texas school book depository. It prides itself on being the largest in the state. It has several floors that are not used too often that stack dusty books. And we wondered to ourselves at the time how it was possible to cover all the open windows in this building, as well as all the open space around. How the Secret Service, how the FBI men, how the county sheriff's officers, and how the Dallas police officers could do this. Well, evidently they could not successfully. We went into the Texas School Book Depository building, and immediately it was cordoned off by men with high-powered rifles and shotguns. They began searching the building, and first reports said they found direct evidence that the shots were fired from there. But at last reports, and this was just a few minutes ago, they are not certain which floor, if they were fired from this particular building. Supposedly it was Japanese ammunition. Anyway, the president, as he left the scene, was stretched out on the turtleback of this car, and he was holding Jackie, or I guess Jackie was holding him. It took him about 5 minutes to get to Parkland Hospital, and I didn't learn that he was dead until I got back here to the station. The reaction, I think, among the crowds who are now standing around streets in downtown Dallas, tuned into their radios, they're just standing around. Nobody's really saying much, except it's just unbelievable. And why? And I guess we'll never know the answer to that.
I guess maybe we will, too. And if we don't know it, unfortunately, our, shall we use the word colleagues from Moscow, are already saying why the President of the United States was shot before they have even the slightest idea. From Moscow, the Soviet news agency TASS reports that the President of the United States was shot in Dallas, Texas, and died later. And it adds, an attempt was made on his life by persons believed to be among extreme right-wing elements. As usual, the Moscow reporters go off half-cocked and they make everything fit their social philosophy. They may turn out to be right, but that will be merely an accident because, as we have heard from Pierce Alman, WFAA in Dallas, at the moment nobody knows exactly how or why. Reaction is coming in from around the world continually. Reaction from the Pope. He has taken note of the death of the President of the United States with sadness. And from Cardinal Spellman of New York, and here in New York City, where President Kennedy frequently visits, we have Joseph Michaels. He's at City Hall in New York.
Morgan, I'm near Trinity Church. Trinity Church, the famous Trinity Church at the head of Wall Street. This was a huge blow to everyone. The stock exchange closed at 2:09, closed by the Board of Governors when the floor was in a chaotic condition. Perhaps you can hear the bells behind me now. Trinity Church's bells are ringing again. Our reaction is not from presidents or heads of church, but from his fellow citizens, among them first a young Negro.
The
Kennedy is like losing a father because he's been like a father to everyone in this nation. It hurts everyone in this nation. He's going to miss him very much. I don't know why they did it. Kennedy didn't do nothing to nobody. On the contrary, he tried to help everybody in his home. For everybody, he tried to help as much as he can. I don't know why and how they could do anything like this to him.
Sir, what will it do to business?
Well, I don't think it'll affect business at all, sir. I believe that we had a great president who is doing a lot for business, and I believe that he set a trend that Americans will recognize and follow, and I think, if anything, it will help us become more dedicated to helping our businesses and helping our nation.
Yeah, due to the causes that he believed in.
Well, I believe the causes that President Kennedy believed in are the causes that all Americans believe in. Whether or not someone said they were a Kennedy man prior to this, I'm sure that we all join today in grieving for him and in recognizing that he had at his heart the hearts of all Americans, and that he was striving to accomplish for this nation what we all would want to.
All over the city, wherever there's a radio turned on, as of course we have had to keep our radio turned on to keep abreast of what is happening. With me now are people gathered around any such means of information. The feeling is mostly shock. People find it hard to put into words how they feel. They wander around looking stunned. They pick up a newspaper from the stand and look at it almost unseeingly, and then ask each other if it's true. And then people ask each other what's going to happen next. And like all of us, except for the fact that we have faith in our country, nobody has any of those answers.
Soon after President Kennedy was assassinated today in Dallas, a white man in his mid-20s was arrested in the Riverside section of Fort Worth. Apparently, he is connected, by the police at least, with the shooting of a Dallas policeman. This is quite a mystery. A Secret Service man and a policeman, a Dallas policeman and a Washington Secret Service man, were shot some distance from where the assassination occurred of President Kennedy. We have not yet had word as to exactly what connection the shooting possibly in Fort Worth had. But this man who was arrested in Fort Worth was a man with black curly hair. He wore a red shirt. He said he was not connected with the assassination of the president. He told that to reporters, but he was urged on by the police. His hands were handcuffed, and he was taken to the Fort Worth City Jail. And now, Irving, a few more facts and detail from Dallas, if we may, at this point. President Kennedy's body was removed from Parkland Hospital in Dallas, Texas at 2:05 p.m. Central Standard Time. It was taken away in a long, cream-colored ambulance with off-white curtains tightly drawn. Mrs. Kennedy rode in the passenger seat in the ambulance. That's the type of vehicle with two seats for passengers. She and the president's body were escorted from the emergency entrance of Parkland by two motorcycle officers. Mrs. Kennedy walked out of the back door of the emergency entrance as the body was taken out. She walked slowly. She looked around her in a dazed manner, and she appeared to be in a state of shock. Another announcement, White House Secretary Malcolm Kilduff said the president's body would be flown to Washington this afternoon, almost immediately. The Dallas Sheriff's Department says a rifle has been found in a staircase on the 5th floor of that warehouse building near the scene of the assassination. And now we have confirmation of exactly the kind of weapon. It was a 7.65 Mauser rifle. German-made Army rifle, had a telescopic sight with one shell left in the chamber. 3 spent shells were found nearby. As you've noted before, we've had reports that there were either 2 or 3 shots. The police credit 3 shots with being fired, and incidentally, the 3rd shot apparently struck Governor Connally of Texas because he was wounded in 2 places. One place is, of course, of no importance, but the wound in the back under the shoulder blade is the one for which Governor Connally of Texas is now being operated on. His condition is still serious, although his physicians feel that the vital points, his pulse, his reaction generally mean that he may well pull through. And now we have another bulletin from Dallas. White House authorities report that the body of President Kennedy will arrive in Washington at 5:30 p.m. That would apparently mean at 5:30 p.m. Standard Time, it's now something after 2:30 p.m. Dallas time. I assume we can guess that the body will be flown back to Washington immediately, so that the episode in Dallas will be completed within a very brief period of time. We have no further police reports or Secret Service reports showing exactly what connection there is in the fatal shooting of a Dallas policeman and a Secret Service man, apparently in the area of Fort Worth, Texas. One white man has been arrested in connection with that. Apparently the assassin of the President of the United States was a white man in his 30s. At least such a man was seen near the place where the President was shot in Dallas about 12:30 p.m. this afternoon. Incidentally, if we may revive the scene for the moment, to give you the exact placing in the presidential car of those who were closest to the chief executive when he was fatally shot. President Kennedy and Governor Connally of Texas and their wives had been riding together in the president's familiar dark blue bubble-top convertible. They were leaving downtown Dallas at the time the assassination occurred near a triple culvert, and the shot that was fired at the president was fired from apparently the 5th floor of a warehouse by a 7.65 Mauser, that is a German Army rifle. Apparently 3 shots were fired. One struck the President of the United States in the right temple and went cleanly through his head. The White House physician has said it was a simple case of a bullet going clear through a man's head. Incidentally, in the transparent plastic roof of the presidential car when the shooting occurred, that is, the plastic roof of the car had been removed from the motorcade so that the president was riding in an open car at the time. Secret Service agents riding with the president and in a second convertible following closely behind immediately drew pistols and automatic weapons, but there was no possibility of their firing at anybody with any effect without causing some kind of an accident. We have a bulletin from New York now. The League of New York Theaters announces that all Broadway theaters will be closed tonight. Willard Keith, spokesman for the League, says all League members' shows on the road also will be closed tonight in the beginning of the period of mourning for the death of the President of the United States. NBC News has learned that the military officers charged with arranging for state funerals are at the White House at this moment, discussing possible funeral plans. Mr. Kennedy is the first president to die in office under the new Defense Department setup. So protocol will have to be written as it is. That is, the idea of the military handling a funeral of the President of the United States is an entirely new one, and they will have to set precedents at this time. For those of you who may not know about it, one of the important facts of life in Washington is that the military is in charge of the District of Columbia in many ways. The Capitol building and so on is the only building there that's excluded from their direct charge, and they are indirectly in charge of that. So that it is entirely fitting, as was done a few years ago, that the Defense Department should handle affairs such as the one that we have regretfully and sadly before us, a funeral of another President of the United States, and this one in the terrible tradition of Lincoln and McKinley. The Army will have charge as usual. There are caissons and ceremonial horses at Fort Myer, Virginia, of course, along with units of troops ready for use in such capacities, so that Fort Myer will take charge of the funeral arrangements for President John Kennedy of the United States. And now more reaction from the Capitol. We switch now to NBC's Robert McCormick at the Capitol for reaction in the House of Representatives.
Actually, this is reaction from the Senate. One of the first members of Congress to get the bad news was one of President Kennedy's oldest friends, Senate Democratic leader Mansfield. He turned pale when he heard the news, and then he and Dirksen together left the chamber to call the White House. Here is what Senator Mansfield had to tell us later.
The passing of John Fitzgerald Kennedy is not only a tragedy for the nation which he so ably represented, but is, I think, also a mark upon the respectability and the responsibility of some of our citizens. This good, this decent, this kindly man, this harassed man who had so much on his shoulders and received from some people so little in the way of support in return, this man is now gone to his reward. And I will miss him as a personal friend. The nation will miss him as a great president. And the world will miss him as a great leader. One of the fondest memories I can recall is the cooperation and the support which the distinguished senator from Illinois, Mr. Dirksen, the minority leader of the Senate, gave to the President of the United States, a Democrat, time and time again when the interests of the nation were at stake. And I know how grateful he was to you for the many contributions you made, and I'm just as grateful, and the nation is too. Words are useless to express one's true feelings at a moment like this.
Mike, a person's perplexity is just too great in a tragic moment like this.
That last voice was Senate Republican leader Dirksen. Capitol officials have told us that they are making tentative arrangements for the body of the late President Kennedy to lie in state in the rotunda of the Capitol for the stipulated period of mourning so he can be viewed by the people of the country. The city of Washington, by the way, is packed with people in the streets, and they are concerned about rumors that something has happened to Vice President Johnson. The word we get here from Senate Democratic leader Mansfield and others is that the Vice President Johnson, perhaps now President, we've not had word whether he's sworn in, is quite all right. Ironically, the chair of the Senate was occupied by the President's brother when the President was shot. Senator Edward Kennedy had been presiding over a rather dull session. A Richard Riedel, who mans one of the doors to the Senate lobby, brought the news into the Senate of what had happened and had the terrible job of telling Senator Kennedy that his brother had been shot. And here is Mr. Riedel's story.
Richard Riedel, to already given my name. Press liaison, which means contact between the Washington correspondents, members of the press gallery, radio, television correspondents, White House news photographers, and the periodical press, with the senators on the floor, arranging appointments, asking them questions. In the 45 years I have been on the staff of the Senate, since September 27, 1918, when I was a 9-year-old boy and a page for 4 years, this is one of the hardest blows and one of the most moving, tragic experiences that I have ever known to sweep over the Senate. I may, if there's time later, mention when President Roosevelt died and President Truman, Vice President, then was presiding when the word of his death came. Well, the tickers in the lobby, AP and UP tickers, are read by senators and staff members for routine information. Phyllis Rock of the staff of Senator Morse of Oregon was in the lobby by herself reading the ticker. She turned to one of my assistants, Tom Pelican, who is with Senator Long of Missouri in his office part of the time, and said the president has been shot. Tom rushed out to tell me. I immediately went into the Senate chamber in front of the desk of Majority Leader Senator Mike Mansfield, raised my voice so that he and the senators, the surrounding desk, could hear, and said, "Senators, the president has been shot." It, of course, was like a shock wave, a jolt. I crossed the aisle to the Republican side, where Senator Dirksen was seated, and in the same manner told Senator Dirksen and the Republican senators who were at adjacent desks, with, of course, the same shocked reaction and stunned expression on their faces. I then happened to recall that a few moments before, the President's brother, Senator Edward Kennedy of Massachusetts, was presiding over the Senate. I turned and he was still occupying the chair. I knew that someone would have to inform him. I thought I might as well. It was a very difficult job because of the family relationship as well as the friendship of the senators to the president. I rushed up to the chair and said, Senator Kennedy, your brother, the president, has been shot. He gave a jerk to his body. His body tensed, but he was absolutely calm. And as I recall, Senator Kennedy, then presiding over the Senate, when he heard this awful news, said no. And that was all. In an orderly manner, he gathered up the papers on his desk his routine office work that he brings when he presides over the Senate, so that he can conserve the time, the long hours presiding over the Senate by working at his office work. I walked off the rostrum with him with my arm around Senator Kennedy, patting his shoulders, and said, Senator, if there's anything any of us can do, let us know. My own suggestion would be that you contact the Air Force and have them rush you out to Texas to your brother's side in a jet, in a military jet.
Well, of course, that turns out now to be unnecessary because the president's body is being flown back to Washington and it's expected to arrive there at 5:30 p.m. And in that connection, we can report that President Johnson is expected to take the oath of office as President of the United States aboard an airliner before flying immediately back to the nation's capital. The entire Kennedy party, of course, is flying back immediately to Washington. And from Dallas, the mystery concerning exactly how and why this assassination occurred seems to increase rather than decrease with the passing of time and the gaining of more information. The Dallas Police Department has arrested a 24-year-old man, Lee H. Oswald, in connection with the slaying of a Dallas policeman shortly after President Kennedy was assassinated. The man is also being interrogated to see if he had any connection with the slaying of the president. Oswald was pulled screaming and yelling from the Texas Theater in the Oak Cliff area of Dallas. He brandished a pistol. Officers took it away from him after a scuffle. Police officer M.N. McDonald, who was cut across the face in the scuffle, quoted Oswald as saying after he was subdued, well, it's all over now. That may or may not mean anything in connection with the assassination of the president. A large crowd was congregated around the theater and witnessed the arrest. Police had to hold the crowds back because many apparently connected the arrested man with the slaying of the president and wanted to get at the man. The officer who was slain earlier was J.D. Tippit. He'd been killed by a man answering the description of Oswald in the neighborhood a short time before. Tippit had been slain with a pistol. As you know, the assassination of the president was accomplished by a German Mauser 7.65 rifle. Robert Kennedy has left his Virginia estate, his Virginia home, for the airport to fly to Texas. But whether or not he was intercepted at the airport and told to remain in Washington, we do not know. And we also repeat to you that the identity of the assassin of President Kennedy, or assassins in case there were more than one, is not immediately known. We do know that he was shot from the 5th floor of a warehouse opposite the highway where the tragic event took place. Dr. Malcolm Perry, the attending surgeon at Parkland Hospital in Dallas, said when he arrived at the emergency room, I noticed the president was in critical condition with the wound of the neck and head. When asked if possibly the wounds could have been made by 2 bullets, he said he did not know. He said immediate resumptive measures were taken, and Dr. Kemp Clark, chief of neurosurgery, was called along with several other members of the staff. Dr. Perry said they arrived immediately, but at this point the president's condition was critical and moribund, meaning that he was dying. A tracheotomy was performed to assist the president's breathing. The doctors said an oxygen machine was used, and an electrocardiograph machine was attached to record any heartbeat. When asked to specify, Dr. Perry said the entrance wound was in the front of the head. Before, we'd been told it was from temple to temple. Well, of course, that could be in front of the head. Former President Dwight Eisenhower today called the assassination of President Kennedy a despicable act. The former president, in a statement issued from his suite at a hotel in New York, said this: "I share the sense of shock and dismay that all Americans feel at the despicable act that resulted in the death of our nation's president. Mrs. Eisenhower and I also join with all other citizens in expressing our personal grief and prayerful concern to Mrs. Kennedy and all other members of the family." Take note of that one statement about our nation's president. Oftentimes, people confuse the person of the man in the White House with the office of the presidency. No doubt the assassins did that. They do not recognize, they could not, the terrible harm they're doing to 180 million people and the chief office of those people, not to a mere man named John F. Kennedy. Comment from Chief Justice Earl Warren. He says, "I was stunned and shocked to hear of the president's death." It's interesting to note that Chief Justice Warren had sworn President Kennedy in as the chief executive of our nation. And now more details on Moscow, the way the news has been broken to the people of Russia. Moscow radio broke into its home services news bulletin to tell Soviet listeners that President Kennedy had been shot. This was before the news of the president's death had reached Moscow through official channels. The home service in Moscow is a service beamed directly to all newspaper offices in the Russian republics, and it is relayed from there to various radio stations throughout Soviet Russia. From State Line, Nevada, actor Peter Lawford, the president's brother-in-law, when told of the assassination, cried, "Oh, my God." He's married to the sister of President Kennedy. Incidentally, an employee of the Kennedy family notified Joseph P. Kennedy, the father of the president, and Mrs. Kennedy that their son had been shot. And they said not a word when they were told. And now let's see if we can get deeper into this great mystery that seems to surround a multiplicity of deaths and shootings surrounding this assassination. We've still not found out whether the arrest of a young man in Dallas in a theater with a pistol and the shooting of a policeman and a Secret Service man was connected with the assassination of the president. Ladies and gentlemen, a bulletin from Dallas. Lyndon B. Johnson was sworn in as President of the United States at about 1:38 p.m. Central Standard Time today. That was about 6 minutes ago. The oath was administered by United States District Judge Sarah T. Hughes. For the first time in the history of the United States, a woman official has sworn in a President of the United States. So now, apparently, Mr. Johnson will take another plane and fly immediately to the capital of the United States, where President Kennedy's body will be taken, and the planes are expected to arrive in Washington about 5:30 p.m. The Pentagon officials in charge, the military officials of the Pentagon, have already taken charge of funeral arrangements for President Kennedy. There will be a lying in state in the rotunda of the Capitol, as there has been in the case of all presidents and in the case of many prominent Americans, including the late Senator Robert Taft. The president will lie in state very near the place where Abraham Lincoln lay where President McKinley, another victim of an assassin, lay after his assassination. And President MacArthur, who died before McKinley. President Kennedy becomes the fourth president of the United States who was assassinated in office. Another one was shot and wounded, President Teddy Roosevelt. Let's get a report from Nancy Dickerson at Andrews Air Force Base near Washington.
The body of President Kennedy is due to arrive here at Andrews Air Force Base at 5:25 this evening. The route the body will follow once it does arrive here back in Washington has not yet been announced. It's being decided now. The President's sister, Mrs. Eunice Shriver, has already taken off for Otis Air Force Base. She was accompanied by her brother, Senator Teddy Kennedy. Both were red-eyed. They looked obviously as if they had been crying. It is presumed that they went up to Otis Air Force Base to pick up Mrs. Rose Kennedy and bring her back here. The President's plane, or one of the President's planes, entitled The United States of America, stands at the ready out on the runway, seeming to rev up in case it's needed. There's a sense of shock and deep disbelief here as the flags at the Air Force Base have been lowered. This is Nancy Dickerson of NBC News at the Andrews Air Force Base.
And now, a most impressive statement about the death of the president, a very brief one, from a man revered by all Americans, former President Herbert Hoover, who only recently passed through the illness of his lifetime and whose life was despaired of for some time. This is the voice of the true conservative in the United States of America. I am shocked and grieved to learn of President Kennedy's assassination. He loved America, and he has given his life for his country. I join our bereaved nation in heartfelt sympathy to Mrs. Kennedy and their two children. The voice of the true conservative, who's always American and loyal to the office of the presidency of the United States. So few of us understand the full meaning of that office, entirely apart from the man in it. And now, on hand in the Senate of the United States is a man who has covered the activities of three presidents. Ray Shearer at the Senate. Ray, will you come in?
One by one, Morgan, the leading figures of the Senate and the House have been appearing in the Senate gallery, ashen-faced, white, stunned, making statements. Senator Goldwater said it is a both shocking and dreadful thing that a thing like this could happen in a free country. The president's death is a profound loss to the nation and the free world. He and I were personal friends. It is also a great loss to me. Mrs. Goldwater and I offer our heartfelt sympathies to Mrs. Kennedy and the president's family. The senator then announced that he has canceled his scheduled appearance tomorrow night in Grand Rapids. Charles Halleck, the House Minority Leader, has just been here. He said the assassination of President Kennedy is an unspeakable crime against all the people of this country. The world should know, Halleck said, that in this hour of national tragedy, Americans stand together as one, shocked and grieved at this unbelievable news. Political differences have no part in the personal affection I felt for President Kennedy, an affection I have reason to believe the president felt for me. Here now, Senator Russell of Georgia. The news of this dastardly crime, he said, has stunned and shocked the American people and the friends of freedom throughout the world. The assassin's bullet has stricken a brilliant and dedicated statesman at the very height of his powers. My personal relations with the president, both as a fellow member of Congress and during his presidency, have always been most cordial, and I have a deep sense of personal loss. The heart of the world goes out to the members of his family in this tragic hour. Senator Byrd was here about 15 minutes ago. He said, I am deeply shocked. The assassination of President Kennedy is a disaster to the nation and to the free world. I cannot find words to express my personal distress. Hubert Humphrey said, America has lost a great president. The world has lost a great leader. I have lost a good friend. What an incredible tragedy. Our prayers go out to President Johnson. His task is great. His responsibility is unbelievably heavy. He will need the cooperation, faith, and help of every American. He has mine. That from Hubert Humphrey, possibly the president's closest associate in Congress. Senator Wayne Morse said, in this dark and tragic hour, a great president has fallen. The immorality of the assassination is beyond understanding. All the world has lost a great leader and a wonderful human being. Let us pray for his loved ones. Senator Daniel Inouye of Hawaii, he said, this Black Friday will be long remembered by the people of our nation. We have lost a great man, a man of compassion, a man of strength. The loss of his leadership will be long felt by our nation and the free world. This from Senator Edmund Muskie, Democrat of Maine. It is difficult to adjust to the shock of the news. It is impossible to comprehend the motives of one who would do this to his country. We have lost a great leader. I have lost a good friend. If I were to suggest what President Kennedy would say if he were here, it would be, this is a time to pray for our country. We must be restrained in our reactions. We must stand together, and I repeat, pray for our country. Now from Senator John Tower of Texas. In company with all loyal Americans, I am shocked beyond words at this terrible tragedy that has been visited upon our land. My heart goes out to the President's family and to all our beloved land in this time of national shame. Leaders of both political parties have joined to welcome him to our state as our national leader, as the President of all people. There are no words to express my shock and dismay. My prayers are also with the family of our governor, that is, Governor Connally of Texas, that he might soon recover from this cowardly attack and lead our state as he has ably done. Our republic has survived these crises before, says John Tower, in other places and in other times. The knowledge that it would also survive this crisis, however, does not lessen our remorse that such a blow should be struck to our nation. We ask Speaker McCormick to come and make a statement. He is too stunned to appear. Here now, Bryson Rash, who has just come through Washington.
I came through the center of town from perhaps the busiest corner, 14th and F Street, to the Capitol Hill, to the Senate side of the Capitol. And it seemed to me as I came down that traffic was a little bit heavier than usual. Perhaps some government workers had left earlier, had been given a bit of time off so that they could leave their offices and get to their homes. There were some women standing with tears in their eyes at bus stops, waiting for transportation, or as they hailed taxi cabs. There's a great silence in Washington. There's little or no traffic noise, even seems to be more subdued. There was concern over the rumors that Vice President Lyndon Johnson had been stricken also. But these rumors have now, of course, been cleared up. But there was a good deal of talk among people as they stood at bus stops and other gathering places waiting to leave the city and get back to their homes. And one of the phenomena that occurred here in Washington immediately after the news was learned, all the telephone lines were suddenly overwhelmed. There was considerable wait for a dial tone to get any place to talk with anybody in Washington, D.C. At the time when the news actually broke in Washington, I happened to be in the press club, and there was an immediate rush and gathering around radio and television sets in a stunned disbelief. And then when the news finally came to these men, most of them reporters, they left for their offices, for their beats, for the other areas around Washington, D.C., where the news was developing very, very rapidly. Ray?
Bryson, just one more. This from Senator Stuart Symington, the President's fellow Democrat. I think this one is particularly poignant. He says, once again, the former naval lieutenant, now President John F. Kennedy, has offered his life for his country. This time he lost. All free people, in turn, have lost a gallant and dedicated leader. It was impossible to know him well without having deep respect for him and devotion to him. To Mrs. Kennedy and the family, my wife and I send deepest sympathy. Now back to you, Morgan.
Well, if you'll stand by a moment, Ray, I'd like to bring up the historical facts in this situation, which seem to be our most important reporting duty at this time. So for those who have heard the information before, please bear with us, because we now have detail. Lyndon Baines Johnson was sworn in as President of the United States aboard the presidential airplane. Incidentally, it was Air Force One, and it immediately took off for Washington. Mrs. Johnson and Mrs. Jacqueline Kennedy were with him. They were in the forward compartment of the airplane, and as you've already heard from NBC's Nancy Dickerson, that's Andrews Air Force Base. The party is expected in Washington at 5:25 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The Vice President, now the President of the United States, becomes the 36th President. But, of course, there will always be those who will debate this point. It'll be interesting to know what the history books show. Actually, I think President Kennedy was listed as the 36th. There's a very definite reason for this. One president served twice, but not consecutively. And for those of you who don't know your history too well, and I'm sure there's only one or two of you, that man was President Cleveland. So the question of whether the 36th or the 37th president is rather interesting. And now for more details on this rather large and growing mystery surrounding the assassination. The last time we were in Dallas, we told you how a Secret Service man and a Dallas policeman were shot and killed in an area some distance from the scene of the assassination of the president on the way from downtown Dallas to the outskirts of the city, to the airport. And we told you that a man has been arrested by the name of Oswald in connection with the slaying of the policeman. That the shooting occurred in the 5th floor of a warehouse directly opposite the overpass where President Kennedy was passing at the moment of the assassination. Incidentally, to refresh in the minds the scene, we have an eyewitness account from Charles Bream, 38 years old, of Dallas, who was standing in the big crowd at the curbside about 15 feet from the president's car. This is a witness who was closer to the scene than any other. And here's what Charles Bream says. We are quoting him. The president was waving, and the first shot hit him, and then that awful look crossed his face. There were at least 3 bursts of gunfire. Now, that has been confirmed by the police. And the president slumped over on the seat, and Mrs. Kennedy screamed and said, "Oh, no, oh, no." And Governor Connolly, he was also shot, fell face forward on the floor. And the police charged up a grassy knoll into a nearby park. Secret Service men unlimbered automatic rifles and drew pistols, but it was too late. There was no point in firing. And now, let's pick up the story from there. We go again for a conversation to WFAA's Tom Perryman in Dallas, Texas. Will you come in, Tom?
Morgan, the story here is that the suspect arrested in connection with the shooting death of a policeman might be the man who assassinated President John F. Kennedy in Dallas this afternoon. He is being interrogated this time by Dallas police, but the late report indicates this might be the man. Crying, Federal District Judge Sarah T. Hughes swore in as President Lyndon B. Johnson at Love Field this afternoon. The body of President Kennedy, along with President Johnson and Mrs. Kennedy, flew in Air Force One, the presidential jet, to Washington. The casket was rushed to Parkland Hospital shortly after the late chief executive arrived with 2 body wounds suffered at the hands of an assassin. Governor Connolly is reported not out of the woods and has undergone surgery at the hospital. The suspect, when arrested, said, "Well, it's all over now." That's the suspect arrested by Dallas police, 24-year-old. His name is Lee Oswald. He was pulled screaming and yelling from the Texas Theater in the Oak Cliff section of Dallas. He brandished a pistol, which officers took away from him after a scuffle. And a policeman who was cut on the face in the scuffle quoted Oswald as saying, "Well, it's all over now."
Tom.
That's the story.
Well, Tom, can you tell us this? Is there any way we can connect up Oswald with the scene at the overpass? In other words, what we have here is a picture before us of a man being arrested, saying it's all over now. He screamed, and apparently he shot another man, a policeman. And we have a report, we don't know that it's absolutely true, that a Secret Service man was also shot. Now, do we have anything to trace this man from the scene of the assassination to where he was arrested? Or is this simply a police guess, or do we just not getting enough information on the point? It's too quick or something. Can you tell us?
Morgan, we do have information that a Secret Service man was shot along with a policeman. However, in the confusion, it's hard to confirm exactly what has happened here. The man that was arrested in connection with the shooting of the president and the shooting of a policeman fatally also in Dallas is undergoing interrogation. He was located at an area near the end of the motorcade and would not have been far from Oak Cliff, the area where he was arrested at a theater, Morgan. That's the story.
Oh, in other words, what we can assume without knowing up to this point is that the man who did the shooting got out of that building some way and got to this theater where he was arrested, if he should happen to be the man.
Right.
I see. In other words, he got clean away from that area. He'd probably planned it well in advance. Now, Tom, if you'll stay on a moment, maybe you'll have more news for us.
Right.
We have another report on the arrival of the body of the president. He's expected to arrive at Andrews Air Force Base at 6:05 p.m. That would put the president's body on a different plane than that carrying President Johnson, who has taken the oath of office, and Mrs. Johnson and Mrs. Jacqueline Kennedy. The three of them are in the forward compartment of the plane Air Force One, as we understand. So apparently 2 planes are being used, and the President Johnson and Mrs. Johnson and Mrs. Kennedy will arrive in Washington ahead of the president's body. And as we have been told, the Pentagon, the military officials of the United States, have taken charge of funeral plans and mourning period for the president in the District of Columbia, and it has already been determined that the body will lie in state in the rotunda of the Capitol, where so many prominent Americans have laid in the past. Americans generally might be interested to know that the Voice of America, that's the government's official voice that does not broadcast in the United States but broadcasts around the world, the Voice of America has interrupted all of its programs on news of the president's death. The announcers of the Voice made impromptu commentaries in 36 languages to reassure listeners of the continuity of the government of the United States, despite Mr. Kennedy's death. Our government will continue to explain to people overseas just what mechanism is set in motion when a president is dead. In many nations, there is not a continuity of government, but in the United States, there is a continuity of government, and it might be interesting for some Americans who may not know to realize that this is the oldest nation in the world that has established a continuity of government. Of course, the British government is much older, but they do not have the means of continuity that we have. We have automatic continuity, and what happens is this. Under the law of succession to the presidency, incidentally, that law was recently amended. The vice president automatically assumes the nation's top office, as did Mr. Johnson in Dallas, and he serves out the remainder of the president's term. When he takes the oath is not a matter of importance at the moment. He automatically becomes president on the death of a president. In the event the vice president should leave office, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, at this time, Mr. McCormick of Massachusetts, takes over and also serves out the rest of the term. If there's no House Speaker, or if he fails to qualify for the presidency, you have to be a natural-born American to be president of this country. The President pro tem of the Senate assumes the office of president. Then, in the line of succession, Secretary of State, Treasury, Defense, the Attorney General, Postmaster General, Secretary of Interior, Secretary of Agriculture, Secretary of Commerce, and Secretary of Labor. This all detailed merely to assure all persons everywhere inside and outside of our borders there is absolute continuity of government in the United States, regardless of what may happen to a president. Incidentally, the Voice of America is using all of its 10 million watts in 36 languages to news and reaction to the death of the President of the United States, and his playing solemn and secular music, oftentimes hymns. Tom Perriman of Dallas, are you still on?
Hammond said, my God, he's shot. And
we're still here.
There was an
Morgan, we didn't hear your question.
I just wanted to know if you were still on. Are you interviewing an eyewitness there?
We are not at this time. We have some mobile units that are in the process of doing that, we hope.
Do you have any further information on the arrest or on any other phase of the departures?
Soon after the president was assassinated in Dallas this afternoon, a white man in his mid-20s was arrested in the Riverside section of Fort Worth in the shooting of a Dallas policeman. The man, who has black curly hair and wore a red shirt, denied that he was connected with the assassination of the chief executive. But his hands were handcuffed and he was taken to the Fort Worth City Jail. As you know, one man in Dallas was arrested at a theater after allegedly shooting a policeman, and was arrested in connection with the assassination of the president. There was thought to be a connection between the shooting of the policeman and the shooting of the president.
Now,
That's the latest we have on it, Morgan. Another arrest, however, it's not known if there is a connection with the assassination.
Oh, now, this means 2 white men are in custody.
Right. This one man was arrested in Fort Worth in connection with the shooting of a Dallas policeman.
I just wanted to make it clear to the listeners, we have reported the arrest in Fort Worth previously, but we have not indicated clearly that Oswald, the man arrested in the theater, and the man arrested in Fort Worth are 2 separate men, and there is a possibility then that both of them have been arrested in connection with the assassination.
That's right.
Now, since the police found signs of fried chicken and 3 empty shells on that 5th floor, and they found a foreign-made rifle, a Mauser 7.65, and they have noted indications that the man on the 5th floor had been in that building. It was empty except for workmen, as I understand it. Then we have here the developing situation that there must have been a long-planned operation here that was intended to strike the president at exactly this point. In other words, this was no sudden, shall we say, assassination without premeditation.
That's right, Morgan. What it appears here, the motorcade, which had just passed through the downtown crowd, standing 10 and 12 feet deep along each curb, broke apart in pandemonium as Secret Service agents rushed Kennedy and Connally to the hospital where he was shot. Now, Kennedy was shot at a spot where there were very few spectators, after driving almost within handshaking distance of many thousands of people. This area, ironically, there were very few people, but evidently a good eye shot from a building where the sniper was.
All right, Tom, then, is there any more information about Governor Connally? The last we heard, of course, is that he's still in serious condition. They are operating on him. He's shot between the shoulder blades or just under the shoulder blades in the back, apparently a danger there from blood internally. And also, there's indications that he might have been shot in another place, but not so seriously. Do you have any more information on his condition?
Right. We're being told right now they opened up his ribs. Roger Reddy is standing by and has just learned of the condition of the governor, so we'll turn it over to Roger Reddy. Roger?
The governor's condition, Tom, is reported serious by hospital spokesman right now. They opened up his chest and discovered 4 broken ribs and a bruised lung. The lung had collapsed, but they reinflated it. Governor Connally received transfusions. His condition is reported, as we said, serious. However, the spokesman at the hospital said that his situation is not completely out of the woods, but that he has an excellent chance because of the fact that his pulse is good, his heartbeat is strong. There was no damage to any of the major arteries of the heart area. He was shot by a bullet that entered in his back and came out through his right chest.
Well, may I ask, I'm sorry I'm not immediately aware of this. I believe he's a rather strong man, virile and young. What, do you, either one of you know his age, Governor Connally?
Yes, his condition, general condition of health was reported good. He was strong. His age is in his favor, and his condition of health was in his favor at the time of the shooting. And the fact that he was not hit directly in the heart is going to help his chances to survive.
Oh, we're glad to know that.
At our hands his age, but probably was around 45, 46, somewhere around there.
That was our impression, that he was about the age of the president, which was 46. And now, gentlemen, we have an emergency report coming in from Europe. Come in, will you please? Welshengen in Bonn, Germany.
How are you, Morgan?
Yes, Bonn.
The reaction here is, of course, as stunned as anywhere else. There's also something more. The West Germans have just ordered all their armed forces on what they call alert condition number 1. That is the highest alert short of all-out war. The reason is that they fear an aggressive Russian move in the wake of the president's assassination.
Well, certainly they are closer to the danger of war in Europe than any other nation, and always have been. And this is an understandable alert, but they do not expect any sudden decision on the part of the Russians, do they?
Well, they seem to be very fearful, Morgan. There has been no unusual activity on the border or on the Berlin Wall since the news of the president's death came in, but the West Germans are in a very awkward position. Their defense minister is now on the high seas en route to the United States, where he was due to call on the president and other American officials. And the new chancellor, Ludwig Erhard, is, as you know, on his way back from Paris. He's due just about this time at the Bonn railway station after a 2-day visit with General de Gaulle in Paris. And, of course, the West Germans are very nervous with all their leadership out of town, out of the country, and so they have ordered this alert, even though, as you say, there's no immediate cause, the sense of intelligence information to justify it.
Yes, but as we have noted before, the Russians themselves have shown a great deal of ignorance of the continuity of government of the United States, despite the fact that they know the physical aspects of it. Therefore, it is not an unwise thing to stress and emphasize that the free world and its allies are not in any way discommoded, even though we are in the midst of personal and national tragedy. Anything further to report, Wells?
Well, the former Chancellor, Konrad Adenauer, who was, also retired only last month from his office and who has had certain differences with Mr. Kennedy, came up with a very warm tribute tonight. He said that the president's work will live in history. He said Mr. Kennedy has given his life for freedom and peace. The socialist leader, the SPD, Socialist Party leader here in Bonn, has said that the event is one of the most shocking in the last decade. He is Herbert Wehner, a former communist, but now bitterly anti-communist. He leads the opposition here in Bonn. Generally, the feeling here is, I think, perhaps stronger than anywhere else in Europe because, of course, the president's visit in June made a tremendous impact in Germany, especially in Berlin, where he made his famous I Am a Berliner speech in front of the West Berlin City Hall. The people were weeping openly tonight in West Berlin and also here in West Germany. Defense Ministry employees, by the way, have been summoned from their homes, and they are now filing into the Defense Ministry, which has been an old Nazi Wehrmacht barracks on the edge of Bonn, to take up night-long vigils as part of the alert condition or mobilization condition number 1 that has been ordered by the West German government.
Anything further, or are you through for the moment?
That's about it right now. The German television has canceled all its programs. They're playing simply solemn music. And in the meantime, the 400,000-man German army, which, by the way, is the largest in Europe except for our own, is moving into mobilization positions all along the 800-mile border that separates East and West Germany. And our own troops in West Berlin and West Germany are also on an alert, although we understand it's not of the highest grade. In other words, it's not the all-out alert that has been sounded for the West German forces themselves.
Thank you, Wells Hangen, NBC News in Bonn. You may be interested to know that all radio stations throughout Western and Eastern Europe, and Eastern Europe, of course, includes the satellite powers of Russia, all radio stations of Europe broadcast only funeral music after announcing the death of President Kennedy by assassination. Television stations kept up a steady flow of bulletins and canceled regular programs. Church bells tolled in many capitals. We switch now, once again, to Dallas, Texas, to WFAA. Tom Perryman, will you come in?
Yes, we will, Morgan. Governor Connolly was shot 3 times. A bullet entered his right arm, his left leg, and the back. He is reported in very, very serious condition, but not critical condition. Also, we have 2 of our newsmen at the mic right now. Both were there when the president was shot. I would like for you to hear the comments of Mel Couch and Pierce Allman. Mal, could you tell us what you saw?
Yes, I was in the 8th car in the motorcade. There were 5 other newsmen, myself, in this car. We just rounded a corner, and the president's car was heading out of downtown proper. We were at right angles to the president's car, about approximately 50 to 75 feet away. I heard this shot, or what it sounded like at the moment, to be a motorcycle backfiring, and I heard another one, and by the 3rd shot, it sounded, by then, the men in the car realized that it was not a motorcycle, but it was someone firing. Our car rounded the corner just as the president's car sped off down underneath an underpass and out onto what is known as Stemmons Expressway. I looked to the left of me as a policeman fell, pulled his pistol. To the right of me, 2 citizens dropped to the ground, and I had a chance to take a quick shot of the window from whence the assassin fired his weapon.
That was an eyewitness report from Mal Couch, WFAA TV newsman. Pierce Ullman also was nearby when the president was shot. Can you add anything briefly, Pierce?
Not at all, Tom. I heard the 3 shots. I glanced. The president was down in the car. I thought he was ducking, which was a natural reaction. And Jackie was just beginning to clutch at him, and he and Jackie, then the car sped off, and I ran over to the Texas School Book Depository building where the shots occurred. And I didn't see anybody run out or run past. We just got back from there.
That's the story from here, Morgan.
Thank you. I would like to note at this time we have word from the White House Secret Service detail about the confusion surrounding those who died along with the president. The White House Secret Service detail denies that any Secret Service man was killed in the Dallas assassination. Now, that's the report that's been bothering us from the beginning of this report to you on the assassination of President Kennedy, because we did know and had confirmation that a Dallas policeman had been shot, and, of course, the man apparently connected with that has been arrested in a theater. At least the man by the name of Oswald, a young man, black curly hair, has said it's all over now. But anyway, the Dallas policeman has been shot. There has been no Secret Service man shot. Incidentally, the Secret Service detail in the White House announces that Speaker John McCormick of the House of Representatives has now received a Secret Service guard. He is next in line for the presidency behind Lyndon Baines Johnson, who has been sworn in as President of the United States and is now en route to Washington. The Police Department of Dallas, Texas, reports that Lee H. Oswald, who was arrested in a theater in the outskirts of that city soon after the assassination of President Kennedy, is the prime suspect in the assassination of the president. They identify Lee H. Oswald, this curly black-haired man in his 20s, as a chairman of a Fair Play for Cuba committee. Now, in that connection, it is interesting to note what the Fair Play for Cuba committee is in the United States, or the various committees that were formed in universities primarily a couple of years ago. I happen to have reported the Fair Play for Cuba committee formation. This committee was originally formed with $5,000 traced directly by the Federal Bureau of Investigation from the hands of the Foreign Minister of Cuba, Raul, to an American, and it was intended to build a backfire against the government of the United States here. Now, this does not indict all Fair Play for Cuba committees, but the fact is that Fidel Castro was the father of the Fair Play for Cuba committee idea in the United States, and the proof is complete and absolute from beginning to end. So we repeat the bulletin just received from Dallas, Texas. Lee H. Oswald, a young man in his 20s, black curly hair, was arrested in the theater in Dallas as the prime suspect in the assassination of President Kennedy. He scuffled with the police. He wounded one of the police. And when he was finally subdued, after a pistol was taken away from him, he said, well, it's all over now. So all of the evidence points to the fact that the police of Dallas are on the track of a very tragic connection involving the death of the President of the United States. There was a slight further detail on that point. Oswald worked in the building from which the shots were fired at the president. His supervisor said he was there at noon. That was a warehouse about 8 stories high. The shot was fired from a 5th or a 6th-story window. That has not been definitely determined yet. And there were workmen in the building refurbishing it for some reason or another. There were no tenants at the time in the building. So Oswald was a worker in this building, and he had been there at noon, was seen there by his supervisor at that time. The man's name is Lee H. Oswald. He's been identified as a chairman of a Fair Play for Cuba committee, and the Fair Play for Cuba committee was formed with money, dollars, supplied directly by Fidel Castro through his foreign minister, who was then in the United Nations about 2 years ago or 3 years ago. And we now have what at least is an indirect connection with the situation. As we've reported to you, maybe we have more detail on this now. Let's take a try for it. We switch once again to Dallas, Texas, WAFAA. Tom Perriman.
A man has been arrested, Lee Oswald, a 24-year-old man who said 2 years ago he wanted Russian citizenship, is being questioned to see whether he had any connection with the assassination of President Kennedy. Under questioning now by police, reliable sources indicate he's the man, according to the questions that have been asked and the way he has answered them. The rifle that was used to kill the president has been picked up by police. Ballistics tests are being undertaken at this time. Oswald was an Oak Cliff, Dallas man, Oak Cliff, a section of Dallas, and he's undergoing questioning now, and sources that we have talked to indicate that he is the man. That's the latest story from here, Morgan.
Thank you very much, Tom. Right alert and on the job. Just as we get the official bulletin from the Police Department of Dallas, we have confirmation that this man had asked for Russian citizenship. I believe you said as recently as 2 years ago. And now we have more detail on the arrest of the prime suspect in the assassination of President John Kennedy. We return to a conversation with Tom Perriman, station WFAA in Dallas, Texas. Will you come in, Tom?
Morgan, federal officers have been going over the man very closely for a considerable period of time now. The witnesses to the president's assassination are in the next room at police headquarters, but they have not yet looked at the man. As we told you, the rifle used for the president's assassination has been recovered and is undergoing fingerprint analysis at this time. Now, the report to us is now that Oswald was picked up in New Orleans not long ago and fined $10 for distributing communist literature. That's the latest story on Oswald. He has not been charged yet, but is undergoing rigid interrogation at Dallas Police Headquarters.
Well, it is significant that the police and the federal authorities are taking their time. They are giving us identifications of this man as at least a fellow traveler, probably a communist. He is identified by the police as a chairman of a Fair Play for Cuba committee, a group formed directly by money furnished by Fidel Castro through his foreign ministry, and now we learn additional detail of a communist-type background. Let's go again to WFAA in Dallas, to Tom Perriman. Will you come in, Tom?
The report we have right now is that Governor Connolly, also shot, is reported in satisfactory condition. Dr. Robert Shaw says he'll have to stay in the hospital at least 2 weeks. Also, we have an eyewitness report to the shooting, and we'd like for you to hear that now.
I am L.J. Lewis, 500 East Jefferson Avenue in Oak Cliff. And we were sitting in the office here, and we heard the shots. And I just casually made a remark. I said, I bet they have him cornered. And so I looked up the street and saw the suspect coming down the street, and he was reloading his revolver and stuck it in his belt when he got, just across the street from us. And he turned and went up the street, and I immediately phoned the police and one of the boys here in the office, Warren Reynolds, and Pat Patterson. They followed the suspect up the street before he turned behind the service station and to the alley. I immediately phoned the police, and Warren and Pat Patterson, followed the suspect on up the street. And after that, it's just a matter of time, till all the police and everything were around here.
We have now a rare opportunity that comes in history for an eyewitness of this caliber, Senator Ralph Yarborough, a man competent, highly able to observe thoroughly, an opportunity to hear him say exactly what happened from his point of view, because he was in the motorcade directly behind the president. We take you now to Nancy Dickerson, NBC News, Washington.
Yarborough, you've just returned on the presidential jet, come back from Texas, Dallas this morning. Could you describe the situation to us in the cavalcade when you were there and what happened after the shots were fired?
Well, they were booming shots. You could tell they were not firecrackers or pistols. They were either rifle shots or small bombs. But the Secret Service men were between the car that I was in with Vice President Johnson and Mrs. Johnson. We couldn't tell immediately what was going on, but after the first two shots, the Secret Service man in the front seat whirled us and told us to get down. And you could tell that something very terrible was happening.
And then what happened? Did you all go to the hospital?
The cavalcade immediately speeded up at a very high speed and raced. It was some miles to the hospital. They raced past the place where the noon meeting was to be held, past the mark where thousands of people were gathered inside, and went directly to the hospital at a terrible rate of speed. This was a deed without a name. This was one of the most horrible crimes in American history, and it takes away the most brilliant leader I've ever known at a crucial time in the history of the world. This is an unspeakable tragedy to the family and to the nation.
Senator Yarborough, were you with President Kennedy talking with him this morning before this occurred?
Oh, before the cavalcade. Oh, yes, I've talked with him. He was optimistic and enthusiastic about things in Texas. The crowds were so great. The people had turned out with such great greetings. There were so many more than were there when he came in 1960, and so much more enthusiastic. It was, someone said that, well, Mrs. Kennedy was enjoying it too. The people wanted to see her so, and the crowds were so vast and so cheerful and so glad to see her, to see him.
Did you see her, Mrs. Kennedy, afterwards at the hospital?
Yes, I saw Mrs. Kennedy after that. I think the whole nation, the whole world sorrows with her at the loss of her husband, the father of our children, and this great leader of this nation and the free world. This is the saddest day I've known in American history, my lifetime.
Thank you very much, Senator Yarborough. This is Nancy Dickerson of NBC News at Andrews Air Force Base.
It is very important that so many people disagree. It happens in automobile accidents. Why shouldn't it happen in other events that are not exactly accidents? It is important that so many disagree as to how many shots were fired. We now are advised officially from the hospital, and no doubt the autopsy on the president's body tonight in Bethesda Naval Hospital near Washington will bear this out, that the president was shot twice. Now, it has been reported before that Governor John Connally, with him in the car, was shot twice, and yet witnesses heard only 3 shots. We do know for sure that the president has been shot twice. It is possible that one of the shots of the 3 also struck the governor, or maybe 2. But in any event, he has been shot twice. And, by the way, they have operated on Governor John Connally. A lung has been reinflated that had collapsed as a result of the wounds. He had been shot in the back, one of the major shots. But it is still the report in Parkland Hospital in Dallas, Texas, that Governor John Connally is, while he's in serious condition, is not in critical condition, and that he continues to show improvement at this time. Incidentally, the president's body was brought to Washington in a bronze casket. It was placed in a military ambulance to be taken to the Naval Hospital at Bethesda. It will remain there during the night for the autopsy, which, as we reported to you before, is routine in such official deaths as the President of the United States in circumstances that are beyond the natural. And full and complete report will be in the history books of the nation concerning the manner of the death and the cause of the death, the accurate details of the President of the United States. That's why the body was taken to Bethesda Naval Hospital near Washington. It will go to the White House tomorrow morning, where it will lie in repose for the private mourning of the family and for those who were close to the Kennedy family, either in the official family of the cabinet and others, or in the Congress. But this is a private act. The body in repose at the White House. Later it will be taken to the Capitol, where it will lie in the rotunda for the public, lying in state for the tribute of the nation at large.
Now to get more of the story from Washington, to Edwin Newman in Washington.
NBC News correspondent Nancy Dickerson is stationed in Lafayette Park across from the White House. Now to Nancy Dickerson.
It's only right that it rains in Washington today because the pall that has already settled over the city is so bad that nothing could be much worse. There are several lines of people across the street from the White House. They're holding umbrellas, and they, too, are drenched. They're not saying much. They're just holding a faithful vigil. There are really two centers of activity here as you stand and watch across the street from the White House. One is in President Johnson's office. His old office is the Vice President in the Executive Office building. Now, the other one is in the White House, centering around the Press Secretary's office. And the activity goes back and forth between these two places. For the time being, President Johnson's office is deferring to the White House operation, and all official acknowledgments are coming from there. Mr. Johnson's office is a very, very busy place. The phones are ringing constantly. Secret Service are preventing most people from trying to get up there. Interesting thing about Mr. Johnson's telephone situation is that he always believed that even the Vice President of the United States should have his private personal telephone number listed in the telephone book. He has always adhered to that until last night when you called the Johnson home. An operator came in and said all those calls are being referred to the White House. That number is National 81414. So for the first time since he's been in public office, President Johnson does not have his private phone listed in the telephone. Well, as is well known, the speech that President Kennedy was to deliver in Dallas yesterday concerned in part the TFX fighter plane. Just before Mr. Kennedy, left for Dallas, he had called Deputy Secretary of Defense Roswell Gilpatrick, who for a few days had been under fire by a somewhat hostile committee on Capitol Hill concerning the TFX fighter plane. Mr. Kennedy called to congratulate Gilpatrick and said he had done well and said, don't be concerned about the criticism. After all, said Mr. Kennedy, I've been criticized a lot, too. This is Nancy Dickerson of NBC News at Lafayette Park across the street from the White House in Washington.
And there's more word from Dallas about pro-communist Lee Harvey Oswald. He's arrogant. He's still in handcuffs. He's charged with the assassination of President Kennedy. Police said paraffin results on his hands were positive. They began questioning him again. This would indicate that he had fired a rifle. And Dallas Police Chief Jesse Curry said Oswald's mood ever since he's been held has been very arrogant. He doesn't answer questions directly. He just says, that's ridiculous and that's silly. Chief Curry disclosed that a substantial amount of communist literature had been found in Oswald's rooms. He didn't specify what the literature was. Chief Curry said there were 3 witnesses to the shooting, and police were looking for a man who was reported to have picked Oswald up after the shooting. Curry said the Dallas police had not known Oswald was in town. It's customary, Curry said, for the FBI to notify local police when someone with a subversive background arrives in the area. Curry said Oswald has no lawyer. He understands that Oswald's mother is arranging for one. He said the Civil Liberties Union called and wanted to know if Oswald had been informed of his rights. Oswald is a Marxist, a Castro sympathizer. He calmly ate a breakfast of oatmeal, apricots, bread, and coffee. Paraffin results on Oswald's face were not available, although we had the report of the paraffin tests on his hands.
We go to Tom Perryman, station WFAA in Dallas.
We have information now from the Dallas Police Headquarters. One of our men reports a taxi cab driver is now being questioned. The cab driver is alleged to have picked up Oswald, the accused slayer of President Kennedy, somewhere between the area where President Kennedy was shot and Oak Cliff, his home. The suspect, Oswald, is alleged to have taken a bus about halfway to his home in Oak Cliff, just across the river from the downtown Dallas area, where he took a cab from there to his home. He changed clothes there and went to the theater a short time later. Also from Dallas, the county judge, Lou Sterrett, is going to meet with the mayor, Earl Cavill, as soon as he can, possibly today or tomorrow. He is proposing the erection of a monument at the spot or near the spot where John Fitzgerald Kennedy was assassinated in downtown Dallas. This is Tom Perryman of WFAA reporting for NBC News.
We also repeat a story received from the Defense Department earlier that Oswald, Lee Harvey Oswald, the man being held, once wrote to Texas Governor John Connally from Russia, pleading that his undesirable discharge be reversed. The exact date of that letter not known, but presumably it was while Connally was serving as President Kennedy's first Secretary of the Navy. All of which raises a new question whether the real target of the assault was Mr. Kennedy or Governor Connally. The two were riding with their wives in the presidential car when 3 shots rang out from that high-powered rifle from a high-level window overlooking the parade route. Mr. Connally was seriously injured, but is in satisfactory condition now. The president, of course, killed in that assault. And this just in from Dallas, Homicide Chief Captain Will Fritz said today, the assassination case against Lee Harvey Oswald is cinched. He said flatly, this is the man that killed President Kennedy. 24-year-old Lee Harvey Oswald being held in Dallas, Texas, for the assassination of the president. Now we try again for NBC's Robert McCormick in Washington.
Robert McCormick is taking a brief time off. This is Edwin Newman. What were you hoping to hear from us? Reaction perhaps to the news that the police officer in Dallas has said that the case against Oswald is cinched. That is a rather extraordinary thing to say at a time like this, and they must have certainly what evidence they consider conclusive against Oswald. I wonder what they have learned that they did not tell us about earlier. Have you heard anything on that?
Edwin, we're waiting for a pickup now from Dallas on this later development. It does seem a little odd that the case is cinched this early.
They have perhaps made other tests. They had given us earlier, you remember, the results of the paraffin tests on the hands. They had not given us the result of the paraffin tests on the face. The tests on the hands had shown, they said, that Oswald had fired a rifle. The tests on the face presumably would have shown something more. I just want to say that we've had a further statement from the homicide chief in Dallas, Captain Will Fritz, the man who said the assassination case against Oswald was cinched, and who said this man killed President Kennedy. He also said, without going into the evidence, I can tell you this case is cinched. This man killed President Kennedy. We are convinced without any doubt he did the killing. There were no accomplices. So the homicide chief of the Dallas police has said that he is convinced that Lee Harvey Oswald killed President Kennedy and that he did it without help from anyone else. Now, Russ, earlier today they had revealed that they had arrested a second man and were questioning him. Do you judge from this, then, that they have deduced that the second man was not connected with the crime?
Ed, allow me to interrupt you. We go right now to Tom Pettit with later developments on this story. Tom Pettit in Dallas.
Here's an example of the detail work going on. Captain Will Fritz of Homicide, who's heading the investigation, said they now have found out that Oswald left the book depository store from which the fatal bullets were fired at President Kennedy, that he's headed toward home, that he first took a bus, finding it too slow, switched to a cab. Then he went to his apartment, changed clothes, and went to the movie theater, where he later was apprehended after allegedly killing a Dallas police officer. They have located the cab driver. They have located the bus driver. These are two of the many witnesses who are being interrogated in building the case. Fritz, in his first appearance a few moments ago before newsmen, said it is a cinch case. This is Captain Fritz, head of the homicide squad, who's been conducting the investigation and interrogation. Captain, can you give us a resume of what you now know concerning the assassination of the president and Mr. Oswald's role in it?
There's only one thing that I can tell you, without going into the evidence. Before first talking to the district attorney, I can tell you that this case is cinched.
that this man killed the president?
Captain Fritz says it is a cinch case. District Attorney Wade was asked if he thinks it is a cinch case. He said that there is no such thing when there are 12 jurors involved, but it is, he says, a very good case against Lee Oswald. This is Tom Pettit, NBC News, reporting from Dallas Police Headquarters.
So you have just heard a pickup from Dallas with NBC's Tom Pettit, in which Homicide Chief Captain Will Fritz said today the assassination case against the president is cinched, that Lee Harvey Oswald is the man who killed the president. Again, we are quoting Homicide Chief Captain Will Fritz. Further developments from Washington now as we go back to Edwin Newman.
Russ, I wanted to put a question to you that I hoped you might be able to put to Tom Pettit. We have had the statement of the homicide chief in Dallas, Captain Fritz, that the case is a cinch. It has been cinched, and that Oswald is the man who killed President Kennedy, and that he did it alone. There were no accomplices. Has Tom Pettit, and I know what difficulties he's laboring under, been able to get any kind of indication from the people in charge of the case as to what the motivation of Oswald was? You suggested earlier this afternoon that it was at least conceivable that it was Governor Connolly of Texas against whom Oswald was acting, if indeed he did act. Have you heard anything more about that?
We have not, Edwin. The basis for that speculation comes from Dallas, and it is based on the fact that Oswald had written a letter to Connolly at an unspecified time, possibly while Connolly was serving as President Kennedy's Secretary of the Navy, in which Oswald is said to have objected strenuously to some ill deed he felt was done to him while he was in uniform. Apparently, he held the governor of Texas responsible for this, and there has been the suggestion that perhaps Connolly was the target for the assassination bullet. Again, we must repeat that Oswald declares his innocence. He has not confessed to anything. He has declined to take a lie detector test. And while Homicide Chief Fritz has said the case is cinched, Oswald himself says he is innocent, and the man has not yet gone to trial. So we simply pass along the latest development we get from Dallas. On the question of evidence, we have, I expect to hear from Pettit again momentarily, in which perhaps we can get further elaboration on that. I would assume, Edwin, that any additional evidence that may be held against Oswald will be held until the case comes to trial, that they certainly would not want to try the case on radio or television.
No, quite. They must hold the evidence, and I suppose there would be people in other countries whose judicial and legal systems are different from ours who would be shocked that even this statement has been made, that the police officer in charge of the case says, in effect, that Oswald is guilty. There are other countries that would not permit that to be said, would not permit us to say it on radio or television or in the newspapers.
It does seem unusual in that but there is a possibility of a mistrial when such statements are made before the man goes before a jury.
I suppose we're getting perhaps too far ahead of the story, but I suppose Oswald's lawyer would almost automatically say it would be difficult, if not impossible, for him to get a fair trial in view of everything that has been said. Still, it is part of our legal system to see to it that he does get a fair trial, and as you have emphasized, and rightly, he is innocent until proved guilty.
We might mention in this connection, Edwin, allow me to interrupt, that with the nationwide publicity that has been given Oswald's arrest, a change of venue would seem to me, and I speak strictly from the viewpoint of a layman, a change of venue would be impossible. That the name Lee Harvey Oswald is known now from coast to coast. Is there such a thing as granting a impartial jury to this man anywhere in the country?
Well, I think we may say this, that in a case of the surpassing importance and somberness that this one will have, whoever might be tried in connection with such a crime, any jury would surely want to give the most sober sort of attention to the case before it. I think any jury would go into such a case with the most serious intentions and with the deepest responsibilities, and we should be able to count on that.
Edwin, allow me to interrupt this just a moment now. As we get further developments from abroad, we go to John Chancellor, NBC News, Berlin.
From our vantage point here in West Berlin, several important themes of communist reaction emerged today in connection with the death of the president. The point of most immediate importance to the people of the United States is that the Cold War apparently is not going to turn hot overnight because John F. Kennedy is gone and Lyndon Johnson has taken his place. There are several reasons for this. One is the great length to which Premier Khrushchev of the Soviet Union has gone to demonstrate publicly sorrow and shock over the death of the president. He was echoed in these demonstrations by the highest range of Soviet officials, including an influential and unofficial personality, Mrs. Khrushchev. Premier Khrushchev went beyond telegraphing his condolences today. Moscow let it be known that he returned to Moscow especially from an out-of-town trip so that he could call on the American ambassador for a personal demonstration of his feelings. On top of that, the Soviets are sending First Deputy Premier Anastas Mikoyan to President Kennedy's funeral. Mikoyan serves a double purpose. He is an old and canny Armenian negotiator who has always got along very well with Americans, and he is a man of exalted rank in the Soviet hierarchy. Moreover, the governmental leaders of the East Bloc satellites and their propaganda organizations have been relatively profuse in their messages of condolence and their reporting of the president's death. This applies to some very tough characters in the communist world, including Antonin Novotny of Czechoslovakia and Walter Ulrich of East Germany. Both have sent messages to Washington, and the leading newspaper in East Germany, Neues Deutschland, turned over a remarkably large portion of its front page today to the Kennedy story. In Moscow, the Russians have borrowed film of Mr. Kennedy from the American embassy vaults, and a special obituary program on the late president is now being prepared for Moscow television. President Johnson is described in Moscow tonight as more conservative than Mr. Kennedy, but Moscow says that the policies of the Kennedy administration will be continued. Among other important things to recall, however, about the communist position is the fact, which must be exceedingly uncomfortable to communist propagandists, the fact that the man accused of murdering Mr. Kennedy has described himself as a Marxist and, according to one report, as a communist. Furthermore, the man has lived in the Soviet Union, reportedly sought Soviet citizenship, and married a Russian girl. Now, this poses a propaganda hurdle of gigantic magnitude for the communists, who were very quick off the mark to charge that the president had been killed by a right-wing American racist. So far, the communists have not tried to get over the hurdle, and no one in the Soviet Union, for example, has been told in any specific way of these details about Lee Harvey Oswald. But the voice of America is no longer jammed in Russia, and the people of that country are bound to get the word one way or another. So the Russians have a bad problem. They are beginning to work at a solution. Both the Soviet news agency TASS and Moscow Radio Home Service have called the case against Oswald a suspicious one, and they are jibing about the so-called police story of left-wing elements being involved, end quote. Finally, in their eulogies to the president, the universal communist line is that the world has lost a man who was working toward a relaxation of international tension. And, of course, so he was. But by this tactic, the communists are making it possible to say, look, we got along with President Kennedy, and we said so when he died, but we can't get along with President Johnson. The Russians can say that if they want to. We don't know if they will or not. All we can say now is that on the basis of the evidence here tonight, the Cold War will not get a lot hotter tomorrow. John Chancellor, NBC News, Berlin.
This is Edwin Newman in the NBC Newsroom in New York. Ellie Abel is here with a late report about the funeral plans, the burial plans for President Kennedy.
Up to now, there has been no decision announced on where the president is to be buried. It had been assumed he would be buried in the family plot at Brookline, Massachusetts, where he was born. However, we've just had a report that the Attorney General, Robert Kennedy, his brother, was at Arlington National Cemetery this morning, escorted by Defense Secretary McNamara, looking at potential grave sites. So there is this possibility, still unconfirmed, that the president will be buried in the National Cemetery. He is, of course, an accredited and decorated hero from his service in the Navy during the war, and if buried there, would lie alongside so many of his comrades in arms of World War II.
If the president were buried in Arlington, Elliot would emphasize what so many people have said, that he did die on duty and in the course of duty.
It would indeed, and would remove the whole business from the private family context and put him in a national shrine.
I think nobody obviously would object to there being a private family service and burial, and if the president were buried in a family plot, nobody would object. But I think there is there not, a great feeling that the president belongs to the nation.
I'm sure of that, and I'm sure also the decision will be made primarily by Mrs. Kennedy and his brothers.
If he were buried in Arlington, is there now a suitable plot that exists? Would something special have to be set up?
Well, there are plots available for war veterans, and he, of course, qualified. As I said earlier, all we know for certain is that the Attorney General and the Secretary of Defense were at Arlington today and looked at a number of sites, presumably some of the choicer ones.
Ellie, I wish you would join in. I think John Chancellor is on the circuit in Berlin and has had some very interesting things to say about the way in which the communists are reacting, and particularly the Russians are reacting to the death of President Kennedy. John, you said the Soviet government was sending Anastas Mikoyan to represent it at the funeral of President Kennedy. The last time Mikoyan was here was over the Cuba affair. He had to pick up the pieces for Khrushchev after that one.
And was sent to Cuba, by the way, to try to persuade Castro.
Also went to Cuba to pick up the pieces with Castro.
Well, Edwin, I would, if you'll allow me, submit the idea that Anastas Mikoyan, although he may have come here on a difficult errand in connection with the Cuban crisis, has always got along reasonably well with Americans. I think that...
Oh, yes, I think he was sent here at the time of the Cuban crisis because he got along well with Americans. I was only remarking that, he obviously has such a record and such a reputation.
And also, he's a man of considerable rank in the Soviet Union.
I was struck by something you were saying before, John. We on this side, many people on this side, have been worried about the possibility that the Cold War would get hot because of what had happened, and your view and the view of most people is that that is unlikely. It will not get appreciably hotter. But from what you said, I have the impression that the Russians are somewhat worried also, and possibly more worried than we are. Is that a fair statement?
Worried about the effects of the change in administration?
Yes, because the unknown, after all, is on this side, if it is unknown, rather than on their side.
Well, I have no way of knowing what is in Mr. Khrushchev's mind, but it seems to me that they had been able to work out some reasonable agreements with him. They were small, but they were leading in a particular direction. And now, of course, they have quite another quantity to deal with, another human being with a different political chemistry. And I think, however, the general view here, Edwin, is that the technicians and some of the not absolutely top-level policymakers will now take over for a while. This would indeed have happened in the Soviet Union had Khrushchev died suddenly, that the apparatus or establishment takes over for a while because it's very technical and complicated to be a single leader, as Kennedy was, in a sense, and as Khrushchev. And I think Ellie would agree that the role of Dean Rusk in the course of American policy and foreign affairs has been amplified and magnified by this.
Would you agree, Ellie, that Secretary of State Rusk's role is much larger now, especially early in the Johnson administration?
Yes, I would have to agree. President Johnson has sat in over the past 3 years on a great many important policy discussions, but he has not made the kinds of decisions that a president does make. There's no way of training for that kind of job in advance. My guess is that he will lean rather heavily on Secretary of State Rusk and Defense Secretary McNamara and others who over the past 3 years have shared President Kennedy's burden in making these decisions.
And, Edwin, if I can come in on what Ellie said, for the reason that the known quantities of McNamara and Rusk and a number of other people, that if they have a heavier role in this, they are rather well known and are not likely to go off in a dangerous course from a Soviet or a communist point of view, and therefore I don't think there is any high-level apprehension in Moscow tonight.
John Chancellor, allow me to interrupt just a moment here. This is Russ Ward in New York. I was intrigued by your statement of a moment ago that the communist bloc nations now are allowing VOA broadcasts to get in unjammed. What significance do you attribute to that?
Well, it's part of the general easing of tensions in teeny-weeny little steps, if you want to use an untechnical phrase, that we have achieved over the past year or so with the Soviet Union. And the foreign broadcasts, I believe the Russian language broadcasts are no longer jammed in the Soviet Union. And when the Voice of America broadcasts the details on the man who is accused of murdering the president, they do so much as we do in the United States. We say what we know about him, and therefore I believe that's getting through. This, of course, means that the Russians no longer live in a hermetically sealed society, that they can get these programs if they want to go to a little trouble to get them, and it means that the Russians are going to have to work out a rationale. They came out very quickly. The minute they learned the pigmentation of that killer in Dallas, Moscow began talking about right-wing elements. And so I might point out that a lot of people in Britain and Germany and France and everywhere else, and editorial writers in newspapers, communist and non-communist, began digging out the files on what they'd done to Adlai Stevenson in Dallas, and this about Dallas and the rest about Dallas. The Soviet propaganda apparatus, working with these materials, very early on in the game, implied fully in their statements and coverage of this that the deed had been done by somebody of the extreme right who was angry with Kennedy for his position on the color problem in the United States. Now, they've got to find a way of taking that back and acknowledging somehow to their own people the fact that this man once lived in the Soviet Union, requested Soviet citizenship, married a Russian girl.
John, State Department authorities said earlier today, and perhaps Ellie Abel will have more on this, said they have no evidence indicating the involvement of the Soviet Union or any other foreign power in the assassination of the president. I wonder if this news has been consumed by the Russian people. Has this been made available in the Russian broadcasts?
I don't know. I would venture to say not in the order of these things. That might be used later by Moscow radio or home service Russian radio, but at this point I don't believe, although I don't have the transcript of their broadcast, that it so far has been used.
Edwin Newman, do you have anything further now from Washington?
I have a question for John. I hope he's still there. John, have you heard anything about communist Chinese reaction to this?
Yes, and I'm trying to think, Ed. The Chinese...
They have been quite restrained, I believe.
They have been extremely restrained, and they are not dealing with the Kennedy story. They are dealing with the Kennedy story, but they are playing it far down in their newscasts, I believe, and are giving it an unimportant position in their newspapers. The importance of that, it seems to me, is the fact that the entire tier of communist states and the Soviet Union itself, which we observed from Berlin, have given a very prominent display to the Kennedy story, and the Chinese are just not doing so.
The view of the Chinese, then, one might judge, is that this really doesn't matter to them. it's not going to make any significant difference to them, and I suppose they would extend from that it should not make any significant difference to any other communist countries, Russia included.
Well, I think from a dogmatic point of view, that's absolutely true. That the Americans are depicted as the international gendarmes, no matter who happens to be at the head of the nation, and that capitalism is a particular kind of evil, no matter how it is clothed or who heads it. So I would say in that sense, yes. I wonder if I might put in a question here to you or to Ellie or to Russ, if it isn't a little bit of showing off in a way of taking a story about the death of an American president, which is something that's pretty important to an awful lot of people, including an awful lot of Chinese, and being deliberately insulting about it in a particular way by playing such an important story in such a small way. Are there any thoughts on that?
Well, my first thought on it would be what I have already said, which is that it would be part of the Chinese ideological argument that, in fact, the identity of the President of the United States doesn't really matter to them, that there are, in the first place, larger forces at work, and in the second place, that no possible change that could come about in the United States in personalities would make that, would have that great an effect on policy. I don't think that the Chinese can comfortably argue that a mere change in personality can eliminate what they would have to say are fundamental differences between them and us. And I think they would be obliged to say that the United States is trying to destroy China. That is what they do say. I think, therefore, it is ideologically, communistically, Marxist, Leninistically impossible for them to concede that it makes any difference. That is an awful thing to say, but I think it's true. Ellie, you want to say something?
Well, I think the Chinese, as at present the orthodox party in the communist dispute, have to take the position that the United States is an imperialist power whose policies are determined by monopoly capitalists, as they call them in this country, and they have argued for a very long time that the personality and leanings of the president are quite irrelevant, that imperialists behave like imperialists, no matter who happens to be sitting in the White House. The interesting thing is that the Russians, on the other hand, have been playing this rather differently. Mr. Khrushchev, who'd been missing for several days, and unreported at least, appeared this morning at Spaso House wearing a black suit, signed the book of condolences that Ambassador Kohler had set up at the door, talked privately with Kohler, sent messages to the new president and to the widow Kennedy, expressing his sorrow and that of the peoples of the Soviet Union over the death of a man whom he described as having worked so hard for peace. I think this is an indication in a rather human vein at the moment, because of the tragedy of the president's death, of the rather different way these are able to behave.
And it is, in a way, I suppose, another bone of contention between them, that the Chinese might well feel that the way in which the Russians are conducting themselves is not a way for a communist power to conduct itself.
Are we holding a lot of people up, or could I ask a question?
Russ Ward, I think you're in command. Are we holding other people up?
We're holding no one up, and the microphone is yours, John.
Well, I'd like to ask all of you what reaction you had, and I haven't been able to hear the coverage, so perhaps you've gone through this, but the original reaction you had when you learned of the president's death, did you feel that suddenly that the Russians might do something, that the Russians might take advantage of the fact that he'd just been killed to do some awful and not really well-defined thing to us? Was there any feeling like that in the United States?
Russ, why don't you answer that?
I don't think so, John. I think this country has a history of bipartisan support in most foreign policy, certainly in our dealings with the Soviet Union. I think the death of the president was more a personal thing, not one that could be translated in terms of what do we do now in Berlin, or what do we do now about Formosa, or what do we do about the Soviet Union or Cuba. I think that by and large, everyone in official Washington and everyone else is dedicated to the freedom of Berlin, is dedicated to the freedom of this country in its fight against international communism, I don't think for a minute that there were thoughts of sudden collapse of our foreign policy. Ellie, you probably have more to say on that than any of us.
Russ Ellie's had to go, has had to answer a call. He has a number of people on the line from whom he's getting information. I think the answer to my answer to John's question would be that at the time President Kennedy was killed, I do not believe that anybody thought that any foreign power had anything to do with it. At least I don't know of anybody who thought that. I didn't hear it suggested. I think a great many people had the same reaction, that the same feeling that the Russians so apparently unwisely did, that it was something that came from perhaps the extreme right, somebody crazed but on the extreme right. That was a reading that, so far at least, appears to have been false. But I think since everybody was stunned and astonished and at first unbelieving, that it didn't occur to anyone that this might be any sort of international plot, or that the Russians would try to take advantage of it, because that would be too transparent a thing and too dangerous a thing to do. Anybody who tried to take advantage of it might well be associated in the public mind with the idea that they were responsible for it.
Edwin and John, too, the immediate reaction that I heard in Washington was one that possibly it was a person who was irate over President Kennedy's civil rights program. As it turns out, if what we hear from Dallas is true, this seemed to have a negligible role in what took place, if any role at all.
I'd like to rephrase my question, if I may. I didn't mean to imply when I said it, prompting these interesting and significant answers of yours, that I had believed that the Soviet Union had any, causal relationship with the shooting, but I was interested in the attitude of the American people. We tend, under our system, more and more nuclear weapons make us do this, I believe, to think of the president as a man who has a button, and if he presses that button, all kinds of things go off, and we're in a war, and that Khrushchev has a button. And when one of the two men in the world who control these enormous arsenals of nuclear weapons dies, and there is this moment of uncertainty that follows his death about, excuse me for phrasing it this way, but who's got the button? Did any of these thoughts go through the minds of people you knew or your own minds? And I'm not talking now vis-a-vis the Russians or any plot or any foreign policy thing. You see what I'm getting at, Edwin?
I see what you're getting at, John, and I do not know of anybody to whom that idea occurred, with the exception of the Germans, apparently, who took certain precautionary measures and put their armed forces, so we understand from Wells, hanging on a very high alert called Alert 1. That is, I suppose, a reasonable enough precaution to take when you are that close and when you don't know what is happening. But I am not aware of anybody who thought that the Russians would try to exploit this. What I was trying to say before was that I think the danger of trying to exploit it would have been overwhelming. I think anybody who tried to exploit it might have been accused of being responsible for it. In any case, I don't think anybody could try to exploit it without running the gravest sort of risks. Of course, we did have Pearl Harbor. People don't always stop to tell you what they intend to do to you. But the danger of the scope of the size of the reaction now is so much greater and so much more lethal that it is hard to see anybody doing anything of a risky nature.
Well, then what we're really saying, I think, is that the securities and the dangers of the world situation are really so gigantic now that the death of one man, no matter how much we may miss him, are not really going to change that balance.
They may not change it immediately, John. It is possible that they will change it in a variety of subtle ways later on because of shifting weights, shifting authorities within the, within the Western Alliance. That if, for example, President Johnson should be a less effective leader than President Kennedy has been, if American influence in the alliance should wane, if issues should arise between our allies and ourselves that cannot be resolved and that make tempers shorter on both sides, all of those things could certainly affect the future, and so the passing of President Kennedy could certainly affect the future. I think there was also something you mentioned before, that now the personal chemistry between Mr. Johnson and Khrushchev comes into the picture.
Well,
correct?
yes,
ahead,
I think
what I was going to say was that President Kennedy and Mr. Khrushchev knew each other quite well and apparently understood each other reasonably well. At least they have for the last year.
Well, they were in, to use again a non-technical term, they were pen pals. They had met, as I recall, only once at Vienna. Isn't that right?
Yes, at Vienna.
And in a very strained meeting, which I remember being there, and how we all recall how shocked and how sober the president was when he came away from that meeting. And actually, I think you're quite right in what you say, however, is that they had learned one another in a very interesting and in a kind of an intimate way. And the chemistry is going to have to be reworked again. Isn't that what you mean?
Yes, and we don't know what will come out of that. You were at Vienna, so was I, and as you say, the president was shaken and shocked, and must have been greatly saddened, but also made quite determined by what he learned there. But I think if we look back on that, we will believe that that was Khrushchev trying to take Mr. Kennedy's measure. We may now have to wait, if Khrushchev is so inclined, for him to take Mr. Johnson's measure. And until he does, we may not be able to know how well they're going to get along. And how well they get along will have a great deal to do with the future of all of us.
I agree absolutely, and would only add to that when I was talking about the death of one man not changing the balances of the world, I meant that, of course, quite in the present.
Yes.
John, before we lose you here, speaking of this personal chemistry that you and Edwin were talking about a minute ago, how would you define the chemistry between Lyndon Johnson and the people of West Berlin? Do they feel they have as strong a friend in Lyndon Johnson as they had in John F. Kennedy?
Well, the answer is, it really has to be a two-part answer. The first is no. Their manifestation of affection for Kennedy has been phenomenal. Last night at 1 a.m, we had 40,000 people in a torchlight ceremony here in front of the City Hall, and I defy you to find any city in the world last night, including Washington, D.C. or Boston, where 40,000 people gathered together in mute adoration of a man. So I think that no one could take his place in their hearts in this emotional week or weekend. Now, I remember Lyndon Johnson when he was sent here after the wall went up in Berlin, and he was here on the 19th of August, 1961, as a demonstration of American support. Then, at that point, he was, I believe, very effective with the people of West Berlin. We had been up to see the wall. The caravan turned and came back toward the center of Berlin, and Lyndon Johnson, then the vice president, was riding in a closed car. The people of Berlin, in that terribly emotional week when the wall went up, were lining the streets of Berlin, West Berlin, and he felt that, and the kind of again, if we're talking about chemistry, overcame him, and also his very natural inclination to politic wherever he is. He asked his driver to stop the car, and he got out, and of course there was a mob scene, and he walked for 3 or 4 blocks down the street, shaking hands with the people of West Berlin. I've had a number of people here in this city speak to me about that incident. They couldn't all have been there, but they saw it on television and read about it in their newspapers, and I would say that President Johnson has a reservoir of affection here in the people of Berlin that is something quite valuable for him, and it was based mainly on that one trip. Of course, he's known Willy Brandt for years, but the main thing was that one trip after the wall.
John, thank you for that appraisal. Edwin, do you have anything else to add from Washington?
Not at this moment, Russ.
We'll be coming back to both of you later in the day. I might bring you right now this New York Times report from Dallas, Texas. Lee Harvey Oswald, the alleged assassin of President Kennedy, made an informal plea today to communicate with an unidentified individual in New York City, this according to the New York Times. As he was being led handcuffed from a renewed police interrogation this morning, the 24-year-old warehouse worker paused in front of television cameras in a police department corridor and said, "I want to talk to Mr." And then there's a blank in New York City. The name he mentioned sounded something like Aft or Apt, but before he could be clarified, Oswald was pushed on by detectives.
Russ Ward.
Yes.
This is Newman in Washington. I saw that story, and the story I saw spelled the name of the lawyer, I take it was a lawyer, A-P-T. In fact, there is a well-known lawyer in New York who spells his name A-B-T, and who has been the attorney in many cases involving left-wing people. I don't want to go beyond that. My memory doesn't entirely hold up on this, but it is. I'm almost sure the man he had in mind spelled his name A-B-T, and is an extremely well-known lawyer. Has been here in Washington in a number of cases, and I think that must be the man he had in mind. I believe his first name is John.
That's very interesting. It would seem to further indicate the allegiance that Lee Harvey Oswald had with communist causes.
The following is a note for stations. For those local stations that might have some local news or public service announcements of local importance, we will provide stations with approximately 4 minutes for this purpose. It's 5 minutes before the hour and half hour. The network will, however, continue coverage during this period. The following is the cutaway cue. You're listening to NBC's continuous coverage of the events surrounding the death of the late President of the United States, John Fitzgerald Kennedy.
Bob, do I hear behind you that the President is coming?
He is just walking across, yes. We are looking out the press room window now. He is coming across West Executive Avenue from the Executive Office Building. He is entering the White House from through the west door on the street level. The fish room is prepared now. The cameras are getting set. Our microphones are in order, and we would imagine that it just will take him now a matter of a minute or even less before he comes up from West Executive Avenue, that entrance there, and then into the fish room. Hoping to see more now. He is in the White House now. Bryson Lash is standing next to me with a better view. We don't know anything more about the meeting with former President Truman as yet. We're assuming for the moment that it will be held immediately after the proclamation is read. Bryson?
I should assume so. It's impossible to identify anyone as they walk across the street. There's a great group of men coming across under umbrellas with raincoats on in this driving rain, and it's darkness settling over the city, and it's just impossible to identify anyone. Anyone could be with the President at the moment. But he's now in the White House, coming up in the elevator. He'll be in the fish room in a matter of moments.
The rain has not only made us awfully wet here, we're soaked through, but it's made identification extremely difficult, as Bryson has pointed out. At the north portico, most of the persons there have their windows rolled up. The inside is steaming. And now we're here. The President is now entering the fish room of the White House. He is walking to the battery of microphones. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
To the people of the United States, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, 35th President of the United States, has been taken from us by an act which outrages decent men everywhere. He upheld the faith of our fathers, which is freedom for all men. He broadened the frontiers of that faith, and he backed it with the energy and the courage which are the mark of the nation that he led. A man of wisdom, strength, and peace, he molded and moved the power of our nation in the service of a world of growing liberty and order. All who love freedom will mourn his death. As he did not shrink from his responsibilities, but welcomed them, so he would have us not shrink from carrying on his work beyond this hour of national tragedy. He said it himself. The energy, the faith, the devotion which we bring to this endeavor will light our country and all who serve it. And the glow from that fire can truly light the world. Now, therefore, I, Lyndon B. Johnson, President of the United States of America, do appoint Monday next, November 25, the day of the funeral service of President Kennedy, to be a national day of mourning throughout the United States. I earnestly recommend the people to assemble on that day in their respective places of divine worship, there to bow down in submission to the will of Almighty God, and to pay their homage of love and reverence to the memory of a great and good man. I invite the people of the world who share our grief to join us in this day of mourning and rededication, in witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the United States of America to be affixed. Done at the city of Washington, this the 23rd day of November, in the year of our Lord 1963, and of the independence of the United States of America, the 188th.
That was the President of the United States, Lyndon B. Johnson, reading a proclamation issued earlier this afternoon, proclaiming Monday, November 25th, as a day of mourning for President Kennedy. As President Johnson read the proclamation, when he said, "We offer reverence to the memory of a great and good man," he was filled with emotion. We thought for a moment that he might break down and cry, or in some way show his emotions and manifest themselves in a more obvious way. Tears seemed to come to his eyes at that moment when he referred to a great and good man. He paused and looked straight ahead when he said it. He referred to the President as a man of wisdom, strength, and peace. That's it from the White House, Ed Newman.
We've just heard here in the NBC newsroom in Washington that President Johnson plans to address a joint session of Congress next week. That information comes from a top leader in the administration. He said it is still not certain whether Mr. Johnson will make his first congressional appearance as president on Wednesday or Friday, but it probably will be on Wednesday. He said he did not expect it to be a program speech or a partisan speech. That is to say, it will not deal with legislative matters. He thought the president would make a plea for national unity. Now back to Jim Hurlbut in New York.
And Ed Newman will have a report from Hyannisport in just a moment.
The NBC radio network has canceled all regularly scheduled programs to bring you this continuous coverage of the events surrounding the death of the late President of the United States, John F. Kennedy. We will be on the air with this continuous coverage until 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight.
Edwin, perhaps the most shocked of anyone at the death of the President, aside from his family, that is, was the Secret Service assigned to guard him during this, what was hoped to be a joyous trip to Texas. And for more than 2 weeks before the trip, Secret Service agents had been working quietly in the city of Dallas to prevent the very thing that did happen yesterday, the assassination of the President. They had inspected the site for the President's speech. They had carefully looked over the route of his motorcade, talked to individuals whom they knew the President would come into contact with, even kept a log of all known troublemakers in the Dallas area so they could check their whereabouts and their habits. At first, the Secret Service even had vetoed the site of President Kennedy's speech, the Dallas Trade Mart, on the grounds that there were too many balconies from which a possible assassin might hide. They gave in on the site of the speech only after making sure that each one of the 14 entrances to the building would be covered, that all persons coming and going could be kept under constant surveillance. The Secret Service personnel supervised the selection of the menu that the President enjoyed while he was there. They overlooked the preparation of the food to make sure that the president received nothing different from that eaten by others. For example, there was no special steak prepared for the president on Thursday evening. It was picked from among thousands that were being prepared for dinner guests that night, picked at random. They made sure that all points along the route of the president's motorcade were carefully guarded, especially the points of underpass that the bubble-top limousine had to pass. All congested intersections and places where crowds would gather had an extra complement of police. They even enlisted 350 policemen from the Dallas force to be on hand the day of the assassination. Everything carefully covered, but of course impossible to watch each one of tens of thousands of windows which overlook the route of the motorcade, and from one of those windows, the assassin's bullet. We might read to you a letter received by Senator John Tower of Texas some months ago, written by Lee Harvey Oswald, a man being held in Dallas, charged with murder in connection with the assassination. Oswald at the time was in the Soviet Union, and he wrote to Senator Tower of Texas as follows. My name is Lee Harvey Oswald, 22, of Fort Worth, up until October of 1959, when I came to the Soviet Union for a residual document for a non-Soviet persons living for a time in the USSR. The American Embassy in Moscow is familiar with my case. Since July 20th, 1960, I have unsuccessfully applied for a Soviet exit visa to leave this country. The Soviet refuses to permit me and my Soviet wife, who applied at the U.S. Embassy in Moscow on July 8, 1960, for immigration status to the USA, to leave the Soviet Union. I am a citizen of the United States of America, and I beseech you, Senator Tower, to raise the question of holding by the Soviet Union of a citizen of the U.S. against his will and express desires. And it's signed, yours very truly, Lee H. Oswald. The 24-year-old man, at the time he wrote the letter, he was 22, now 2 years later, being held in Dallas, Texas, charged with the assassination of John Fitzgerald Kennedy. We might add that Oswald protests his innocence, says he did not kill the president nor anyone else. We might also mention that Texas does have capital punishment in the form of electrocution. The ailing 75-year-old father of the president has been told that his son is dead from an assassin's bullet. Mrs. Rose Kennedy, the president's mother, Senator Edward Kennedy, their son, and a daughter, Eunice Shriver, all were present at the time. A neurologist, Dr. Russell Bowles, Jr. of Boston, stood by as the sad word was given to the elder Mr. Kennedy. His reaction was not made public. Mr. Joseph P. Kennedy, whose life filled with both success and grief, advised of his son's death shortly after Mrs. Kennedy returned from St. Francis Xavier's Church, where she had attended 2 masses this morning. More on this tragic story now as we go back to Dallas and NBC's Tom Pettit.
Now, what is your speculation as to what the motive may have been?
I try not to speculate on any crime. I don't think it pays to speculate on a crime.
Is there any feeling among the Dallas police force that this might have been avoided?
None that I know of. As far as being avoided, certainly you might say that it could have been avoided had you had someone in every window and every building. But the feeling among the Dallas Police Department, as it is with every other citizen in the country, is one of deep grief and deep regret.
Thank you very much, Chief M.W. Stevenson, Deputy Chief of the Dallas Police Department. That is the picture at this hour at Dallas Police Headquarters. This is Tom Pettit, NBC News.
One of the noticeable and striking aspects of the events since the murder of President Kennedy has been the part played by his brother, the Attorney General Robert Kennedy. It is on Robert Kennedy that Mrs. Kennedy has most relied. He was at the airport last night when she came in. And he has, as far as we know, been with her almost continuously since. There will be we're just told, a press briefing, that is to say a meeting with the reporters at the White House by the White House News Secretary, Pierre Salinger, in about an hour and a half, an hour and 40 minutes from now. And we may at that time receive information as to the definite funeral plans for the president. What we do not know at this moment, it has not been specifically stated where the president is to be buried. The presumption is that it will be in the Kennedy family plot in Brookline, Massachusetts, but that has not been specifically announced. The body is to be taken tomorrow to the Capitol. That will be there for about 21 hours. Funeral services are to be held late on Monday morning at St. Matthew's Cathedral in Washington. And probably the president will be buried in the Kennedy family plot in Brookline, Massachusetts, but that has not been specifically announced. We are told that it was Attorney General Kennedy who was at the side of Mrs. Kennedy at the White House. Is Robert Goralski on this line? Can he hear me? Can Robert Goralski hear me?
Yes, I can, Ed. Go ahead.
Robert, do you know, has Mrs. Kennedy gone into the East Room?
I've been standing out here for the last half hour or so, Ed, and the only member of the Kennedy family that I've seen arrive here at the North Portico has been one of the children of Attorney General Robert Kennedy. That was about 15 minutes ago. I would imagine that most of the family came here quite early this morning, and they have been in the White House for quite some time, and went directly then to the East Room at 10 o'clock, at which time they saw the president's body lying in repose. The newsmen were admitted to the East Room a little after 9 o'clock, and there we saw the catafalque. The casket is draped in an American flag. At each corner, a member of the Armed Services, a member of the Marine Corps, the Navy, the Army, and the Air Force standing at rigid attention. And while we were in there, there were two priests of the Roman Catholic Church who were praying on two portable kneeling arrangements that had been brought in late last night by two priests from St. Matthew's Cathedral. That will be at St. Matthew's that the president will be, that the Requiem Mass for the president will be said on Monday.
We have just received word from Dallas that the gravely wounded Governor John Connally has been told by his wife that President Kennedy is dead. Mrs. Connally talked to the Texas governor shortly after 7 o'clock this morning, Dallas time, and Connally's first question was about the president's condition. After hearing the answer from his wife, he said, "That's what I was afraid of." One of Connally's aides, Julian Reed, describes Governor Connally's condition this morning as much improved. He said that the governor also asked about Mrs. Kennedy and was told that she had returned to Washington. Several of Connally's relatives hurried to Dallas yesterday. These include 4 brothers, his sister, and his mother. Said Reed, the first Mrs. Connally knew of any shooting was when her husband whirled and saw the president fall forward. This must have been about 2 seconds after President Kennedy was shot. Connally's turn, which was to the left, probably saved his own life. After the governor was shot, he also toppled forward. Reed said the most discomforting thing for Connally is that his right arm is suspended by ropes and pulleys and a cast from above the elbow to below the wrist. Reed said Connally called the cast heavy and bothersome. We have further word now on this new development from Dallas. Let's go to Dallas and John Perryman.
Russ, the latest information we have is that the Dallas City Police say they have a photograph of Oswald holding a rifle with a telescopic sight. The rifle resembles the weapon used to assassinate President John F. Kennedy. We don't know if it can be determined if this is the same rifle that was found in the warehouse where the assassin shot the fatal bullets into the president. But they do have a photograph, they tell us, that shows Oswald holding a rifle as though aiming at something. When the picture was made, we don't know, but that is the latest information from the Dallas Police Department.
As the police in Dallas have disclosed the evidence in bits and pieces today, that evidence seems to come comes together this way, that his wife said that he had owned a rifle similar to the one used by the sniper who shot President Kennedy. And the police know that Oswald bought a rifle for $12.78 from a mail-order house. The police say that that order was in Oswald's handwriting. The rifle was not in its accustomed place in the garage where he normally kept it. Police say that they found the death rifle in a room overlooking the assassination site. Then paraffin tests for gunpowder on his hands were positive, according to the police. And then, as Russ Ward reported only a moment ago, the police disclosed that they now had a photograph of Oswald posing with the rifle and with a pistol used to slay a pursuing policeman after the assassination. Now, on the legal ramifications of the Oswald case and his forthcoming trial, I talked to an outstanding legal authority here in Washington. He made these points. He said that Oswald, of course, must be tried by a jury. And this poses a not too difficult problem because the judge can handle the matter of a prejudiced juror by following one of three alternatives. First, he can switch the place of the trial, say to Houston, if he's convinced that Oswald could not get a fair trial in Dallas, and or he could, number two, say that it will do no good to grant a change of venue. And then third, and most likely, he could grant a continuance of this trial until the burning indignation dies down. And if he follows that course, a conviction undoubtedly would stand up in any of those three cases. However, the way the case is actually being handled in Dallas, as my legal friend sees it, is flirting with danger. There was, for instance, the statement by the Dallas police chief that Oswald's case is a cinch. Well, such statements like that might prejudice the trial in the eyes of some appeals court. Also, television film has been somewhat objectionable from a legal standpoint to a fair trial. Apparently, the only way to move Oswald through the jail where he's being held is to take him through a corridor, which, of course, is always jammed with cameramen and reporters. So the public, and of course the public of prospective jurors down in Dallas, they hear questions shouted at Oswald by the newsmen. They see him pushed and banged into the wall by the crowd. Now, there may be a parallel here developing to a Louisiana murder case in which the Supreme Court ruled last year. It seems that a Louisiana suspect in a murder case was filmed making a confession, making a confession. The film was then shown on television at least twice in Louisiana prior to the man's trial and conviction. The Supreme Court here in Washington then set aside the conviction on the basis of that televised confession. Now, my lawyer friend is convinced that the Dallas police are trying to wring a confession from Oswald, and if one is obtained, that there can be serious legal doubts about his confession and possibly create a case, if he confesses and then is convicted, that could be lead to an appeals court, and possibly the case could end up in the United States Supreme Court, as the Louisiana murder case did.
Oswald now has been charged with attempting to kill Texas Governor John Connally. This is the third charge brought against him, that of murdering the president, of killing the Dallas policeman, and now with attempted murder on the life of Governor Connally.
Yes.
This last charge filed just this afternoon. Peter, did you have anything you can add to this legal discussion we have going?
Not specifically, Russ. We discussed this earlier, Jim Hurlbut and I, and the question arose without any answers, of course, neither of us being legal minds or legally trained, as to just how much of a fair trial, legally speaking, this fellow can expect, because of the fact that our communications today are what they are. Within minutes of what happens, as a matter of fact, even as it's happening, the people not only of the general area of Dallas, but of the entire country are watching it either live or momentarily. And the question that I raised, and Jim had no answer, nor do I. From a legal standpoint, won't it be rather difficult to pick a jury which Mr. Oswald's attorneys feel are not prejudiced in advance? It will be difficult.
I would imagine it would be impossible because the name, the face, the voice, and the story have been carried on all broadcast radio and television for many hours now.
Well, this is a problem for legal minds, a very delicate one, and obviously the presiding judge in the case is going to have to be very careful because of all of the ramifications of appeals and legal technicalities which would then ensue.
Peter, allow me to interrupt here. We have Tom Perryman in Dallas on the line, and he has a continuation of this Lee Harvey Oswald story. We'll call in Tom right now.
Thank you, Russ. Well, here in Dallas, we had a man, Travis Lynn, was down at the Dallas Police Headquarters, and he noted from the police blotter, the report sheet, that the police always fill out when there's a homicide or a theft or anything else in the police work nature. These reports are filled out on everything that takes place with all the facts. And we have a recording here, 1 minute and 27 seconds long, we want you to hear. It goes like this.
Whenever an offense is committed in the city of Dallas, a homicide report is made out in case it is a murder, commonly called a beef sheet at police headquarters. There is now one on the assassination of President Kennedy. It reads in this fashion. Last name of person killed, Kennedy, John F., in parentheses, President of U.S., white male, 47, Washington, D.C., residence of person killed, White House. Serial number, felony offense 85950. Offense as reported, murder. Place of occurrence, Elm Street, approximately 150 feet west of Houston. Division, Homicide and Robbery, Platoon 2, Beat 101. Officers making report, C.N. Doherty and H.H. Blessing, Dallas Police Department. Day of week, Friday, 11/22/63 at 12:30 p.m. Coroner notified Joe B. Brown, pronounced dead by Dr. Kemp Clark at 1 p.m. Parkland Hospital. A description of the offense, the expired was riding in motorcade with wife and Governor John Connolly and his wife. Witnesses heard gunshot and saw expired slump forward. More shots were heard and expired fell into wife's lap. Governor Connolly also was shot at this time. Car in which they were riding was escorted to Parkland Hospital by Dallas police officers. Person arrested, Lee Harvey Oswald, white male, 25. Arresting officers, Lieutenant E.L. Cunningham and M.N. McDonald, patrolman. Charge, murder.
And that's the official report from Dallas Police Headquarters. One final note, Russ. Oswald will be transferred to the county jail at 10 o'clock in the morning. It was thought he might be transferred tonight, but late word from police headquarters indicates he'll be taken over to the county jail, just literally feet away from where the assassination took place, at 10 o'clock in the morning.
We understand Oswald lost some of what was described earlier as his arrogant air after he had seen the photographs of himself with the rifle that is being held. Do you have any further enlightenment on that?
Yes, he made a statement over in Police Captain Will Fritz's office to the effect that he wanted a lawyer. He was seeking the lawyer from New York, Mr. Apt, who has represented people with communistic backgrounds, and he appeared to have calmed down some.
We go immediately back to Dallas now, and the police chief there with further details on this murder weapon.
Chief Curry, I understand you have some new information in this case. Could you relate what that is?
Yes, we've just been informed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation that they, the FBI, have the order letter from a mail order house, and the order was sent to their laboratory in Washington, and the writing on this order was compared with known samples of our suspect Oswald's handwriting and found to be the same.
This order was for the rifle?
This order was for the rifle to a mail order house in Chicago. The return address was to Dallas, Texas, to the post office box under the name of A. Hidell, Hidell. This is the post office box of our suspect.
This gun was mailed parcel post on March the 20th, 1963. I understand he left Dallas shortly after this and didn't come back until, I think, about 2 months ago.
Do you know, again, on what date this rifle was ordered, and are you able to link it definitely as the rifle which you confiscated at the schoolbook depository?
That we have not done so far. If the FBI has been able to do it, I have not been informed of it yet. We do know that this man ordered a rifle of the type that was used in the assassination of the president from this mail-order house in Chicago, and the FBI has definitely identified the writing as that of our suspect.
On another subject, I understand you have photographs of the suspect Oswald with a rifle like that used. Could you describe that picture?
Well, this is a picture of Oswald standing facing a camera with a rifle in his hand, which is very similar to the rifle that we have in our possession. He also had a pistol strapped on his hip. He was holding two papers in his hand, which one of them seemed to be the worker. The other says, be militant, or I don't know whether that was headlines or the name of the paper.
How much did the gun cost from the mail-order house?
I understand the gun was advertised for $12.78, I believe.
Have you received any results on the ballistics test conducted on the gun and on Oswald?
They're going to be favorable. I don't have a formal report yet.
But you are sure at this time they will be favorable?
Yes.
Do you feel now that you have the case completely wrapped up, or are you continuing?
We will continue as long as there's a shred of evidence to be gathered. We have a strong case at this time.
I believe you said early this afternoon that you have a new development which does wrap up the case. The first time you said that the case definitely is secure. Is that correct?
That was this morning. This additional evidence just makes a stronger case.
But this is not the same evidence you're referring to then?
No, that's true.
Will you be willing to say what that evidence was?
No, sir, I don't wish to reveal it. It might jeopardize our case.
Thank you very much. Chief Jesse Curry of the Dallas Police Department.
Chief Curry describing the murder weapon as a $12.78 gun purchased from a mail-order house in Chicago. Another recap now as we look back over the events of the past few hours surrounding the death of the late president. John Kennedy to receive a hero's burial Monday in Arlington National Cemetery just across the Potomac River from Washington. As Commander-in-Chief of the nation's armed forces, the president had abundant right to a grave in the honored military cemetery. Both a veteran and a war hero as well. During World War II, as a Navy lieutenant, John Kennedy commanded a that was rammed and wrecked by an enemy craft. It was through his heroic efforts that his men were rescued. Burial to follow a pontifical requiem mass at Washington's St. Matthew's Cathedral at noon on Monday, Washington time. Monday to be a day of mourning across the nation and around the world. President Lyndon B. Johnson has appealed to the American people to go to their respective houses of worship for prayer. He also invited all people everywhere to share this nation's grief and to join in the mourning. The new president will make a major policy speech before both houses of Congress on Wednesday. The White House announced the speech will be delivered at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Today, President Johnson held his first cabinet meeting and proclaimed Monday a day of mourning for the dead president. The half-hour cabinet meeting in the White House opened with a minute of silent prayer for Mr. Kennedy. In his proclamation, Mr. Johnson asked Americans to pay tribute to President Kennedy on Monday, the day of his funeral. He also ordered the federal government to close its offices on that day. Mr. Johnson met with two former presidents today, Harry Truman and Dwight Eisenhower, and he consoled the widowed First Lady and the two Kennedy children. It's expected President Johnson will pursue the legislative policies of his predecessor. Any changes in his policies are not expected to show up for January when he makes his first State of the Union message. It is expected President Johnson's congressional background will put him on a solid footing in getting his programs through Congress. Some observers are saying he might be able to get Congress to act on the programs of President Kennedy, which currently are being held back. Congress to meet for regular sessions Tuesday and in a joint session Wednesday to hear the new president. The House Speaker, John McCormick, says the House will work briefly on Wednesday and adjourn then until Friday after Thanksgiving. More on the man now being held in Dallas, Texas, in connection with the assassination of the president, 24-year-old Lee Harvey Oswald. In an interview in New York, lawyer John App was asked tonight about undertaking the defense of Oswald. He said, quote, "I don't see how it would be possible to undertake a case of this magnitude." He said he had not been asked to do so, and he added, "It would have to be a very serious decision." Apt went on to say, "I have a very heavy litigation schedule." He declared that assuming the Oswald case would not be fair to his other clients. 24-year-old Lee Harvey Apt being held by Dallas authorities on 3 charges. Lee Harvey Oswald being held in Dallas on 3 charges: the assassination of President Kennedy, the murder of a Dallas policeman, and attempted murder on the life of Governor John Connally of Texas. Continuous coverage coming your way on the events surrounding the death of the president. This is Russ Ward, NBC News, New York.
As you know, the NBC radio network has canceled all regularly scheduled programs to bring you this continuous coverage of the events surrounding the death of the late President of the United States, John F. Kennedy. We will be on the air with this continuous coverage until 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight. We will begin our continuous coverage on Sunday morning at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time and on Monday morning at 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Its coverage of the events surrounding the death of the late President of the United States, John Fitzgerald Kennedy. Now here is Jim Hurlburt, NBC News.
Thousands of persons are expected to visit the Capitol building in Washington today to pay their last respects to President Kennedy. The body of the slain chief executive will be moved from the White House to the rotunda of the Capitol early this afternoon at 1 o'clock. Chiefs of state and dignitaries from around the world will attend the funeral. Israel's President Zalem Shazar has left Tel Aviv by air for Washington this morning. Queen Frederica of Greece, accompanied by Deputy Premier and Foreign Minister Mr. Sophocles Venizelos, have left Athens by air. Sir Alec Douglas Hume, the Prime Minister of Britain, and Mr. Harold Wilson, leader of the opposition Labour Party, attended a memorial service for the late President Kennedy at Westminster Abbey this morning. And this afternoon, that's London time, Sir Alec and Mr. Wilson will leave with the Duke of Edinburgh, the husband of Queen Elizabeth, for Washington. And for a more detailed report on activities in the nation's capital, let's switch to Robert McCormick in Washington.
The funeral cortege will be led by 22 drummers from all of the services, with muffled drums, of course. Behind the drummers will come the 7-horse caisson bearing the president's body in a huge mahogany casket. And behind the caisson will come a limousine with the late president's widow, Mrs. Jacqueline Kennedy. When the coffin gets to the Capitol, it will be greeted by the customary 21-gun salute for a chief of state, and then ruffles and flourishes, all done in muffled tones, and then the playing of the president's own song, Hail to the Chief. Then the casket will be carried to the center of the rotunda of the Capitol and placed on a platform, a catafalque that once bore the body of Abraham Lincoln. The catafalque normally is stored under the crypt in the Capitol where the body of George Washington once was supposed to rest. President Kennedy's body will lie in state for 21 hours. The casket will be closed, but it will be in the rotunda until about 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Present plans, so far as we know, are to end the viewing of the body tonight around 9 o'clock and resume about 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Funeral services will be held at noon tomorrow at St. Matthew's Cathedral in Washington. Once again, the drummers, the caisson, and Mrs. Kennedy will travel with the body from the Capitol to St. Matthew's Cathedral. While all this is going on, President Johnson has the rather unhappy task of continuing with his chores. and the job of keeping the country running, when he finishes the initial pulling together of the loose ends of government, he will meet with some of the dignitaries that are here for the funeral of the late President Kennedy. The list of dignitaries goes on and on and on, but as you've heard, it includes French President de Gaulle, West German Chancellor Erhard, and Britain's Prince Philip, and also from England, the new Prime Minister, Sir Douglas Hume, and Labour Party leader Harold Wilson. From Russia is the Soviet Deputy Premier Mikoyan, and from Japan comes Prince Akihito and Prime Minister Ikeda. As for President Johnson, he will meet today with Ambassador Henry Cabot Lodge, our representative in South Vietnam, with Secretary of State Rusk and Secretary of Defense McNamara. He will be thoroughly briefed on the situation in South Vietnam. Lodge and McNamara, Rusk, and McGeorge Bundy, the late President Kennedy's personal advisor on security matters, all attended top-level meetings in Hawaii during the week involving South Vietnam. They flew back to Washington Friday as soon as they got word of the assassination. The White House has released this schedule for President Johnson today. At 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, he gets an intelligence briefing in his office in the Executive Office building. He has not yet moved his desk into the White House proper, but is across a street in what used to be known as the State War and Navy building. It now is part of the Executive Office. At 11 o'clock, the President and Mrs. Johnson will go to St. Mark's Episcopal Church for services. At 12:40, he will come back to the White House, and then, of course, he will take part in the procession taking the late President Kennedy's body to the Capitol. The route of the procession is traditional in Washington. They will come out of the northeast gate of the White House, turn right on Pennsylvania Avenue, turn right again in one block on 15th Street, and go south 2 blocks to famous Pennsylvania Avenue, and then head down Pennsylvania Avenue to Constitution Avenue, about 4 blocks from the Capitol, loop around and come in on the East Plaza side of the Capitol. The casket will be carried up the steps by a Marine Guard. The further details of the funeral, including routes from the Capitol to the Cathedral, have not yet been given us. We expect them today. But the White House did say he thought there would be a graveside service at Arlington National Cemetery, where the Kennedy family has decided to bury the late president. This came as something of a surprise. It had been assumed he would be buried in the family plot in New England. Meanwhile, the city of Washington wakes up to a bright, sunny day. The temperature is supposed to get up as high as 50, which doesn't make the leaden hearts of the people of Washington or the people of the nation any lighter. But yesterday was a dismal day, in keeping with the feelings of most of the people in this country and most people in other countries for that matter. It rained extremely hard, drizzled constantly when it wasn't pouring down. But a cold wave moved in last night. The temperature fell sharply. The skies cleared, and today does promise to be clear and bright. The visiting dignitaries are still coming in at a great rate. Some of them aren't due until mid-morning, and some, as a matter of fact, we've had no definite word on as yet.
Bob, we've had reports of the visiting dignitaries leaving their airports and capitals around the world. What arrangements are being made in Washington to meet these dignitaries and take them to wherever they're going?
That is all handled by the protocol section of the State Department, now working in conjunction with the protocol people in the Pentagon and the Defense Department, and cars and suitable police escorts are provided. It should be noted, however, that some are coming in, I don't mean to sound facetious, but they've just sort of been lost in the shuffle because so many are coming in, and I am told that there has been some difficulty in finding one or two. I guess they've had to make their own way downtown and to the hotels where they're staying. This is, of course, all a matter of routine in this capital city. We know how to do these things, but there are two factors in this case that are different. One is that so many prominent foreign people are coming in, and the other is that the town is so disrupted still from the shock of the assassination that it doesn't really function with its customary efficiency and perhaps not even its customary politeness. What is the... I did want to say this, too, that coming down to work this morning, very early, of course, already the streets were beginning to fill up. Apparently people were coming in from outside Washington, from suburban Maryland and Virginia, and parking their cars somewhere within the general limits of the city, figuring the city will be thoroughly jammed up by midday, and indeed it will be. What is the situation in New York, Jim?
Well, here in New York, as in Washington, Bob, the weather has improved. It's a brisk, bright day here in New York. My elevator operator, as I left the hotel to come over here, said, well, I imagine St. Patrick's will be jammed today, and I guess every church will be. But apparently it wasn't quite that way. My colleague Bill Fitzgerald attended Mass at St. Patrick's this morning. Bill, what was the situation there?
Well, Jim and Bob, it wasn't crowded. It was more crowded than usual, but not overcrowded. However, the story was in the church and along Fifth Avenue. All of the big stores on the avenue have pictures of the president draped in black and purple and flowers in the windows. Every place you look, you see some large pictures, some small ones. In the church this morning, of course, the catafalque was there, and with the 6 big candelabra, 3 on either side, and it just seemed like it has since Friday that people just had this stunned look on their face, and they were all in deep prayer in St. Patrick's this morning, as I'm sure they were the world around.
Well, the churches here, Jim, as you recall, have been open almost constantly, I believe all of the churches, and there's been a steady flow of people day and night. My older daughter came downtown quite late last night, and she noticed that people were going in and out of the churches almost as though it were midday on Sunday, all very quiet, very unostentatious, none of the usual clusters of people outside gossiping and talking. They seemed to go forlornly and dismally about their ways after they had prayed for the president.
We've been talking, Bob, about the activity in foreign capitals. We've been getting the circuits open to those foreign capitals, and I think it'd be a good thing now to reach out and bring one of them in. Let's find out about Latin America. Let's now switch to Wilson Hall in Rio.
Protestant and Catholic churches throughout Brazil are holding special services today in memory of President Kennedy. Tomorrow, Rio's largest cathedral will celebrate a Requiem Mass with businessmen, diplomats, and religious leaders. Services and eulogies for the late president go far beyond ordinary protocol. Americans were used to hearing so many governmental criticisms of President Kennedy's policies that we forgot the important qualification. Brazilians liked, admired, and respected President Kennedy. Thousands of telegrams, notes, letters, telephone calls to the American embassy attest to the respect Brazilians had. One newspaper story on the death of President Kennedy today ended this way. President Kennedy was to have visited Brazil next year. If Mr. Kennedy could only have come to Brazil so we could have shown him in life how much we admired him. Wilson Hall, NBC News, Rio de Janeiro.
Thank you, Wilson. We have an interesting report in from Moscow, Bob. An American Presbyterian pastor in a sermon in Moscow today said he wondered if any who had opposed President Kennedy's civil rights program are deriving any comfort from his death, believing that the granting of constitutional rights has now been delayed. This pastor is the Reverend Donald Roberts, who ministers to the Western community in Moscow as a representative of the National Council of Protestant Churches of Christ of the United States. And Reverend Roberts also said at a packed service in the U.S. Embassy that President Kennedy did not create the racial strife, but happened to be the man in the office of the presidency when it ripened. And quotes then, as he was not the author of this horror of racial injustice, so this agony will not end with his death. And from Miami, we have a report on Prime Minister Fidel Castro's talk last night. He expressed disapproval of President Kennedy's assassination, but Castro accused the slain U.S. president of having carried the world to the brink of nuclear war. And again, going back to the activities overseas, Bob, you're standing by there, and Bernard Frizzell is now standing by in Paris, and let's bring him in. Come in, Bernard Frizzell in Paris.
Here I am, Jim.
And what has been the activity there, Bernard, overnight?
Well, there's been a very considerable amount of action at the Quai d'Orsay and at the Élysée Palace. They've been making their preparations to leave for the United States, and just 17 minutes ago, President de Gaulle and the foreign minister, Maurice Couve de Morville, should have taken off, and they are probably in the air now in their Boeing 707 flying toward Washington to attend President Kennedy's funeral tomorrow. They're on their way, of course, to pay tribute to the dead president with whose policies they disagreed, but whom they deeply respected as a human being and as a statesman. And I should say that, of course, President de Gaulle's trip has an even deeper political significance, because by this gesture he's demonstrating that despite differences within the alliance, France is, of course, a firm and loyal friend of the United States, and he's giving a testimony by this trip that France is always by the side of the United States at moments of crisis, of tragedy, or of profound national need.
Could I say a word, Jim?
Go ahead, Bob.
Maybe Bernie can hear me. This trip of President de Gaulle's over here really is considered as a most happy omen here, and it does precisely what Bernard says it would do. It gives the impression once again to some Americans who've begun to doubt it that France still is with us, and particularly in a time like this, and particularly in Washington. Our memory goes clear back to the revolutionary days when a Frenchman was one of our strongest champions, and it is most gratifying here. It came as what might be called a pleasant surprise in an otherwise unbroken vista of grimness and bitterness.
Well, Bob, I feel exactly the way you do about it. I don't think, of course, that this means that the differences are going to be ironed out that easily, but I think that what it does mean is that the differences are not as important, really, as the agreements between us.
Well,
and the agreement, of course, is the basic one that in the clinch, in the clutch, at a moment when one side needs the other, there they are. And, of course, so far as policy is concerned, the French are in and with the alliance. The only question is, of course, that within the alliance they want a bigger voice, but that's not going to keep them from displaying exactly how they feel about us, namely friendship and sympathy. And there you are.
Well, that is precisely what I was trying to say in a stumbling fashion. We don't expect our differences with other countries to disappear any more than we expect politics to disappear. But
Bob,
it is nice to know that when the chips are down, we do get together.
Bob, let me break in if I may. Bernard, I hope you'll stand by for us there in Paris. I have word that there is activity at the White House, so, Bob McCormick, we better give it back to you.
I believe Herb Kaplow is now in operation over there. Herb, can you hear me?
Yes, Bob.
What is going on, if anything?
Well, news people are starting to gather again, although it's still relatively quiet. I have not yet seen any of the officials in this office wing of the White House.
Have you had any word, Herb, about who is now in the East Wing with the where the president's body is lying in repose?
No, of course, everything more or less is closed up so far, and the body, as you know, will be transported a little later today to the Capitol. President Johnson is to confer, about an hour and 45 minutes from now,
in his office across the street in the executive office's building on an intelligence briefing. And later he is to attend services at a church in Washington. After that, to return to the White House and participate in the procession moving the late President Kennedy's body to the Capitol. At 3 o'clock for the new president, once again, it is the somber business of the presidency, a meeting on the Vietnam problem with Ambassador to Vietnam Henry Cabot Lodge, also with Defense Secretary McNamara, Secretary of State Rusk, and McGeorge Bundy, who has been President Kennedy's Special Assistant for National Security Affairs.
Herb, I suppose President Johnson will continue his policy of operating out of the old State War and Navy building rather than the White House itself to interfere as little as possible with the ceremonies.
I expect he won't move in until after the entire funeral proceedings are over tomorrow, and then perhaps do what I believe President Truman offered to Mrs. Roosevelt at the time that President Roosevelt died. In effect, say, well, you just take your time and moving out of the mansion, and when you are prepared, why then, of course, we'll move in. She, as I recall, quickly left the mansion. That is the housing part of this whole structure. As far as the offices are concerned, there will be some time just for the normal business of clearing out the papers and doing that sort of housekeeping changeover.
Are the security measures around the White House any greater than usual?
They seemed a little bit more relaxed to me when I came in here about half an hour ago than they had 2 nights ago when I flew back from New York. At that time, there were motorcyclists and special police all over the place. This morning, while it's still early, it seemed to be almost what it had been before all of this took place. The sun is shining. It's quite cold. It's in the low 40s. And everything is relatively quiet and unhurried.
Do they have the iron gates of the White House grounds on the north side? Are they closed or open? Did you notice?
No. I came in the back way up the Lincoln Memorial side of West Executive Avenue. And as I say, it looked almost like any other early Sunday morning.
But the president's body was under guard all night, of course. That's traditional, I think, isn't it?
Yeah. And Mrs. Kennedy and the children are in the mansion. And we don't know whether she has been joined, for instance, by her sister, who is flown here from London. I just noticed that her brother-in-law, her sister's husband, is en route. Of course, other members of both families arriving in Washington for this very tragic situation.
But generally speaking, the White House is still quiet.
It's very little doing. As I said, none of the people who run the business of the presidency in their positions of assistance to the president, none of them have yet arrived that I've seen. Do we know
when President Johnson is coming to the White House? He does have a 10 o'clock briefing. I suppose you'll be in before that.
I would imagine so. As I say, that's across the street. There are lots of things around here you can see. He might be able to get in without our seeing him. But he has to be there at 10 o'clock for that briefing. Yeah. That briefing, as you know, is probably one of the most important developments in a man's immediate assumption of the presidency. He is filled in on every critical area of the world, and the necessity is overwhelming since he's the man who makes the ultimate decision of what to do in these areas.
But President Johnson's position in working with the Security Council and other positions he held under President Kennedy do give him more of a background than most new presidents might have, don't they?
Yes, I would imagine so, but still there are certain necessary, intimate aspects of the problem that no vice president ever becomes privy to. And I think that's what these intelligence briefings are designed to do, is just as quickly as possible to acquaint him intimately with as many details as possible, so that if he is called upon to make a rough decision affecting, in this case, the national security, why, he's competent to do so and knowledgeable.
Yes, and do it quickly. This may be an unfair thing to ask you, Herb. I don't know if you've had any time to look into it, but do you have any information at all on how we are handling the security measures for the visiting dignitaries, or have they brought their own security people with them, or...
I don't know. I spent most of yesterday at Andrews Air Force Base when a lot of the domestic leaders were arriving, the governors and so on, and they were just coming into town in their National Guard airplanes, letting the air base at Andrews know the time of their arrival. And some of the governors were being met by their state delegation representatives in Washington and being driven off to wherever they were to spend the night. The only foreign dignitary to arrive there was the vice president of Spain, and of course he was met by a delegation from the embassy. Now maybe by this time security arrangements have been arranged. I assume something has been arranged for such people, for instance, as Prince Philip and President de Gaulle and so on. It's a massive job. I suspect that these foreign leaders, I'm sure, that they certainly do not expect all the amenities of protocol to be observed. First of all, the somberness of this occasion is just overwhelming and makes certain protocol steps very secondary. And secondly, everybody is very busy.
Yes, well, that certainly is true. Jim, do you have anything you'd like to ask Herb?
I don't have, because I think we ought now to say that you're listening to NBC's continuous coverage of the events surrounding the death of the late President of the United States, John Fitzgerald Kennedy. And I would like to implement what we were talking about earlier, Bob, about the activities in New York. You were talking about the activities in Washington. And one thing, people were bewildered a little bit this morning about what would be happening across the nation as far as stores, offices, and banks are concerned. Things of that sort. We have some information on that, and it's interesting, I think, that most of the stores, banks, libraries, and theaters in the nation will be closed tomorrow to observe this National Day of Mourning for President Kennedy. And major industrial firms are going to curtail operations or give workers time off at least to attend memorial services. Now, in Detroit, the major auto workers announced that their plants would be closed down starting at noon tomorrow so that some 600,000 salaried workers could go to services. And American Motors Corporation said it would halt all work. General Motors, the country's largest corporation with 475,000 workers, said its plants would be closed for day operations at noon. Union Carbide said its facilities across the country would be closed. As you know, the New York Stock Exchange and other major securities and commodity markets, which closed in a flurry of trading on Friday after the assassination, will stay closed on Monday as a tribute to the late president. In transportation, all Baltimore and Ohio Railroad trains will stop for 1 minute during the funeral services tomorrow. Major department stores in New York and Chicago, Philadelphia, Kansas City, and Pittsburgh, and Columbus, Ohio, and Portland, Oregon, over in Detroit, out in Baltimore, and San Francisco, and Sacramento are all going to be closed all day long. And stores in many other cities, including Houston, Texas, and Milwaukee, will be closed at least in the morning or during the hours of the funeral. The 40,000 members of the National Licensed Beverage Association were asked to voluntarily close their restaurants, taverns, and bars for 3 hours during the funeral services. In Dallas, Texas, the scene of the president's slaying, nearly all stores, businesses, and offices will be closed. Public utilities also will be closed except for public safety and emergency functions, according to an announcement from the Chamber of Commerce. Trans World Airlines said it would maintain skeleton office staffs between 11:30 tomorrow morning and 2:30 tomorrow afternoon so that employees could attend religious services. Public schools all across the nation will be closed. Colleges, universities, parochial schools, and museums have followed suit in observing the day of national mourning proclaimed by President Johnson. At the Carlisle Hotel here in New York, Mr. Kennedy's usual residence when he was in the city, black cloth was draped over the 2 street entrances. The hotel's employees were given time off to attend religious services this morning. Movie theaters in the New York City metropolitan area will remain closed until 6 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, as will the 220 movie houses operated by the National General Corporation in some 16 Midwestern and Western states. For the South, the North Carolina Merchants Association asked the state's 90,000 retail firms to close for an hour beginning at noon. The Wisconsin Supreme Court postponed the morning cases on its calendar, and court work here in New York City was ordered halted for the day. Out in California, the Bank of America ordered all of its branches to close for 1 hour at midday. And down on the other side of the country, down in Tampa, Florida, the banks will be closed for 2 hours. And that's kind of a wrap-up, Bob. of what will be happening across the country in these various areas.
Jim, here, by the way, of course, all of nearby Maryland and Virginia are closed down, and the district is too, but the papers today are rather astonishing. Almost all of the advertisements are very simple little announcements that the various stores and other places would be closed. Some say in memory of the president, some simply say such and such a store will be closed. No flourishes at all. The paper is such grim reminders of what's happened to us.
Well, I think that is very much the situation here in New York, too. I haven't looked at the morning papers here. Joe Michaels was in and has been checking over this very situation. Joe, what is the answer on that?
I was just looking now at the... there is practically no news and practically no advertisements at all in the papers that I've been looking at, the Sunday morning papers. They still have a great deal of information about other things, Sunday papers being what they are, especially the Times here. But so far as advertisements are concerned, there are practically none at all.
Let me interrupt you for a moment, if I may, Bob, please.
The NBC Radio Network has canceled all regularly scheduled programs to bring you this continuous coverage of the events surrounding the death of the late President of the United States, John F. Kennedy. We will be on the air with this continuous coverage until 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight, with continued coverage Monday, starting at 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We now pause for station identification.
The West German cabinet held a special meeting today at which Chancellor Ludwig Erhard again expressed his grief at the death of President Kennedy, whom he called a great friend of West Germany. And standing by in Germany at this moment is John Chancellor. I'm sure we'll have more on this. So let's switch now to John Chancellor in Berlin.
The grief in Germany is not confined only to the Federal Republic. It is now official that West Berlin will honor the memory of our late president by renaming its City Hall Square, which soon will be called John F. Kennedy Platz. That is only one of many personal and public expressions of grief here in West Berlin, where the news of the president's death still hangs heavy and awful in the air. Last night, West Berlin glittered with hundreds of thousands of candles burning in windows in memoriam for John F. Kennedy. At an evening concert given by the Berlin Philharmonic, the audience stood for a moment of silence, heard the Brahms tragic overture, and left the hall without applause. Berlin's nightlife last night was non-existent, most places closed. Along the Kurfürstendamm, many shop windows were emptied of goods for sale and showed only draped American flags. Today, special church services are being announced for tomorrow to coincide with the time of the president's funeral, which will take place at around 6 o'clock in the evening, Berlin time. At that time, another memorial observation has been scheduled for the City Hall Square, soon to be renamed John F. Kennedy Square. West Berlin will be represented in Washington at the funeral by its mayor, Willy Brandt. The Berlin newspapers again today were filled with editorials mourning the death of Mr. Kennedy. Some newspapers hoped, most affirmed, that the Kennedy policies concerning Berlin will be continued by the Johnson administration. And West Berliners this morning are still stopping some Americans on the street to express their personal sorrow over the tragedy. Across the Iron Curtain in East Berlin and in the East Bloc, it seems clear now that whatever reaction of sorrow and sympathy about the president's death that has been expressed by the leaders of the communist world, that the communist propagandists in Europe are going to call the trial of Lee Harvey Oswald a fraud. One newspaper in East Germany this morning predicted a farce of justice. In Moscow, the newspapers and radio are claiming that the United States is trying to implicate the Communist Party in the murder of the president. The East Germans have gone further in this line than anyone, characteristically, charging that the president was killed by ultra-right-wing circles who are setting up a sham trial to put the blame on the communists. No communist publication or broadcasting organization has yet told the details of Lee Harvey Oswald's life in the Soviet Union, his desire to obtain Soviet citizenship, or his Russian wife. They are saying, and here is a Moscow example, definite quarters are now striving in the United States to cover up the traces of the bloody crime and use the tragic death of the president to stir up anti-Soviet and anti-Cuban sentiment. So the trial will probably be called a fraud. This is in direct contrast to the extraordinarily wide and sympathetic coverage being given to the death of the president and the tragedy to his family, coverage all across the communist bloc in Europe. But in terms of Lee Harvey Oswald, the Cold War goes on. John Chancellor, NBC News, Berlin.
Now, John, don't go away. We've got our circuits open to Washington. Bob McCormick was listening to you there. And Joe Michaels is standing by here, was listening with great interest to what you had to say. And they, I'm sure, have questions to ask. Joe?
Do you think, John, this is going to be another one of those things like the Korean War in which there's going to be a definite propaganda stand taken and the press and the radio will be manipulated and the people will never be informed of who Lee Oswald really is and what his sympathies are?
Well, I think, Joe, that the difference is now that the jamming techniques, which you knew and I knew in the Soviet Union, have been diminished greatly, if not eliminated. And therefore, Western broadcasts from various countries, including the Voice of America, are coming in. And there are apertures in that curtain, and as we all know, the people of the Soviet Union, at any rate, and the people of most of the satellites, tend to believe what we say, certainly as much or more than what their own propaganda organs say. So therefore, I think the parallel with the Korean War is not valid at this time because they can't impose a vacuum.
Bob?
I would like to ask John, I believe you said yesterday that the West Berliners did their traditional observance of lighting candles for President Kennedy. Did I hear that correctly? I was so tired.
That's right.
It's one of the most moving things I've ever seen.
Well, it's the one moment when I thought that I was going to lose control in these last 3 or 4 days was when we were in the Rathausplatz, the City Hall Square, and the whole square, which is surrounded, as you all know, by high buildings, or 5 or 6 story tall apartment buildings, with every window just had rows and rows of candles in them. And as you drove through Berlin last night, you saw it. And the night before, interestingly enough, there were candles in the windows in East Berlin, and that takes a particular kind of courage.
Is that so? I hadn't heard that.
Jack?
Sir?
This is Herb Kaplow at the White House. Hi. Jack, you may have touched on this before, I don't know, but is there visible, tangible among the people of West Berlin a concern about their safety now that there is a change here? Perhaps are they concerned that the determination expressed by President Kennedy will not be reiterated and backed up by action by the new president?
There really is very little of that, and I think there are probably a couple of reasons for it. The main one being that it's too early for them. These people really were absolutely grieved in a way that very few other non-Americans could have been. Now, next week, I suppose, they'll begin thinking very seriously about President Johnson and what his administration will do for them. So far, I have been unable to detect any questioning, and we've talked to a number of them. Mainly, they are shocked, stunned, still in that state, and terribly sympathetic to Americans, and so far, it just simply hasn't come up.
Well, what occurs to me is that it has been the tactic of Khrushchev to test new presidents as they've come along and as he has had to face them, and frequently the testing ground has been Berlin.
Well, I believe that is true, and let's review the situation in Berlin vis-a-vis the Autobahn incidents we had last month and earlier this month. The United States, to my knowledge, has not sent, to use the technical term, a non-dismountable convoy, meaning more than 30 passengers, not counting front seat people, down the Autobahn so far. When we left the Autobahn story at its last chapter, it was, as we all know, unresolved, and one assumes that the Soviet Union has a plan. Now, what the Russians have to do is decide whether they want to give us some breathing space while the administration finds its feet, as it were, or if they're going to leave this plan in motion. We don't know what they're going to do, but obviously they were going to do something. And so therefore I would think that the testing could come here in Berlin, and it's up to the Russians, because obviously we've got to send one of those large convoys down.
Mm-hmm. Is there any speculation at all, Jack, about what kind of a man Mr. Johnson is, what kind of policies he will pursue?
A lot of people are talking about him here in that sense, and biographies have been published in the papers, generally very sympathetic biographies, and that he is regarded as a man who advocated the policies of the Kennedy administration. The Berlin people remember him on the 19th of August, 1961, which was 6 days after the Berlin Wall went up, when he came here, and really I think I was here at the time. He did quite a good and effective job of calming the people of Berlin down in their hour of anguish because of the war. And they remember that very vividly. Again, in the square, which is going to be called the John F. Kennedy plot, he spoke to them, General Clay spoke to them, and in that atmosphere, which was very emotional at that time, he was fixed in their minds as a man who represented the United States and the Kennedy administration and the recognition of American rights and responsibilities in this city. So he has, in that sense, with the people of Berlin, a certain amount of prestige in the bank, just to begin with. I think it's very fortunate for us that he does.
Jack, while you and Joe are talking together, let me break in and get back to the bit about the propaganda line. It seemed to me I detected a difference between the personal feelings of Premier Khrushchev and the official party propaganda line that was issued from Moscow through TASS and Moscow Radio. And you and Joe both know Premier Khrushchev pretty well, I think. Do you think there's a possibility that this could be the case?
Well, I think it is not that... I think we must not draw the inference that Moscow Radio is going in one direction and the chairman of the Council of Ministers is going in the other, but that it is possible within the Soviet system to show external grief and tell an internal lie. That Khrushchev apparently, from all we can learn here, from his demonstration yesterday at Spaso House, the residence of the American ambassador in Moscow, appeared to be genuinely shaken by this, and indeed he has every reason to do so. He had set up lines of communication with John Kennedy. Now he's going to have to set up lines of communication with Lyndon Johnson, and from his point of view, this is a time-consuming project, and without these lines of communication, the world is a little more dangerous for the Soviet Union and for the United States. So that I can understand why he personally was grieved. On the other hand, the man who killed the man he was mourning has described himself as a Marxist, lived in the Soviet Union, had a Russian wife, etc., etc., and the communists are faced with an almost unbelievably high hurdle in this to overcome. And so they're beginning to do what, if we sat down to program this horrible thing before it had happened, would be the perfectly logical thing for them to do in terms of their past experience. They're going to lie about it.
Well, we tend to forget here, Jack, I think you'll agree, that news does not mean the same thing in the Soviet Union as it does here. We used to get informed regularly, especially during their so-called press week, that what the news was is what was good for the party. And the object of so-called organs of news, which includes radio and television and newspapers, is to help the party to win its fight to achieve communism, which therefore, quite obviously, not just by inference, but by direct application, meant that anything that was bad for communism or bad for the party had to be eliminated, and from my experience, I'm sure from yours, it always was. And this, of course, is something which is just terrible for communism, in that here is an avowed communist who shot, or apparently shot, the President of the United States.
Well, they're going to try and get off the hook as much as they can. They're now beginning to get into the details of the crime. The Pravda this morning says that Oswald was arrested several miles from the scene of the crime, and it quotes with great suspicion police statements about Oswald, and it says at one point, it says, the more details are reported, the darker and more suspicious all of this story becomes. Now I'm quoting from Pravda. Reports based on statements of Dallas police officials so far indicate, says Pravda, only that the police are trying to implicate in the murder of the president, with obviously provocative purposes, the Communist Party of the United States. Well, that's the end of the quote, and we could pick that one apart for about an hour.
Yes.
But the one thing that strikes me in it is the typical Russian, or communist rather, observation that the police are simply an arm of ideological or political warfare, and that this section of the American police, which happens to be in Dallas, is doing a political thing, rather on its own almost. Well, it obviously isn't true.
They're also stuck with their initial declaration that they seized upon as soon as the event of the assassination had taken place, and that is that it was a right-wing killing because, so far as their ideology is concerned, it just has to be.
Yes, and also I think that in all, not necessarily fairness to them, although we'll lose the Cold War unless we are, I suppose, that a number of people in London, in Berlin, to my knowledge, in those two places, and I believe in Paris as well, a number of people, when they learned where the crime had taken place, and they learned the pigmentation of the killer, they jumped to that conclusion. And there were other newspapers here in Europe that had to kind of take it back rather quickly. This was the first reaction in Europe, it must be said and admitted, is that it had been done in connection with the racial problem in the United States by a fanatic motivated by the administration's stand on racial problems.
Well, Jim, wouldn't you agree that to a large extent the people you talk to here in the United States, I'm wondering about in Washington too, also immediately jumped to this same conclusion?
There certainly was considerable speculation in that area immediately, Joe, but it very quickly developed that this was not the case.
Yes.
And certainly down in Dallas, they're implementing the case against Lee Harvey Oswald, regardless of what Moscow tries to do to discredit the police case against him. The police down in Dallas say they're convinced that Oswald is the man who killed President Kennedy. They're certain to ask the death penalty for Oswald, and although he's maintained his innocence since being picked up, but some of the evidence is piling up against him so far. For instance, his wife told police that he owned a rifle similar to the one used to kill the president. Oswald reportedly bought a rifle from a Chicago mail-order house with an order form in his own handwriting. Oswald's rifle was not in its accustomed place in his garage the day of the assassination. Paraffin tests on Oswald's hand showed he'd fired a weapon Friday. Oswald was seen in the building from which the fatal shots were fired shortly after the assassination, and police disclosed they have photos showing Oswald posing with the rifle used to kill the president and a pistol that killed the policeman Tippett down in Dallas. And so far, although Oswald has maintained his innocence and has refused to take a lie detector test, the case is certainly building up against him.
Well, the crusher, I don't know how, I mean, of course I know the Russians will distort this as they like, but the crusher here almost seems to be the shooting of Officer Tippett, which was witnessed by eyewitnesses, several of them, and which would, of course, in any other context be completely meaningless, wouldn't it?
Well, it certainly wouldn't be hard to separate the one from the other.
May we ask a question from Europe? These details have not reached us yet here in Berlin. Juridically, how does the case stand? Will he be tried in Dallas for a city offense or a state offense or a federal offense? How will it work?
Well, he will be tried in Dallas County, John, because there's no federal law making murder a crime except on federal property. So even the murder of the president must be tried as any other murder case in the political area in which it occurred. So the Dallas County prosecutor will bring the case against Oswald, and it is expected that he will go before a grand jury in Dallas, that is, Oswald will go before a grand jury either next Wednesday or on Monday, December the 2nd.
Has legal counsel been obtained for him? He had made a request for it, and that word hasn't reached us yet here.
Well, that's kind of an interesting story. You know, he demanded, and he's a young man who apparently demands a lot of things. He has demanded the services of New York lawyer John Apt, who has been an attorney long associated with communist trials. But Apt was quoted last night as saying he can't see how it would be possible to undertake a case of this magnitude. And Apt also said, I think, that he had a great deal of other business at hand presently, and this would make it difficult for him to represent Oswald, too. It looks as though Mr. Apt is not going to be the attorney, regardless of the demands of Lee Harvey Oswald.
May I say something there? I believe a representative of the American Civil Liberties Union talked to Oswald on this question of getting legal counsel. I just inferred from what I'd heard about it that they might have a little difficulty. Of course, a great many lawyers, first of all, would feel the case repugnant, and still would be, of course, in line with their professional ethics, would take it. But on the other hand, the public reaction against a man who defends someone suspected of killing the president can be awfully strong. It can be very damaging to a lawyer.
Well, that's why it would appear, I would think that it would have to be one of America's more distinguished lawyers. After all, a person is entitled to trial by jury and to a legitimate defense in this country, and this will have to be the case here, too. It should be stated, I think, in case John didn't know this either, that a representative of the Bar Association of Dallas did go to see Oswald yesterday evening and talked to him, asked him about his legal affairs, whether he had a lawyer, wanted one, and so forth. He did want a lawyer. At that time, he said he did want John Apt. He did not want the Dallas Bar Association to provide an attorney. They volunteered to do so at that time.
Might I go back for just a moment to something John Chancellor said a while ago about the assumption being that the radical right, so-called, might be responsible for this. Senator Tower told us yesterday that his office had received so many abusive phone calls within just a matter of hours after the president was killed that just as a precaution he felt he had to move his family out of their Washington home and put them in an undesignated spot where they would be safer. It's a sort of a frightening thing to consider, really.
Well, Bob, do you draw any longer conclusions on it about the state of mind of the American people in these matters? That there was, in recent weeks, we've read and seen, and in the last year or so, a number of stories saying that John Birch Society is really very small, that the right-wing enthusiasms have been amplified beyond their actual stature. A number of stories about this. Now we have this tragedy, which has been a kind of catalyst in these things. Do we now reassess the strength of these various wings in the American system?
No, I don't believe so. I think there is considerable official worry that this might possibly turn into, it might arouse people so much that there would be an unreasoning uprising, so to speak, against all communists and leftists. Of course, anything that's done blindly and impetuously can't really be considered good. I know that there is some official worry about that. So far as the radical right, so-called, and by the way, in fairness, I must say that Senator Tower completely disavows any radical right affiliations or radical right support. But in any event, so far as their basic strength is concerned, I don't think there's been any reassessment. I don't think there's any necessity for it. They are, so far as anyone can tell, very small, but they're very active and very vocal. And in that sense, particularly in sparsely populated states, they're very effective.
Well, and in that context, when you talk about the wave of reaction in the United States, Bob, there are a number of diplomats, not from the United States, but from allied countries and from neutral countries here in Europe. I've not had much chance to talk to them, but there is a certain apprehension that in the United States there will be such a wave of reaction to the president's death that the very minor but nevertheless rather meaningful achievements made in Soviet-American relations in the last 6 months or so will be damaged, and that this inching forward to some kind of a way of getting along with them will be completely halted.
You know, this is an interesting point. This perpetual fear overseas that we are children ready to push over the apple cart or ready to start the juggernaut rolling, whereas actually, of course, others have been much more violent in this area than we. In 1956, I remember, in Vietnam, people approached you quite seriously and said, weren't we in danger of a fascist dictatorship, with all of that implied because of the then activities of Senator McCarthy, as though our democracy were not much more solidly based than that.
Well, I think I have to then say a little more about what I was pointing out, because the people I've been talking to have a considerable respect for the American system, and they don't think we're going to knock over any apple carts. What they do realize is that the test ban treaty, that the hotline arrangement, that various other talks with the Soviet Union were possible because the general climate of American opinion allowed them to be held. Now, there is, and I think it's quite an understandable and justified wondering in Europe if the climate of opinion, which allowed these moves to go forward in the United States and in Moscow, will be damaged by the murder of the president to a point where a meaningful dialogue will no longer be possible. But there is no apple cart knocking over idea in it.
Well, perhaps we should talk some about the how much vindictiveness or feelings of that nature we have discovered in the United States. But perhaps we'll have to do that a little bit later.
If I might just say something in that connection, we will have what could be a test of this reaction next week probably in Congress, because Senator Munt has proposed that the government stop insuring loans to communist countries for the purchase of grain, particularly wheat in this country. And I believe at one point the resolution was expanded to include all trade with Russia. If that should be accepted by the Senate, it might be taken as a token that the reaction to the president's death is quite strong. The resolution, when it was first brought up, seemed about to split the Senate just about half and half. And if it should turn out that now a big majority is in favor of cutting off trade with the communist countries, what little trade we have, of course, there's been a movement to expand it.
Well, that's something that we're going to be able to look forward and weigh as it comes along, Bob, and thank you now, and John Chancellor and Joe Michaels and Herbert Kaplow for this very interesting four-way conversation. You're listening to NBC's continuous coverage of the events surrounding the death of the late President of the United States, John Fitzgerald Kennedy. And I think that it would be interesting now to read the report that we have in from Hyannisport, Massachusetts, concerning the President's father, former Ambassador Joseph P. Kennedy. He's reported this morning holding up pretty well today. That was in quotes 18 hours after being told of the assassination of his son, President John F. Kennedy. Senator Edward Kennedy, the youngest son, told a reporter this morning, "Father is holding up pretty well." Young Senator Kennedy was the one who broke the news to his father yesterday. The ambassador was in bed today. He's been ill since 1960 when he suffered a stroke. Edward said he would go to Washington sometime this afternoon with his mother, Mrs. Rose Kennedy, who is 72, and his sister, Mrs. Eunice Shriver. Mrs. Kennedy, Mrs. Rose Kennedy, attended a 7 o'clock Mass this morning. She slipped in through a side door at St. Francis Xavier Church. She sat in the vestry and came out for communion unnoticed, actually, by the congregation of several hundred at St. Francis Xavier. Edward attended Mass at 8 o'clock, and he arrived alone. During a prayer for the dead in the 7 o'clock Mass this morning, Reverend John Pegnam mentioned the late President's name. In his sermon, Father Pegnam did not mention the assassinated President, but he said, "People have said there is less to be thankful for this Thanksgiving Day. This is not true. The country should be grateful for all the great men it has had through its history and for all the young men who have answered the call to defend their country and people." That was during the prayer for the dead this morning made by Reverend John Pegnam at St. Francis Xavier up in Hyannisport. And in Vatican City this morning, Pope Paul told about 30,000 people that President Kennedy's assassination showed how much hatred and evil there still is in the world and how great the threat is for civil order and peace. He quoted from the Lord's Prayer, "Deliver us from evil." The pontiff was speaking from the window of his study on the top floor of the Vatican Palace during his usual Sunday noon appearance to recite the Angelus prayer for people gathered in St. Peter's Plaza. And, Joe Michaels, you got anything to add at this moment?
Well, perhaps it might be a good idea at this point to take a look at some of the things that are happening in other parts of the world non-related to our own tragedy and the passage of events here. We haven't had much of a chance to review things elsewhere. But, of course, the world continues to move, and some of it in areas that involve us very deeply, such as South Vietnam, where there is, again, a difficult situation today, even while the president is consulting about it. We're informed by our army in South Vietnam that communist guerrillas have captured 4 American military advisors. Apparently, 300 red guerrillas overran a camp where 5 Americans were training 100 Vietnamese soldiers, and we don't know what happened to the other American advisor. 4 were captured. This seems to be part of a pattern. Communist Viet Cong guerrillas, according to dispatches from Saigon, have launched a heavy attack against government forces 25 miles northwest of the capital, Saigon, today. There were reports that there was no immediate official confirmation of the one attack until the dispatch that we just read you. But we are informed as of yesterday, even before this, that American spokesman in Saigon said 641 government troops had been killed or captured in the new communist offensive in the week just closed. Communist losses were put at 639. Also, from Ohio, Field Fire Marshal Fred Rice says 63 people perished in the fire that destroyed a rural rest home for the elderly yesterday near Norwalk, Ohio. Some of the victims were invalids and 100-year-olds, and the home operator said more could have been saved if they had not panicked. There were 85 persons registered at the home in Fitchville when the fire broke out. 1 person died of natural causes before being reached by the flames. We have more news. We'll bring that to people later.
We'll get back with that with further news on all of this in just a moment.
The NBC radio network has canceled all regularly scheduled programs to bring you this continuous coverage of the events surrounding the death of the late President of the United States, John F. Kennedy. We will be on the air with this continuous coverage until 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight, with continued coverage Monday starting at 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We now pause for station identification.
I think, Joe, before we go on and hear further news from around the country here, we ought to bring in another overseas point. I'd like to hear from Wells Hangen, who's standing by in Bonn. Let's turn to Wells Hangen in Bonn.
This is Hangen in Bonn. Hello, New York.
Yes, hello, Wells. We read you fine. What is the situation there? We reported on this meeting this morning.
Yes, Earhart and Germany's President, Heinrich Lübke, will be leaving very soon now to fly to Washington for the funeral services. They had a special cabinet meeting this morning. Incidentally, the West Germans are very eager to have some political talks with President Johnson, if they can, after the funeral. They have been nervous about recent indications of American troop reductions in Europe, and they'd like very much to sound out the new president on his thinking on the question of troop reductions, future negotiations with the Russians, East-West trade, and a whole lot of other subjects.
Bob McCormick, are you listening in on this conversation down in Washington?
Yes, I am. I was sort of interested in what Wells said about trade relations. It seemed a little bit to us here that we are the ones who should be worried about West Germany's trade relations, as there's considerable concern here, and I know that President Johnson has followed the situation very closely, that the West Germans are doing a great deal of trading with East Germany and with the other communist bloc countries, but they are opposed to us having any trade relations with them to speak of, at least so the former Chancellor Adenauer is quoted over here as having said.
That's right, Bob. It is more a personal view by Adenauer. He took a very strong stand against the wheat sale to the Russians, arguing that now is the time for the West to exert kind of coordinated pressure on the Russians in what he thought was a major economic crisis for them. Ludwig Erhard, as you know, adopts a more moderate position. He thinks that trade with the East is inevitable, perhaps even desirable. The West Germans are mainly concerned that the West should harmonize its policies if possible. They are a little concerned, for example, the French might steal some of the new China trade from them, Chinese trade diverted from the Russians, and they'd like to go into the whole subject. They are willing, they say, to go along with whatever NATO decides, but they don't want to be left out in the cold.
Well, I believe that President Johnson's policies generally will follow President Kennedy's, although he may be just a little bit tougher than President Kennedy was on the West Germans. But basically, his policies will be the same. I remember once, not very long ago, one of our ladies of the press asked the then Vice President Johnson if he thought we should hang on to Berlin at all costs, and he looked at her with what seemed to me to be astonishment and said, well, of course. But on the other hand, he is a very practical, hard-fisted politician, and he may be just a little bit tougher on the West Germans than we have been in the past.
Yes, of course, the West Germans hope that he'll also be tougher on the Russians. They had a feeling that Mr. Kennedy was inclined to seek agreements which might, in time at least, enhance the dignity of the East German communist regime. That is the real obsession here. Anything which seems to give prestige or legitimacy to the East Germans is bitterly resented, and that's, of course, why Bonn opposed for a time the partial nuclear test ban. They thought that the fact that East Germany was allowed to sign meant that the Ulbricht regime was being upgraded.
Well, you're in the political center there. I mean, Bonn doesn't make the headlines as much as Berlin does, but Bonn is where political power springs in Western Germany. How do the people who know them both equate Mr. Johnson, President Johnson, as a man dealing with Khrushchev, as compared to former President Kennedy when he dealt with Khrushchev?
Well, I think there's a general feeling here to respect Johnson. He made 2 visits which were quite successful to Germany while he was vice president. I think the Germans have a certain respect for age. He is an older man, and they were concerned, or at least Chancellor Adenauer, while he was chancellor, was concerned that President Kennedy was going too far in his strategy of peace. Adenauer feared that Germany's interests might be sacrificed, or at least that the division of Germany would be perpetuated and, in a sense, made legitimate by agreements with the Russians, such as the Non-Aggression Pact or even the nuclear test ban. So I think generally there's hopefulness here that President Johnson will be an effective negotiator, a tough negotiator with Khrushchev. The Germans know very well that their future really depends on us, and they're looking to the American president to defend their interests, to keep troops in this country, to deal in a tough manner on Berlin, that kind of thing. I don't think there was any distrust of Mr. Kennedy at all, but there was some misgivings that he might be inclined to go too far, especially in things that would enhance the prestige of the East Germans.
How about Chancellor Adenauer, former Chancellor Adenauer? We've heard very little about him since then. Apparently he's not coming. Has he said anything much?
That's right. He is not coming. He's staying in Bonn. He sent a very warm telegram of condolence to Mrs. Kennedy. However, it's no secret that the old Chancellor and the late President never were intimate. They never were closely on the same wavelength as, for example, Adenauer was with the late John Foster Dulles. There was a tremendous difference in age, an entire generation between the two men, and a difference in outlook, a difference in conception of the way the world is developing, and so forth and so on. I think, however, Adenauer would have liked to have come. Unfortunately, as you know, the State Department, the government has prescribed 5 places for each foreign delegation, and now the Germans have already filled those 5 places with President Lübke and Chancellor Erhard and 3 cabinet members. So Adenauer is, in effect, squeezed out, not for the first time.
Well, the Social Democrat mayor of West Berlin, Willy Brandt, will be a part of the delegation,
That's
too.
true. Yes, he will come, too. That's right. I've overlooked him. He'll be coming, too. But that is in order to give it a bipartisan character.
We had a dispatch this morning, Wells, quoting a government spokesman as saying the German delegation, which will be joined in Washington by Defense Minister von Hassel, doesn't plan any political talks in Washington unless the Americans ask for them.
Well, that is strictly correct, but the more important point is that they desperately want political talks, and they would be glad to conduct them anywhere, even in a lobby, if they get a chance to speak with the president. They're very anxious to know what his views are, what his intentions are, what he is going to do. Erhard, for example, would like to visit Washington for a working visit as soon as possible, but a government spokesman here this morning said that probably would not be possible until January or February after President Johnson has settled down in office.
Well, thank you very much, Wells Hanger. It's been an interesting conversation. We hope to talk to you later on in this busy day. Down in Dallas, we were talking about this earlier, the city's reaction to the crime in its midst. Today, the city's 2 daily newspapers, with deep solemnity, decried the assassination of President Kennedy, which they saw as an inevitable plot on the name of Dallas. The Dallas Morning News, in its editorial page comment, said, in part, the assassination of President John F. Kennedy is a cruel, shameful mark in this city's history. Dallas, already tarnished by political bitterness, bows its head in the incredible shock of such an incident, says it cannot be charged with fairness that an entire city is in national disgrace, but certainly its reputation has suffered regrettable damage. The Afternoon Times Herald in Dallas commented on the front page in an editorial which said, again in part, terrible history has been made in Dallas, and the magnitude of our city's sorrow can only be measured against the enormity of the deed. John F. Kennedy, President of the United States of America, is dead, killed in Dallas. No matter what the explanation of the act, the awful reality of it overwhelms us. He died here. The paper went on, what happened here could have happened in any city, but first there had to be the seeds of hate, and we must pray that Dallas can never supply the atmosphere for tragedy to grow again. A front-page pencil portrait in the Times Herald Sunday edition showed the shadowy face of Mr. Kennedy hovering over the pale outline of the Dallas skyline, dominating a silhouetted figure of a man meant to depict Dallas in sorrow. And the editorial comment across the nation has been somewhat along the same line. Incidentally, speaking of cartoons in newspapers, Bill Malden had a cartoon in the Chicago Sun-Times, which has been hailed as a masterpiece of his particular form of art. It showed the shadowy outline, again, of President Kennedy with his head bowed, sitting in the chair in the Lincoln Memorial. And down in Chicago yesterday, at services in the Chicago City Council chamber, Mr. Kennedy was eulogized by the bishop, who said, a tree, the length of a tree, and I'm paraphrasing, cannot be measured until it has fallen, a phrase that had been used earlier to describe President Lincoln. But as we go around the world and talk to NBC correspondents in our capitals, standing by now in London is a man who is very close to all of this. Let's turn to Joseph Harsh in London.
Yes, I'm here.
Joe, what is the situation there as of now?
The situation is that people have gone home from one of the most moving services ever held in Westminster Abbey. It was really most remarkable. The service ended with the singing of the Battle Hymn of the Republic. The congregation, it wasn't the old-fashioned kind of thing with just the upper class. This was everybody. There were children, there were poor people, there were GIs and their wives, there were white and colored and all kinds and colors and types, who'd been drawn in by this massive reaction you've had here, reaction of shock and sympathy and affection for Kennedy, and producing a great feeling of closeness to the United States that I've never sensed in this country before. It all came out at that moment in Westminster Abbey when the great organ started playing, and you heard those swelling sounds go up, and you did have a feeling that maybe you could understand now what it was like when Lincoln died. Deep feeling here, everywhere.
Robert McCormick, are you standing by in Washington?
Yes, I am. Listening to Joseph with considerable interest. We have so often, when we've traveled through Britain, had a little bit the feeling that the British weren't, I don't mean to say they were antagonistic, but that they didn't really understand us as much as they might. But from what Joseph said, as in the case of France, when the chips are down, we can be sure she's there.
Bob, it's interesting, isn't it? Of course, we've all felt that reaction that you've described when you came here, and there have been periods of very great strain in the Anglo-American relationship. But the death of Kennedy has disclosed, I think would be the way, uncovered, disclosed, a depth of closeness towards us that, doesn't show most of the time. It's amazing.
Well, Joseph, these things, as I was saying a while ago when Jack Chancellor was on, are most gratifying to Washington people. It isn't that we assume all of our problems are automatically melted away, but it is reassuring to know that there is this bond which will serve us in very good stead when things get rough.
I wasn't listening in when you were talking to Chancellor. Fill me in.
Well, nothing. He was just saying that the Germans were so much with us at this point. They're so completely with us with their candle lighting ceremony and their silent marches and things. And he made the point that there is this sort of deep-seated rapprochement between the two countries that will never be destroyed, even no matter how much we may bicker and fight on the surface, and it is reassuring here.
Let me interrupt, if I may, Bob. I was moved by Joe's reference to the Battle Hymn of the Republic being played in Westminster Abbey. And we have a recording of that Battle Hymn of the Republic right here now. Let's listen to it now.
That is the way our great anthem sounded when it was heard this morning in Westminster Abbey. Those were the voices of the choir of Westminster and the congregation of important and unimportant, rich and poor, young and old, people of all colors and races who'd come together to share with each other their sense of shock and grief over the passing of John Kennedy. There's one other thing I would mention, too. One of the more moving moments of these hours in London was when the famous so-called satirical program TW3 took the air last night. All over the country, of course, people were watching with bated breath to see what these satirists were going to do on such a moment. They achieved surprise and shock because satire was thrown aside. You had these great actors, each one of them with a terribly moving, straight statement of tribute to Kennedy. Beautifully done. Some in poetry and some in song and some in prose. Dame Sybil Thorndike did a poem to Jackie. Terribly moving, beautifully done. This is just another example of how the whole country here has come together on this occasion. Yesterday, as you know, at all the great football games all over England, Saturday is the great football day. Every one, there was a moment of silent tribute while the players stood around the circle in the middle of the field, and all the players wore black armbands. Imagine, all over Britain, another evidence of how they had taken John Kennedy to their heart, how deeply they felt about the man, how they'd come to trust him, and how shaken they are by his removal.
Joe, this is Joe Michaels here.
Yes, Joe.
Wasn't there a kind of special feeling for this particular president because of his youth and energy and because of his intellectual qualities?
Yes, but remember that the impact of this had to be earned. When Kennedy became president, there was a good deal of soul-searching and doubt. There was no certainty in the minds of the British people that Kennedy would be a friend of Britain. There's that all that old history of relations between the English and the Irish. There's the fact that President Kennedy's father, when he was ambassador here during the war, was not pro-British at all, advocated complete American neutrality, predicted the defeat of Britain in the war, and wanted us to keep out of it. So that there was a good deal of doubt and wonderment. And now Kennedy has won a tremendous position in the hearts and minds of the British people. He's won it, yes, heavily, Joe, because of his youth, his gaiety, his boldness, his willingness to do things, his adventurous spirit. But he's won it. He didn't inherit it automatically. It had to be created.
Robert McCormick, are you still with us in Washington?
Well, I'm deeply moved myself by what Joe says. I think it unquestionably is true, and he may have put his He may have put his finger right squarely on why the whole world mourns this man. He did earn a place, a young man, but not at all impetuous, a man with capable of wise decisions, but bold decisions. And I hadn't really precisely thought of it, but he did win the respect and affection that's being shown him now. It didn't come with a job.
Joe, how about may I suggest that Kennedy achieved the full confidence of Europe only after the Cuban crisis of last year. It's from that moment you date the time when in the alliance he came to be accepted as the true leader. There was let's go back in the days when Truman was trying to lead the alliance, when Eisenhower was the leader of the alliance. You were all the time writing stories, we journalists, about rebellion in the alliance, disagreement, willingness to accept Washington as the arbiter of decision in the alliance. From the moment of the Cuban crisis, the settlement of it, that has finished. John Kennedy was accepted as the man who could be trusted to make the right decisions. Enormous sense of confidence spread, I think, all through Western Europe in the wisdom, the responsibility, and the intelligence of Washington's decisions from that moment, but only from that moment.
It might be pointed out, I think, that was also the moment, or just before it, when he proved himself to be right, and when a good part of press and public opinion and leadership opinion in Western Europe, and particularly in Great Britain, turned out to have been wrong. Isn't that so?
Absolutely. Oh, how right you are, Joe. Because that was a time when British press opinion was almost solidly hostile to Washington. There were only 3 newspapers that approved of what the president did on the opening day of that week of Cuban crisis. Curiously enough, they were the popular press, frequently referred to unkindly as the vulgar press, the Daily Express, the Daily Mirror, and the Daily Mail. Those 3 had a very good record. They believed the truth of what the President of the United States had said. The others questioned the truth of what the President had said up until the time that Nikita Khrushchev confirmed it. That was the kind of shattering things to some of us here, that many a British journalist would believe the President of the United States only when what he said was confirmed by the head man in Moscow. But those 3 popular papers were with us solidly. And following the disillusionment of the other type of journalism, you had a vast public confidence in the President of the United States and in Washington.
You spoke before of the times of criticism and talk about rebellion and disagreement within the alliance. And, of course, in the context of honest news reporting, since we must report conflicts, this does arise frequently. But I was wondering, did you get the feeling, as we have seen it in the past, that underneath all of this, in times of crisis, the Anglo-Saxon family, without even thinking, just intuitively and instinctively, without thought, moves together and solidifies?
I think that it certainly wants to move together, and not always, Joe, in times of crisis have we sided with each other. Of course, that's one of the things the British remember, that in 2 great world wars, we Americans were slow in coming in. We've had that terrible strain over the Suez crisis, which pretty nearly broke up the alliance, the relationship between us. But in times of crisis, we've come together, and I would have thought that during the last year of Kennedy's presidency, from the Cuban crisis down to the moment of his death, Britain and America were closer together than at any other time in history.
Joe, you mentioned President Kennedy being regarded as a young man of vigor, well, admired by the British people. And Britain, as a nation, I think, with young men of vigor, you talk about the football players in Britain. Of course, actually, except for touch football, President Kennedy wasn't really a great football player. He couldn't make the team at Harvard, but very, very few people do actually make the varsity football team.
Yeah, he wanted to, though. It wasn't his fault.
He tried hard, but he was on the swimming team, and, of course, that skill of his at swimming stood him in good stead in World War II.
Yeah.
How about the political situation there? Does this in any way, Joe, have any effect at all, as you see it, on the on the British political situation?
Oh, I wouldn't have thought it made any immediate difference in the relationship of Tories to Labour. Both parties are groping now. The big thing here is the identity of Lyndon Johnson. You're going to have both the leader of the government, Sir Alec Douglas Hume, the leader of the opposition, Harold Wilson, in Washington by tonight. They'll be there tomorrow. I'm sure they'll both want to see the new president, very much want to see him. I presume he'll see them, will he?
Yes, we are told that will be the case, but I think you better talk to Bob McCormick about that.
But to everybody here, it's vital to find out who this man Lyndon Johnson is. They don't really know him. There have been occasional meetings, but none of the top political leaders of Britain have ever sat down and discussed high policy with Lyndon Johnson. So they have no sense of what he's like. Now, the British political situation here, no, I don't think it could be affected by the assassination of President Kennedy. Certainly not immediately, because it isn't a controversial issue between Labour and the Tories, the relationship with Washington. They both parties want the best possible relationship with Washington. There'll be a certain rivalry between Sir Alec Douglas Hume and Mr. Harold Wilson to see who can maneuver himself a little closer to the new president than the other. That's inevitable. But no advantage. I think the British political election, the British general election next year, we expect it to come in late May or early June, you know. Although it isn't certain, it could be put off till October. I think it's going to be decided primarily by the state of the economy at that time.
Well, Joe, let me interrupt for a moment.
Yeah, sorry.
Let me interrupt to say that we are listening to NBC's continuous coverage of the events surrounding the death of the late President of the United States, John Fitzgerald Kennedy. And, Joe, you asked the question about whether or not the leaders of the British delegation would be able to meet with President Johnson, and Bob McCormick is standing by down in Washington. Bob, could you answer that question?
Well, we've been given no specific information on it, I suppose partly because the leaders themselves are not yet here, and we have no way of knowing really when or whether they do want to talk with the president, nor how long they want to talk with him. And, of course, the president himself, by the same token, has a time problem. There are so many people here where we know he would like to talk to all of them. We know that he has his own basic policy firmly in his mind. He knows what he wants to do. He is not up on detail. But there are pitfalls, as Joe hinted at. The last thing he would want to seem to do would be to get mixed up in British politics by seeming to favor either the Tories or the Laborites over here. And so he does have to be pretty careful, particularly since he is new in the job. But we have been told he will see as many of these people as he has time for, and as many as can stay around long enough for him to accommodate them. But we don't have any specific list. There are literally dozens and dozens of world leaders here that he would like very much to talk to.
You know, Joe, I was interested in your comment that they don't really know President Johnson in England. And we had the same comment from, I think, Wells Hangen yesterday about people in West Germany, that they didn't know President Johnson. They were asking questions about him. What sort of a man is he? What is he like? And I wondered, Joe, if the papers in Britain are doing the same thing now, beginning to fill in this gap.
Oh, yes. Oh, the Sunday morning papers here are filled with long accounts of Johnson. But he still, most people here are reading about Lyndon B. Johnson for the first time in their lives this morning. He's just been a vague name in the far background until today.
What do the papers say about Lyndon B. Johnson?
Rather positive. It started with TW3 last night when Bernard Levin did a very moving piece at the end of that program on Johnson, pointing out that Johnson was the means by which some very controversial race legislation, civil rights legislation, got through the Congress at one time, which came as, I think, a surprise to most people here, pointing out that he was a very successful majority leader in the Senate of the United States, that he's highly regarded for his political skill, respected in both parties, as a Washington figure. They're beginning to find out that Lyndon Johnson is something positive, that he has a record, that it's a long record of public service in Washington, and that there's been a good deal of achievement in it.
You refer to TW3. As the people of Britain don't know President Johnson, the people of the United States don't very well understand perhaps this reference to TW3. That's the satirical television program That Which Was. Is that the right term?
That was the week that was.
That was the week that was. That's right. Those are the three W's, the week that was.
Yeah, that was the week that was.
And we've had it once on NBC now, by the way.
That's right.
How successful it was. Incidentally, Joe, again, speaking about knowledge of Lyndon Johnson on the part of people who really have to know him, I recall that in the old days, when not President Kennedy himself, because that wasn't really possible since the labor people were in opposition, but whenever his envoys came through, or whenever labor people came through Washington, there were always quiet meetings to keep informed because of the importance of it. Did any of these people from the labor shadow cabinet have any contact with Mr. Johnson?
I vaguely remember, I think, that they had sort of paid courtesy calls on him, but I've never yet heard a prominent leader of either Tory or Labor Party talk about a personal meeting he had with Lyndon Johnson.
Well, Joe, thank you very much. I'm going to interrupt, Joe, if I may, and thank you again very much, and we'll be back with all of this in just a moment.
NBC has canceled all regularly scheduled programs to bring you this continuous coverage of the events surrounding the death of the late President of the United States, John F. Kennedy. We will be on the air with this coverage until 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight, with continued coverage Monday starting at 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We now pause for station identification.
We've mentioned that religious leaders all over the country, religious leaders all over the world, have this morning been paying tribute to President Kennedy. And let us hear some of that now. Let us listen first to Father C.J. McNasby, Associate Editor of America magazine.
The disastrous happening leaves us all certainly numb with grief and shame. Shame to think that in a nation such as ours, such a deed could be done. However, when we reflect on a certain mood that had been created, the mood that would result in the assassination of Medgar Evers in the same year, we see that more needs to be done than just lament. We must live for something more positive. Hate begets hate. Hate leads to nothing but disaster. And if an assassin would kill an innocent Negro in Jackson, Mississippi, who is safe? Little wonder that a president would be assassinated too. I believe we should learn the lesson then that the mere negative, mere hatred, is no answer. It's far from the whole Christian principle of life. It's far from what our nation is founded on. And as we pray for President Kennedy, let us learn the lesson, work with his successor toward making a greater America and a greater world under God. We pray together, eternal rest grant unto him, O Lord, and let perpetual light shine upon him. May he rest in peace. Amen.
That was Father C.J. McNasby, Associate Editor of America magazine. Down in Flat Rock, North Carolina, Carl Sandburg is a great friend of President Kennedy's, one of our great historians, great writers. And Joe Michaels came across something that Carl Sandburg wrote about the funeral of Abraham Lincoln. And Joe,
I was reading through one of, I guess, so many people's favorite books, the Abraham Lincoln, The War Years by Mr. Sandburg. And I came across this portion of it in the last volume under the heading Vast Pageant and Then Great Quiet. And it tells about when Mr. Lincoln was taken to the Capitol, as our former president, Mr. Kennedy, will be. And I thought perhaps it might be interesting to read a little bit of it. He wrote, "Out of the great front door of the Executive Mansion for the last time went the mortal shape of Abraham Lincoln, 16th President of the United States. 6 gray horses stood waiting with a black hearse 14 feet long, 7 feet wide, mounted 8 feet from the ground. It moved under escort of regimental bands playing a dead march, cavalry, artillery, navy and marine detachments, infantry and drum corps with reversed arms and muffled drums. On the 1-mile route to the Capitol pavement, curbs and pavements were packed with onlookers, who also filled every roof, window, doorway, balcony, and stairway. 60,000 spectators watched the parade of 40,000 mourners. From his sick bed, sore with his dagger wound, Secretary Seward gazed from the window with mingled grief and thanks. In a group of marching Treasury Bureau officials, he could see a flag with a gash torn in it. This had caught the assassin's foot and broken his leg. Immediately behind the hearse, Seward could see 2 grooms leading a horse, surmising this was the horse that had most often carried the body, now in the hearse. At 7th Street, a regiment of colored troops just arrived from the front by a mistaken maneuver, wheeled about and found itself at the head and forefront of the procession, winning admiration by their marching order and skill in the manual of arms. At 15th Street, one of the horses of President Johnson's carriage began rearing for a runaway, and the President and his companion, Preston King, alighted and took seats in another carriage. In the rotunda of the Capitol, under the great white dome that had come to its finished construction while the war raged, 12 sergeants of the veteran Reserve Corps carried the coffin to a huge catafalque. The honorary pallbearers ranged themselves in a circle. Generals, admirals, and the President, the Cabinet, stood some 10 feet from the coffin. In silence, during night watches, the body of Lincoln lay with eyes never opening to see far above him the arches of the great dome that for him symbolized the Union. There is more, but this appealed to me.
Joe, you mentioned Secretary Seward, who was wounded in the assassination plot on President Lincoln. It brought to mind Governor John Connally of Texas, who was wounded in the attack on President Kennedy. He was seriously wounded. We have a report from Dallas, though, that's saying that Governor John Connally is reported improved today. Administrative Assistant Bill Stinson said the Texas governor spent a restful night without sedation and that his pulse, respiration, and temperature continued stable. Stinson said the governor's doctors were pleased with his progress. One of 3 bullets fired by the president's assassin struck the Texas governor. It passed through his chest and wrist and lodged in his thigh. Now, temporary administrative offices for the governor have been set up near his room in Parkland Hospital. Of course, Governor John Connally is one of the very few governors of the 50 United States who will not be in Washington tomorrow for the funeral services. But, again, we're going back to our foreign capitals. We're going to our foreign correspondent. Let's turn now to Wilson Hall in Rio.
President Goulart's office says Brazil's president will spend today studying with advisors the implications of President Kennedy's death. That would seem to imply that the Brazilian government expects some changes in relations with the United States. Brazilians do not know President Johnson. One paper today carries a picture of President Johnson dressed in rancher's clothes, riding a horse on his Texas ranch. The caption was, "President Johnson is a typical Texan." Brazilians do not know what that means. Editorials imply that a typical Texan means right-wing, reactionary, segregationist. By word and deed, President Johnson will have to convince Latin Americans that this image is not accurate. One editorial today said of President Kennedy, he was a great president, destined to be even greater than Lincoln or Roosevelt. Mr. Johnson, or any American, would have a difficult time replacing President Kennedy in the hearts of Latin Americans. Wilson Hall, NBC News, Rio de Janeiro.
Thank you, Wilson Hall. We have a dispatch from Saigon that says today and tomorrow the Vietnamese national flag has been ordered flown at half-mast. And in Saigon, the chairman of the ruling council, General Duong Van Minh, has sent Mrs. Kennedy a cable of condolences, saying that to the Vietnamese, the late President Kennedy was not only the champion of liberty in the world, but also the great friend who had come to support them in the decisive hours of their existence. And it's ironic that as all this is happening, the war is still going on in Vietnam, and we were taking a beating out there. And you have some more on that, Joe Michaels.
This was a particularly bad battle, but the kind that has to be expected. According to reports which now come into more detail, Viet Cong guerrillas overran the Special Forces training camp today. They killed 37, wounded 26, probably captured 4 Americans. There seems to have been treachery. The 4 Americans, all-American Special Forces enlisted men, were listed as missing in action. According to the reports that reached American sources, only 5 communist guerrillas were known to have died in the encounter. Other wounded or killed guerrillas could have been carried off by the attackers, who withdrew in what is described as a leisurely manner. More than 75 weapons were taken. The attack began shortly after 1 a.m. in the morning, when 200 to 300 guerrillas gained entrance through the eastern side of the camp defenses without firing a shot. According to the American spokesman, the guerrillas cut through 2 rows of coiled barbed wire surrounding the camp at 20-yard intervals from the main perimeter wall. The first sign of the camp was under attack was a single blast on a Viet Cong bugle. Almost immediately, the guerrillas cut loose with small arms and automatic weapons, killing many of the defenders in their sleep, according to the spokesman. Over 200 trained strike force personnel were in camp when the attack began, and these are locally recruited villagers trained by American and Vietnamese Special Forces personnel. There was no explanation at this time of how the guerrillas managed to slip past government defenses without being detected. There were guards posted in machine gun nests along the wall. It's attributed to faulty security. And, well, Jim, this is...
Is there anything to indicate, Joe, that there was anything to equate this attack with the death of President Kennedy? This was purely coincidental. War just keeps going on regardless of other things that happen around the world, isn't that true?
Yes, and this one is that kind of a war. We've had numerous dispatches indicating that in the last months, while the Diem regime was still in existence, because of in the Saigon area, particularly, as a matter of fact, to the south of it, not in this area so much, where the 7th Division had been located, their reluctance to commit their own men to battle had almost lost the area. Our people say that had the Diem regime lasted for several more months, this area, which is a rich rice-producing area in the Delta, would have been gone for good. We're in the dry season over there. The communists probably feel that things are confused. They do have substantial strengths now, numbered battalions, working in battalion formation, even up to regimental formation in some ways, and they have some initiative, and they're exploiting it.
Does the dry season work to the advantage, Joe, of the communists or the other side?
It depends upon, at this particular moment, it seems to work in their advantage because they seem to have the initiative. We are having our troubles at the moment because morale has to be restored there. It was bad for a while. We were doing magnificently a year and a half ago. Then things started to slide off because the Diem regime was so concerned with its own security that it would not commit its troops to battle. And this isn't good for the morale of any troops. Now we've got to recover that. Our people seem to be optimistic about it, but as you know, the President is talking to Ambassador Lodge about that today, and I'm sure we'll have reports from Washington on that during the course of the day.
Well, I'm sure we will indeed, Joe. Of course, we're getting reports from a great many places during this morning, but we've been talking about the situation in Dallas, Texas, and I reported the editorial content in the Dallas papers. We've got some more on that. And for a report on the city of Dallas, the situation there, let's turn to Roger Reddy at WFAA in Dallas.
Since President Kennedy's assassination at 12:35 on Friday, some 44 hours ago, the scene of the shooting at Elm and Houston Streets in downtown Dallas has been visited by throngs of people. Curiously, the atmosphere at the location has witnessed a marked change in the past 2 days. Immediately after the attack and much of Friday afternoon and evening, the site was jammed with the curious and the morbid, those who too often flock to the scene of a disaster with not much to contribute to anything except more confusion. But as the afternoon wore into evening yesterday, it became apparent that the location had started taking on the feeling somewhat of a shrine. Floral offerings were placed up and down both sides of the street, more and more as the evening grew later. There were many people in evidence, but now the quiet reverence was the order of the evening. As you watched people, you were struck by the fact that the makeup of the crowd seemed to be young people, just standing around quietly, praying. Many of them young couples, high school and college teenagers, boys and girls just standing quietly and not saying much, then walking back up the hill, kind of embarrassed to look at each other and find tears in the eyes. This morning there were more groups of people. Up and down both sides of the road leading from the Elm and Houston Street location, more and more floral wreaths had been placed. People were standing around on the way to church just praying. There seemed to be more of a feeling of an upsurge of spiritual communication throughout Dallas and as you drove through the streets this morning. At police headquarters, Lee Oswald, the assassin or accused assassin of President Kennedy, has not confessed yet. He's expected to be transferred to county jail sometime around 10 o'clock this morning, and the investigation and interrogation will continue. But just below Elm and Houston Streets, across from the Texas School Book Depository building, the scene of President Kennedy's assassination has seemingly turned into a shrine for a quiet and thoughtful contemplation of a great man. This is Roger Reddy in Dallas.
Thank you, Roger Reddy. We're again getting more reports in on editorial content. We talked about the editorial content in your papers in Dallas, and we've talked about the editorial reaction in papers in West Germany and in Britain. And we have a report from New Delhi. Prime Minister Nehru will speak on President Kennedy's death to Parliament in New Delhi tomorrow before it adjourns in mourning. Mr. Nehru will also attend a memorial service for the late president at the U.S. Embassy in New Delhi. His sister, Ms. Viyaha Pandit, the chief UN delegate, will represent India at the Washington funeral service. Many Indian newspapers today recalled with gratitude the late president's rapid aid to India during the Sino-Indian border fighting last year. The Sunday Standard said his sympathy during the dark days of Chinese aggression will never be forgotten by us, and said that, like President Lincoln, Mr. Kennedy died a martyr to an assassin's bullet because he believed in the equality of man. Referring to President Kennedy's work for peace, the Times of India declared such was his faith in peace that even while he lived, the Cold War had begun to look a thing of the past. We've been talking to Dallas and to Britain and to a number of other places, and meanwhile, Bob McCormick has been standing by down in Washington. Bob, you want to come back in?
Yes, thank you, Jim. We have a couple of notes here sent in to us by our own people. Richard Valeriani, who is with President Johnson and his family, tells us in response to a discussion we had just a while ago that President Johnson will meet with a number of the foreign officials who are in town, but as we said, as yet no times have been set. It can't be done really until the visitors settle down a little bit and the sad ceremonies are over. In the meantime, we're told that the Kennedy family, Mrs. Rose Kennedy, the late president's mother, and Senator Edward Kennedy will leave Boston this afternoon aboard the Kennedy private plane, the Caroline. Now, Robert Abernathy of the NBC News staff has been in the rotunda of the Capitol, where the president's body will lie in state, and I believe he's at the Senate Radio Gallery now, if I have my facts straight. Robert Abernathy, can you hear me? Are you there?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Very well.
Good.
What is the picture in the rotunda now?
I've just come from the rotunda, which, as you know, is on the second floor of the Capitol, just under the dome. And there the catafalque, or bier, that was first built for the first assassinated president, Abraham Lincoln, stands in the exact center of the rotunda. All day yesterday, a seamstress worked on the black velvet covering of it, repairing any parts of it that were frayed. It stands there now protected with a transparent plastic cover. On either side of it, when I walked into the rotunda, were four men from the honor guards of the services, 8 men in all. These are the men who have been with the president's casket ever since it returned to Washington. 2 from the Army, 2 from the Marine Corps, 2 from the Navy, 1 from the Air Force, 1 from the Coast Guard. And these men have been this morning in the rotunda practicing the movements that they will make when they bring the casket in, finding out exactly how much space they need to perform their duties, to set the casket down on the Lincoln bier, and then to watch it. They will be relieved then by a so-called death watch, 4 men and an officer who will stand by the casket at all times while it lies here at the Capitol. Outside on the grounds, I've been out there. If you have a minute more, I'd like to tell you about that. There are about 5,000 or 6,000 people in the plaza, most of them in a line that stretches from the east end of the plaza for a block back towards the Supreme Court building. 4 abreast they stand. Some of them, those in the front of the line, have been here since midnight. Most of those in front of the line are young men, teenagers, or in their early 20s. Of the 4 at the very head of the line, 3 are from Washington suburbs, 1 from New York. They've been there shivering, wrapped with blankets around them since midnight. Around the plaza and around nearby the Capitol, there are cars. And when I arrived early this morning, people in the cars were waking up. They'd apparently been there all night keeping warm, and they're now coming out to get places where they can see the procession arrive and perhaps then get in line and walk through the rotunda when it's open to the public.
Bob, I did want to ask you one thing. We've been told there'll be no flowers in the rotunda at all. Have you, do you know about that?
I didn't see any. I saw a couple of bouquets of flowers in a room underneath where some of the soldiers were waiting, kind of a little sub-basement there. But I saw no flowers in the rotunda. There will be 2 flags there, I understand, the American flag and the president's personal colors. There is a kneeling a stand on which to kneel on one side of the casket, and as people come into the rotunda, the line will be divided. So some will go on one side and some will go on the other side of the casket, which will be closed, by the way, and proceed then right on out the west front of the Capitol. The kneeling stand is on the left side of the line as you come in.
I'm sure you haven't had time yet this morning to check with the Speaker's office, but we understand that someone in his office quoted him as saying that while the public is supposed to be stopped at 9 o'clock tonight, that no one would be kept from from seeing the casket just because he was a few minutes late. I wonder if that indicates they might keep it open considerably longer.
Well, I would guess that. I don't know for sure, but I would guess it for 2 reasons. First is the obvious one of the deepness with which so many people feel the occasion, and the second one is that all the officials of the Capitol think of it as a place that belongs to all the people, and the Speaker is one of them, and I think it would not be in character for him to issue any order that would say that the doors would be closed.
We also understand, once again, I apologize for throwing things at you that I'm sure you haven't had time to clear up yet, but there will be, the public actually probably won't start in until about 2:45, about approximately an hour after the President's body arrives at the Capitol. In the meantime, in the interval, there will be various dignitaries and will view the casket. Is that correct, you know?
Yes, that's my understanding. My understanding is that it will take approximately 48 minutes to come from the White House to the Capitol, and then at the Capitol there will be music outside in the plaza and a gun salute, and then the casket will be taken up the steps by the 8-man honor guard about which I spoke before, and placed on the Lincoln bier. And in the rotunda at that time, there will be officials and diplomats, and the rotunda will be filled then with officials. And when the clergy is in place and the flags are in place, and when the officials who have been there have paid their respects, then and only then, as I understand it, will the great bronze doors be open and the people permitted to come in. And I would guess that would take what you suggested in terms of time, about 45 minutes after the casket actually gets here. And then, as you know, the schedule is for the rotunda also to be open for an hour tomorrow morning before the funeral.
Is my memory correct? Looking down upon the casket, won't one of the statues in the rotunda be that of President Garfield, who was assassinated in 1880 or 1881?
Your memory is renowned, but I don't know about this particular case. I can't verify that. I can say that the catafalque, the Lincoln bier, supported the casket of President Garfield and President McKinley, President Lincoln, and President Kennedy, all of them assassinated.
Well, thank you very much, Robert. If you could stand by for a moment, I'd like to see if we can get Herb Kaplow at the White House now. Are you available, Herb?
Yeah, Bob, I'm here.
Is anything started up there yet?
There's more activity. McGeorge Bundy and John McCone. McCone, of course, the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, and Bundy, the special assistant to the president for national security matters, left the White House in a car, presumably to go to the home of the new president and to conduct the 10 o'clock intelligence briefing. There is a slight change in the program later, 3 o'clock this afternoon. The briefing on Vietnam, or the discussion on Vietnam, will be held at Mr. Johnson's home also. This will involve the relatively new ambassador to South Vietnam, Henry Cabot Lodge, Jr.
Herb, I'm going to have to interrupt you for just a second. We'll be back to you in a minute.
Okay.
We've got to go back now to New York.
That's right, Bob. We have to give local stations across the country a chance to cut away briefly. You are listening to NBC's continuous coverage of the events surrounding the death of the late President of the United States, John Fitzgerald Kennedy. And with that, Bob, let's just turn it right back to Bob McCormick in Washington.
And now I'd like, if I can, to get Herb back. Are you there? Still there, Herb? Herb Kaplow?
I'm here, Bob.
Yes, I interrupted you. I'm sorry. We had to... What were you saying?
I was saying that this 3 o'clock meeting on South Vietnam will be held at Mr. Johnson's home, and it will involve the relatively new ambassador to South Vietnam, Henry Cabot Lodge, Jr., Secretary of State Rusk, Defense Secretary McNamara, and Bundy. And this originally was thought that it would be held across the street in the offices of what served as offices for Vice President Johnson, and which so far serve as his offices as president. But it's going to be held in his home. Mr. Johnson also will be going to church with his wife in a little more than just about an hour from now. The activity here seems to be stepping up a little bit. More of the officials are showing up, that is sort of the working level personnel, and more people from the press are starting to accumulate here.
Well, thank you, Herb, and once again, we'll be back to you. But in the meantime, I understand Robert Abernathy has something more for us.
Yes, Bob, I just wanted to make this additional observation. As I said, there's so much going on in the way of preparation and discipline and precise arrangements in the rotunda now, and on the Capitol in the Capitol Plaza. It's all being done with a great deal of care. And it seems to me that there is time now. There has been time for these arrangements to be precise, so that I think we can expect from here at the ceremonies here a great deal more dignity and precision about what is done than was the case when the president's casket arrived back in Washington at the airfield, when to those of us who were there, it had been so hastily arranged that it seemed to lack some of the dignity and pageantry that it might have had, but it will have, I think today.
Well, the people up there must have been working all night through, weren't they, Bob?
That's right.
I suppose that so many tourists, to say nothing of the working people up there, go through the rotunda every day. Must have been quite a chore just to polish it up alone.
Yes, the rotunda has been has been blocked off for was blocked off all day yesterday, and the people who normally go through and look at it were diverted around.
I see. They sent them somewhere else. Well, thank you very much, Robert. And now I think I'm going to call on Jim Hurlbut again. Do you have anything to ask these people, Jim?
Yes, I think that, like everyone else across the nation, we here in New York are tremendously interested in what is going on in Washington. I think that really Washington is the focal point of the nation's attention today. And like everyone else around the world, we want to know if this activity is going to step up. You mentioned, I think, that it is stepping up now, and I presume that it will become increasingly active as this day goes on.
One of the distressing things, Jim, if I could interrupt for just a minute, is that there are so many people that have to work and to keep things going and keep things organized and make sure things go smoothly, because nothing, of course, must be allowed to mar the dignity and the solemnity and the really overwhelming nature of this most unfortunate ceremony that we have to go through. And these people have to do all of this as unobtrusively as they possibly can, and the people around the Capitol are extremely skillful at it. They manage to preserve the dignity of things like this entirely, but at the same time attend to the necessary mechanics of the operation. They're really very good at it.
I'm sure they are, Bob. We want to get back to that in just a moment.
The NBC radio network has canceled all regularly scheduled programs in order to bring you this continuous coverage of the events surrounding the death of the late President of the United States, John F. Kennedy. We will be on the air with this continuous coverage until 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight, with the coverage continuing Monday, starting at 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We now pause for station identification.
We've had many religious tributes to Mr. Kennedy this morning. We've heard many of them. We have another now. This by Dr. Ralph W. Sockman, Minister Emeritus of Christ Church in New York, Minister of the NBC Radio Network's National Radio Pulpit, Dr. Ralph W. Sockman.
This is a moment when we are moved by feelings too deep for words. We all know how deep is our sorrow, but we cannot find ways to express it. I have just come in off the streets of New York, where I have seen people standing in stunned silence. Only 2 weeks ago tonight, I sat at the table with the President, only one removed from him, and there his vigor of spirit and joy of living were so apparent. He was being honored as the first recipient of the Family of Man Award by the Protestant Council of the City of New York. The ecumenical spirit which he showed as a devout Roman Catholic in his attitude toward Protestants and Jews will be an inspiration to all the generations to come. His alertness of mind and his earnestness of purpose and his brilliance of ability are known to all. Our sorrow runs below all levels of political opinion and racial difference and religious variety. Our President, the President of all our people, is dead. His vigorous figure has left the horizon, but his vitality of spirit and his desire to serve the land he loved will remain a heritage beyond value to our children and grandchildren.
That was Dr. Ralph W. Sockman, Minister of the NBC Radio Network's National Radio Pulpit. We've just had word from Washington that a White House briefing has been concluded, and for word on that, we switch to Robert McCormick in Washington.
And for a direct report to Herbert Kaplow at the White House.
I am on the north portico of the White House, where in about 55 minutes the cortege will start. moving the body of the late President John F. Kennedy from the White House to a place of honor at the Capitol, where tomorrow thousands of people will pass by, or rather today, and pay their final tribute to the 35th President. At this moment, people are gathering on the wide street, on the sidewalks of it, in front of the White House, Pennsylvania Avenue, standing under a sun with a bright breeze blowing against the bare trees which surround this section of Washington. President Johnson attended church this morning. He is expected here in about 35 minutes. We'll go into the executive mansion and stay there for about 15 minutes, at which point the funeral cortege will begin. Military units are starting to move into position here. A platoon of sailors walking on the street from my left to the right. There are about 8 limousines drawn up and waiting on the circular driveway in front of the north portico of the mansion. All the military people starting to move into place. After accompanying the cortege to the Capitol, President Johnson will return to his office in the Executive Offices building across from the Executive Mansion itself, and there will confer on the problem of Vietnam with Ambassador to South Vietnam Henry Cabot Lodge, Secretary of State Rusk, Defense Secretary McNamara, and the Special Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs, McGeorge Bundy. The proceedings tomorrow have been made public just a few minutes ago by Presidential News Secretary Pierre Salinger. The procession will depart from the Capitol at 11 o'clock. Mrs. Kennedy and Attorney General Robert Kennedy, the late President's brother, will be behind the caisson bearing the body of President Kennedy as it is moved from the White House, or rather to the White House. Then the Mrs. Kennedy and the Attorney General will get out of the car, be joined by other celebrities, and walking behind the caisson as it makes its way from the White House to St. Matthew's Cathedral. The procession will go in this order. Behind Mrs. Kennedy and Attorney General Robert Kennedy, who are immediately behind the caisson, will be President Johnson, the chiefs of state, the heads of government, chiefs of special delegation. The differentiation between chiefs of state are such people as presidents and kings. Heads of government are such people as prime ministers, who technically are one rung below in the protocol to a chief of state. Then there will be the chiefs of delegation, the Chief Justice of the United States, Earl Warren, then former Presidents Truman and Eisenhower. Behind them will be the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court, then the members of the Cabinet, about 16 leaders of Congress from both parties, Democrats and Republicans, the members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, behind them 11 personal assistants to Mr. Kennedy, such men as Kenneth O'Donnell, the Congressional Relations Specialist Lawrence O'Brien, News Secretary Salinger, people of that rank. All of these will walk behind the caisson to the church, which is probably about a mile away. The services there should conclude about 1 o'clock, and then there will be a procession in automobiles to the Arlington National Cemetery, about 5 miles away, across the Potomac River. Mrs. Kennedy will be behind the hearse bearing the body of the president. She will be accompanied by other members of the immediate family, and the rest of the procession will go in the order, roughly, of what it had been from the White House to the cathedral. At this moment, it is still quiet. No activity to speak of here at the White House on the north portico. Photographers are positioning themselves. Special White House police in their blue uniforms and gold braid are moving easily around taking their positions along the circular driveway. We see behind us a group of officers, military officers, conferring with the Secret Service. All of this in a very hushed and quiet and obviously somber moment. Herbert Kaplow, NBC News, on the north portico of the White House.
Thank you, Herb. Those are the details of all funeral arrangements, including those for tomorrow, as they've just been given to Herb Kaplow of NBC News. And now back to New York.
Thank you, Robert McCormick. We have a dispatch, dateline Rome. Madame Nozium New today sent a telegram to Mrs. Jacqueline Kennedy saying the President's death must be particularly unbearable, quote, because of your habitually well-sheltered life, end quote. Madame New suggested that the assassination of President Kennedy was an act of God. She termed it, again in quotes, that ordeal which God has bestowed on you, end quote. She compared Mr. Kennedy's murder with the slaying of her brother-in-law, President Ngo Dinh Diem of Vietnam, and her husband. She said, again in quotes, even the wounds inflicted on President Kennedy were identical to those of Diem and her husband. Madame New was in the United States on a lecture tour when the Vietnamese coup took place. Her 3 youngest children were brought to Rome. She joined them there some time later. And now for a report on the USA-Argentine dispute and the thinking in the Argentine about President Johnson, we switch to Ed Arno in Buenos Aires.
The bitter dispute between Argentina and the United States over the cancellation of American oil contracts is completely forgotten in Buenos Aires today. It was dissolved by the heartfelt grief of this nation over the loss of a man they considered a brother. Tomorrow has been proclaimed a national day of mourning in Argentina, with all government offices and public businesses shut down. The solidarity of sincere feeling of loss is perhaps more significant in Argentina at this moment than anywhere else in South America. The beginning of a hate America sentiment over the oil controversy was just starting to gain momentum toward the end of the week, but the news of the president's death put tears in the eyes of Argentines throughout the country over what they considered their loss as much as anyone else's. This is Ed Arno, NBC News, Buenos Aires.
Tonight, 6 to 7 Eastern Standard Time, the NBC Radio Network will present a special program which will originate in Los Angeles. Participating will be the following NBC stars, who will read appropriate poetry: Lee J. Cobb, Lauren Green, Raymond Massey, and Cliff Robertson. Also featured will be the 150-man Navy and Marine Honor Guard, the Navy Band and Choir from San Diego. 3 Navy chaplains will offer prayers. That's tonight, 6 to 7 Eastern Standard Time on NBC Radio.
Joe Michaels, you were listening with me as we listened to Ed Arno, and we heard him speculate to a little degree on the implications of the president's assassination. And I think this is true all across the nation, around the world, that people are beginning to speculate now on what this will mean in terms of the future.
I guess it has to be considered also in terms of what it means at home. There is no use ducking the fact that this event, tragic though it is, does not displace the continual flow of life in this country, and that includes political life. And I think that the chances are that this will have a fairly profound effect in terms of the politics of the future. For instance, people were thinking of the Democratic candidacy as one that had no further importance. In 1964, there was no fight coming up. It was quite obvious that President Kennedy would be the nominee. But now this is no longer so, and I don't think it's disrespectful to start thinking about it now. For instance, Mr. Johnson will come into that convention having been president for a total of some 8 months. This will not constitute, one would think, a firm grip unless his achievements within that 8-month period are very, very great indeed. So it is quite possible that other men within the Democratic Party will be considered or might start considering themselves, don't you think?
Well, Morgan Beatty yesterday, Joe, thought that perhaps the assassination of the president might inject a certain restraint into the tenor of the political campaign. Do you feel this is going to be true? That it might, the usual political campaign in this country is a pretty slam-bang affair with no holds barred and no charges too extreme to be made. But it might be felt that because of the tragedy which the nation has experienced, that there will be more restraint in the political harangues that go on.
Well, Morgan is a wise observer who has covered many, many political campaigns in his time, so I think his experience is probably sound in that area. But there are going to be differences. We can't avoid them. Do you know, Mr. Kennedy's election, of course, set a precedent because he was the first Catholic president, as everyone has heard infinitely and often. Now, in this period, particularly in this century, Mr. Johnson in the presidency is really setting another precedent. Mr. Johnson frequently has said that he is a Westerner, and he liked to vote with the Westerners very frequently and refers himself to a Westerner. But everyone does know that 3.5 years ago, one of his problems insofar as the electorate was concerned and insofar as those who were thinking who should be the nominee of the Democratic Party was whether he thought of himself as a Westerner or not. Many people thought of him as a Southerner. Well, they still think of him that way. He is now there. He is now in the White House. His stand on civil rights, therefore, we know he has strong feelings on civil rights, will perhaps make an important difference, because here we will have a man who considers himself a Westerner, but who is considered Southern by most of the nation, standing firmly on the same civil rights platform as the President did. If he continues to so stand, and there's every indication he will, perhaps this will change images so far as the South is concerned throughout this country, just as President Kennedy changed some images insofar as a Catholic president was concerned. And this may do something good if we can get rid of some of this sectionalism which has continued to plague us these 100 years after the Civil War is over.
You know, it's interesting, though, we're talking about the speculation in this country about the future. In Britain, there's much speculation now as to how President Johnson becoming the president will affect the future of the new Prime Minister, Sir Alec Douglas Hume. And for a report on that, let's bring in Kenneth Bernstein in London.
Some British political commentators say the death of President Kennedy may propel the Prime Minister, Sir Alec Douglas Hume, into a more decisive role in East-West relations. They picture him as the budding leader of the Atlantic Alliance. They base this view on British uncertainty over President Johnson's abilities and policies, along with the Prime Minister's long experience in dealing with the Russians. On the domestic political front, the Tories may be expected to try to capitalize on any such newfound prominence. In the next general election, which must come within 11 months, they might portray Sir Alec as the keystone of world peace, the indispensable man, the negotiator Khrushchev can talk with. Even before the assassination, Britons were talking of a new diplomatic offensive, and the Tories had been taking much of the credit for bringing about the nuclear test ban treaty. Kenneth Bernstein, NBC News, London.
Well, thank you, Kenneth Bernstein. Going back to the speculation here at home on the political future, as it will be affected by the president's assassination, I wonder, Joe, what this could mean in terms of the Republican campaign, the Republican effort for being made by several people to become the nominee of their party. For instance, do you think the man, well, let's put it this way, the man who came closest to becoming president of the United States
Mr. Nixon.
Was Mr. Nixon. And do you think this is going to change Mr. Nixon's thinking on whether or not he will want to be a candidate in 1964?
It's most interesting. Of course, I'm not privy to Mr. Nixon's thoughts, but he is a resident of New York now, so I have had occasion to see him several times. And I know there was a lot of speculation as to Mr. Rockefeller. Governor Rockefeller said he believed that Mr. Nixon wanted to be a candidate. I don't think he was right. On two occasions, I say was, and I say it advisedly. On two occasions, I had the opportunity to talk at some length with Mr. Nixon, and he pointed out at that time that to become President of the United States, or to become a candidate for the nomination, you must set up, at least approximately a year in advance, a very strong organization. You must set up a staff that will handle your public image, that will make contact with radio and television and the newspapers, that will go working among the party people throughout the country. He talked at great length about this, and he pointed out that he had no such staff, had nobody on his payroll in these areas, and that his feelings were definitely that he did not intend being a candidate in 1964 for that nomination. This was interesting, though, Jim. We talked about 1968. Actually, we didn't talk about it. I talked about it. And he said, I can only speak so far as 1964 is concerned. But when you get into the history of the presidency, you discover that perhaps Mr. Nixon's lack of interest was tiredness, disillusionment. It might also have been the fact that there had been very little success on the part of anybody who tried to replace an incumbent president seeking his second term in this century. It only happened with Mr. Taft. It's the only time. The presidency, therefore, the nomination didn't look very attractive. All of the odds were in favor of the incumbent president, who is no longer president due to his very sad death. Now, it might be that Mr. Nixon and others, perhaps Governor Scranton and Governor Romney, when they get over the shock of this tragic occurrence and start to think in normal terms, might think, well, maybe a Republican can now do it. This is, again, I emphasize that this is no disrespect to Mr. Kennedy's recent death, but these are unavoidable speculations.
But, Joe, didn't Mr. Nixon himself suggest that perhaps Mr. Scranton might emerge now? This is before this tragic event, but still he was speculating in this area.
Yes, Mr. Scranton, Mr. Romney, and also General Lucius Clay was one person he mentioned prominently. But he also said that if these people are going to seek out the nomination, you don't have to say you're a candidate. It's traditional in the United States not to until a certain time. But the organization has to be created. None of these people up to this time has created such an organization. Perhaps now they'll be more interested. We don't know.
But now what do you think, Joe, this is going to mean in terms of various people entering the primaries around the country?
I don't think anybody really knows yet. There is still ample time so far as primaries are concerned. I think that the interesting thing will be to see if anybody can persuade any of these other people to start an organization. The Republican Party is, I think, found itself in an unfortunate position up until now, in that it had two men representing within Republican ranks extremes. I mean, certainly not within American ranks, but they were faced with only two choices: Governor Rockefeller on the so-called liberal side, Senator Goldwater on the so-called conservative side, and no other alternatives. This may give the opportunity to people who are interested in the welfare of the party and who have been, we know that, who have been looking for an alternative. You mentioned Governor Scranton of Pennsylvania, Governor Romney of Michigan. Both men considered in between these two. This may be it. This may be the impetus.
Of course, we're purely in the area of speculation. There's something going on, and I'm sure that we ought to be making a switch right now.
Pandemonium has broken loose here in the basement of Dallas Police Headquarters. Now, whether the bullet literally hit Oswald or not, we are not absolutely positive. But there has been a gunshot. Oswald reached for his stomach, doubled up. It'll be impossible to determine whether he was hit or not. Did you see whether or not he was hit? He was hit, wasn't he?
He grabbed himself on the side and fell to the ground.
That was my
With
understanding.
a cry.
We were, 4 feet away
I was
from
5
him.
feet in front of him when they shot.
What is your name?
Frank Johnson.
And you're with?
UPI.
He did grab his stomach. I saw him
Yes,
grab
he did.
his stomach.
Right from the side.
Lee Oswald obviously has been shot. The witnesses around us here seem to confirm that. It happened so fast and with such suddenness that you can understand it is virtually impossible to determine the direction from which the bullet came, although police obviously in a rather excited state are attempting to determine where the shot came from. Captain. Well, now, tell me your name.
Yeah, I'm Jeff Edwards from KHJ Radio in Los Angeles.
How did you see it, Jeff?
I was standing over towards the left. Oswald came out. He had the same look on his face that he always does or has. Suddenly, what sounded like a loud firecracker rang out. He grabbed his side and he said, "Ow!" and fell to the ground.
Fell to the ground. And I saw the flash right on his black sweater. The flash. Oh yeah. The man had a hat, a dark hat, a brown suit. He was stocky and strong. came to him, and he put the gun right there. I saw the flash over the black sweater. Yeah, and the man stood like... Oh, he was right here. The man was right here. You probably had it on your TV camera. No, I saw a man there. I thought he was one of the detectives. Well, he was a stocky guy, well dressed, with a hat he had on.
Where did he go?
Brown hat up. I don't know. I think his coat was brown and his hat was
Where did
black.
he go, Pierre?
Well, he was here. He just shot there. He just put the gun there. I saw the flash on the black sweater. Oh, yeah, right there. And the guy... Oh, wait, did you see a gun? Yeah. Right here. I mean, I saw the flash on the black sweater. That's what I remember. The flash, the both were crouching. No, I saw him there. He was in the group of men right here.
Masquerading as one of us, or what?
I thought he was one of the detectives. You know, he had a hat and stocky. He was well dressed. That's what I remember.
Had you seen him before?
I think he had his hat.
There were none of us in this
maybe
area.
he flew off. I don't know, because I look at the flash.
There were
that's
no
all.
reporters in this area.
But
no.
The trouble is I got to story and I can show
All right, now that's the situation here at Dallas Police Headquarters in the basement. We're in this story which has been so unreal from the very beginning. As Lee Oswald, 24 years old, was attempting to move through a crowd to the armored car where he was to be transferred to the Dallas County Jail. As Oswald came out, he was asked, did you shoot the president or something along those lines? And at that hour, at that moment, at that instant, sometime about 11:15 in Dallas, someone walked up to Oswald. At point-blank range, fired into his stomach. An ambulance now is coming here. This will be the ambulance to take Lee Oswald to wherever he will receive medical treatment. It is almost unbelievable. It's almost unbelievable. This is the back end of the ambulance.
If you can get back. If you can get back. As far as I know, no.
Do you have the man who fired?
We have a man, yes.
I didn't hear you.
The back of the ambulance has been opened. Police and detectives are now standing cordoned off. Here comes a squad car driving in from the north side of the Dallas Police basement. Yes, you have one man, do you not,
Yes.
Captain?
Yes, I didn't see it, so we've got the man I think did it.
Here he comes. Here's Oswald again. He is now lying very pale on the stretcher. He's being put into the ambulance head first. There's a group of detectives around the rear end of the ambulance. Now they have the problem that the ambulance is blocked by the armored car. Out on Commerce Street, the armored car, which was to take Lee Oswald to Dallas County Jail, now is blocking the exit of the ambulance, which is to take him to a hospital. Captain, where will he be taken? Captain, where will he be taken?
I'm assuming Parkland Hospital.
Parkland Hospital, the irony of ironies, the place where President John F. Kennedy died. The armored car now has been cleared out of the entranceway. The ambulance is leaving Dallas Police Headquarters. Dallas Police say they do have a man in custody. They believe he is the man who walked up to Lee Oswald at point-blank range and fired a revolver into his stomach. Oswald grabbed at his midsection, fell to the floor. Now you can see the pandemonium that once again has broken loose.
We got a man that I believe, I didn't see it. I think it's the man.
You got him? What's he look like?
I can't give you a description now. He is known locally.
He's known locally? What's his name?
That was a captain of the Dallas Police saying the man that they are holding is known locally, a man wearing a black hat.
Is he
Who
hurt
is
at all?
this man? Who is he? Has someone else been wounded, do you know?
What do you look like? You see him, Captain?
Captain, what is it?
He's known locally. They have his gun in there.
According to Captain C.O. Arnett. With the identification, your breath identification, if you want to come through the doors, you may.
Okay,
sir.
Chief Stevenson. Chief Stevenson, what can you tell us? This is live.
I can't tell you anything as yet. You were present here, I believe, when it occurred.
Too close.
Yes. I have no further information other than that the man is in custody that did the shooting, and we are starting our work on this angle, of course.
Can you tell us the nature of the wound that Oswald received?
I cannot. I was several feet removed when it happened. I don't know where he was hit as yet. He is en route to the hospital.
Did you see the man pulling a gun?
No, sir, I did not.
Tell these fellas to let us out of here. They won't let us out. We tell them you said to let us out, and they won't let us out.
I will see about that in just 1 minute.
Sorry.
Chief, would you tell us as nearly as you can the sequence of events as it happened? Oswald was being brought out.
Yes. If you would excuse me a minute, let me clean this out. I'll be glad to talk with you as soon as I can get to you.
Appreciate that. You can well understand that the situation now is this. One man is in custody. Oswald has been wounded and is en route to Parkland Hospital, where President Kennedy died. As you can well imagine, the events that have happened here in front of our cameras, and I'm sure some of you have seen them and still do not believe them. We are now going to have a replay of this. All right, now by videotape, you will see again the dramatic events as Lee Oswald was being transferred to an armored car for transportation to Dallas County Jail. Here is that videotape.
That is filmed as him being shot. Period.
So, we're going to jump right back to you for a recap after the playback of the shooting.
Then what do I do?
This is going on
John, stay with me here. Did you see it?
No.
So here we are again, where it is so quiet now. Could you tell me, officer, you're a detective. Are you a detective with Dallas
Yes, I
Police?
am.
You were standing right there, weren't you?
I was trying to get the press out of the way so we could get to the car. That's the reason I couldn't see what took place.
Now the matter of pulling together eyewitnesses and people, those of us who were literally here and watching, are not sure of what we saw, except we do know this, that Lee Oswald has been taken to Parkland Hospital in an ambulance. The ambulance was delayed because of the armored car. The armored car, which was to have taken him to Dallas County Jail. Police tell us that they have one man in custody, a man who is known locally, and we'll try to pick up some of this conversation.
That first thing they went out the door, and they coming back up here to get to them. Come on. Well, McGee's got him over there.
camera because I helped hold that camera as he started off. It went into the crowd over there. The camera never was hooked up. And this man came from behind this camera or from this corner and just dove out of the crowd.
He came from behind that car, that green car there. He jumped up over the rail. I saw the gun.
All that information now. Each of you, including Lieutenant Swain, get with him to let him talk to the chief or Captain Fritz there.
Get some men.
I'll get them on.
There you have heard some of the reports of Dallas detectives as to how this man happened to get at Oswald. He was apparently sitting in a car directly behind our cameras, leaped out of the car over a rail at Oswald, pointing a revolver at his stomach, pulled the trigger. Oswald grabbed his stomach, slumped over to the ground, saying what sounded like a rather loud moan.
Is he in this building, Oswald?
He has gone to the hospital.
And what about the man who has been caught? Is he in this building?
He is in custody here.
I see.
Chief, can you tell us what you know now about the man that you do have in custody?
Personally, I don't know anything about him. I merely know his name. And that's all I know.
can you tell us about the nature of Oswald's wounds?
I don't even know that. I don't know where the man was struck. I won't know until we hear from the hospital.
All right, Captain, can you give us any report now on...
No further report right at this time.
This is live from the basement of Dallas Police Headquarters. Absolutely unbelievable, incredible. Lee Oswald, the man charged with assassinating the President of the United States himself before our very eyes, was shot by a man who leaped out of that green car down there, apparently, over the rail, into the crowd, through the reporters, directly at Oswald, who was standing just about right here where I am. It happened so fast, no one really knows what happened, but here we have a further report.
Now then, thus far, is the man upstairs in the cell?
As far as I know, he's either in the jail or at Captain Fritz's office. I imagine he would probably be in jail.
Do you know this subject? Do you know him? Have you seen him before?
Yes, I do.
Is he from Dallas?
Yes.
Who is he?
I couldn't tell you.
I know you can't release the name now, but do you know what kind of business he happens to be in?
Bob, I wouldn't want to say. Right.
Okay. Did he have to be disarmed or did he give up?
We had to disarm him.
Did he struggle?
As much as he could, yes, but he was...
say anything?
He struggled. He was mumbling. I couldn't hear. I couldn't understand what he did say.
Do you know...
Did Oswald say anything?
No, Oswald didn't.
What?
Now,
Did he have a pistol?
Yes,
do you know what kind of pistol he was carrying?
No, Bob, I never saw the pistol itself. Some other, I think Officer Graves had got the gun immediately after he fired the shot.
Officer, he was in civilian clothes?
Yes.
Did he try to get away?
No, he was immediately subdued by the officer.
He wouldn't have had a chance to get away.
How many shots were fired?
Just one shot.
Did you see? Oswald wearing? Do you remember when he came out?
I didn't pay too much attention.
Did you know the man? Did you see the man before?
Yes, he did.
Sir, you saw his face?
Yes, sir.
And you knew him?
Yes, sir.
Pat, he is a resident of Dallas.
Yes, sir. And that's all I'd want to say about the man inside.
This is Officer P.T. Dean of the Dallas Police Department.
It looks like that about just about 3 feet away, or how far would you say the shot was fired?
Well, I couldn't tell. I couldn't see Oswald when the shot was fired. I immediately turned. I was waiting at the armored car to ride with the suspect to the county jail. As soon as the shot was fired, I came immediately down the ramp to assist the officers.
Officer, do you know this man personally that's in custody? Yes. In the line of duty or in another way?
Sir, I wouldn't want to say.
But he is known to you as a police officer.
Not as a police officer?
That is, you as a police officer know him, is that correct?
Yes.
Was he connected in any way with this?
I don't know.
Had you seen him here in the building before the shot was fired?
No, sir.
Pat, could you outline briefly some of the security precautions that were taken immediately before this happened?
Yes, sir. We thoroughly searched the basement. We had searched even the cars up on top of the pipes and things that a person might conceal himself. There was about 15 to 20 men that had searched this place prior to 30 minutes. In fact, searched it twice, about an hour before and then 30 minutes before.
How many officers did you have outside, approximately, would you say?
About 20 uniformed officers.
Outside the building, and they're armed with riot guns, pistols, and all kinds of...
Yes, sir. Some few of them are.
Have you noticed this guy before in here?
No, sir.
You haven't?
Today, no, sir.
Not today. Is there anything else that you possibly might tell us about him, Pat? I know that at the present time you're bound and can't say very much, but you have said that he is from Dallas and that you do know this subject and have seen him before.
Yes, sir, I do know.
Is there anything that you can say about him further than the fact that he is a resident of Dallas, the man who shot Oswald, to shed some more light on it?
Well, Bob, that would be all I'd want to say, really.
I'm sure that's the case. Now, at present, what in the way of release is going on inside? How soon do you think we're going to be able to know who this man is?
Well, the information would have to come from Captain Fritz's office.
Now, Captain Fritz came out of this door just a few steps ahead of Oswald. Do you know where he is at present?
No, sir, I don't.
Right.
Can you give us some indication of why these security precautions had been taken? Were there some threatening phone calls during the night that there might be some effort to take
I couldn't answer
life?
that. I don't know.
Had you heard that?
This is merely a precautionary measure. The case as it is, it was felt that there had to be a security foreign.
There were extreme precautions regarding the armored car.
Yes, sir.
Now, how, officer, would it be possible for someone to have slipped into this car over here with the elaborate security precautions that had
Sir,
been taken?
I can't answer. I do know the man. I would have known him on sight. If I'd seen him and noticed him, I would have ejected him. That's merely not because of him himself, but there was no one that was supposed to be in here but the press and the officers.
Now, what is it that you know about this man?
Sir, I wouldn't want to elaborate on my knowing. Patrolman, I wonder if you...
This, then, is the situation at this hour as we can reconstruct it. Just about 20 minutes ago, standing right here, Lee Oswald was shot by a man known to at least one Dallas police officer, P.T. Dean. The man apparently, according to the accounts of other detectives who were here, came out of a green vehicle parked beyond our camera range in the police garage here at Dallas Police Headquarters, leaped over a railing through the reporters who had been cordoned off on that side. And again, according to people who were closer than I, the man came through the group of reporters to Oswald, who was being transported just about in this position. And just at that moment, the gunshot was fired. And it sounded as if an automobile had backfired or someone had thrown a cherry bomb or a firecracker or something of that sort. Oswald clasped his stomach like this and moaned. And then, of course, there was absolute pandemonium as detectives and police officers moved in to take into custody this man, so far unidentified, so far apparently being questioned upstairs by Dallas Homicide Captain Will Fritz, who incidentally is the man who has been in charge of the interrogation of Oswald as the accused killer of President Kennedy.
We heard Tom Pettit describe the shooting of Oswald. We heard Tom Pettit later tell us that Oswald was being put into an ambulance. We saw the ambulance leaving the jail area and head for Parkland Hospital. Now the activity is transferred to Parkland Hospital in Dallas. Standing by there for a report, let's switch to Roger Reddy at Parkland Hospital.
Here at Parkland Hospital, assassin Lee Oswald has just been brought to the emergency room by a screaming ambulance and an escort of police cruisers with their sirens going. We had just been in the press room at Parkland for an interview with Mrs. John Connolly, who had made a statement. When we heard the word that he had been shot, all the reporters rushed around to the emergency entrance room at Parkland just as Oswald was brought up. As the ambulance backed up to the unloading dock, the reporters shoved towards the back of the ambulance. Police had to fight to keep them away from the back. The door was opened. Oswald was pushed out on the stretcher. His shirt was rolled halfway up his stomach to his chest. As I saw his face, it was gray and ashen. He did not look good at all. His condition has not been stated yet. He is in emergency here at Parkland Hospital. He has not been moved to any operating room as far as I know. At this time, he is still in emergency. He is completely closed off. Reporters are not permitted in the back. They are working on him right now.
That is a report from Roger Reddy at Parkland Hospital. I understand that also standing by in Dallas is Tom Perryman, a reporter for WFAA, who has been right on top of this case, too. I believe we do have an identification of the man who shot Lee Harvey Oswald, and I'm going to give you one line of report on that now. And I think before I give you that line, I'm going to switch directly to Tom Perryman at the Dallas Police Station.
This is Tom Perryman at Dallas Police Headquarters. The man who did the shooting is identified by police as a Jack Ruby, owner of 2 Dallas strip clubs. As was reported, Oswald was shot in the upper stomach with a snub-nosed revolver. Police, like a sack, were on Ruby. He has been taken into questioning. Tom Perryman at Dallas Police Headquarters.
That was Tom Perryman at Dallas Police Headquarters identifying the man who just a few minutes ago shot and apparently seriously wounded, we don't actually know the extent of the wound, shot and wounded Lee Harvey Oswald, the man who is accused of assassinating President Kennedy. Tom Pettit of NBC News was at the scene when this event took place. He was actually on the air on television at the time that the man was shot. Television viewers actually saw this small man, described as a small elderly man, leap forward through the crowd, place a revolver in Oswald's stomach, and pull the trigger. They actually saw the police officers who were attending Oswald leap on this man, take him into custody. They wrestled him to the ground, and then they started trying to move him back, the assailant of Oswald back into the office from whence Oswald came. And we're going to be back with more of this report after a moment.
Jim, I might say that we are now going to replay a recording of the events as they happened. Here is the recording.
There is the president. There is Lee Oswald. He's been shot. He's been shot. Lee Oswald has been shot. There's the man with a gun. It's absolute panic here in the basement of Dallas Police Headquarters. The detectives have their guns drawn. Oswald has been shot. There is no question about it. Oswald has been shot. Pandemonium has broken loose.
That was an actual replay of the shooting of Lee Oswald. That was a radio recording that was made at the scene. You actually heard the gun that was fired, and you heard the comments of the reporter at the scene after that shot was fired. A very great deal has happened since that moment. We've seen and heard the wild scene in the basement of the city hall as they were trying to move Lee Harvey Oswald from the city jail to the county jail. We know that Lee Harvey Oswald was shot in the stomach. He was rushed to Parkland Hospital. We heard from Roger Reddy at Parkland Hospital in Dallas that Oswald had been moved to the emergency room there. He was undergoing emergency surgery of some sort. It was ironic that our reporter Roger Reddy was at the hospital to get a report there on the condition of Texas Governor Connally, who was wounded at the time that President Kennedy was shot and killed by the man who they believe the man who has been wounded now. To recap the situation, after that shot was fired that you heard, and after the announcer talked about it, immediately a wild scene developed in the basement of City Hall. At one point, detectives and police officers trying to get the wounded turncoat back into the booking office jammed themselves in the doorway and could not move. Police Chief Jesse Curry said he was preparing a statement. We heard Curry briefly talking, describing what was happening and what had happened. At first, Police Chief Curry said that he knew the man but could not identify him. We have had an identification of the man that shot Oswald. Police Lieutenant George Butler has identified the man that did the shooting as Jack Ruby, a Dallas nightclub owner.
Jim, I think that one of the things that may be extremely interesting about this was what Tom Pettit elicited from that police sergeant. When he said that it was a little bit unclear, but he said that he knew this man and that had he seen him, he would not have allowed that man to come inside. Well, of course, this would be the case for anybody who was not authorized to be there, except for reporters and policemen. But one wonders if there are implications about this particular man and police knowledge of him that might have led to the statement by the sergeant that he would not have allowed him. There seemed to be an emphasis.
Yes, I agree with you, Joe. In fact, it was the way in which the police sergeant made that statement. He said, had I seen him, I would have ejected him. He said specifically, I would have ejected. In other words, to put it in the vernacular, he would have thrown him out because apparently he did regard him as more than the usual security risk. Of course, you make the point that any unauthorized person would have been thrown out. But it was interesting, too, the reaction of the reporters who were there at the scene, and there were a great many reporters in that crowded basement at City Hall as they were moving Oswald out. And all of them said that they didn't know this man, and I heard one reporter ask another one, was he one of us? going back to Oswald himself, as he was brought out by the police officers, he was walking quietly between them. He was dressed in a pair of black trousers, a tan shirt, and a black sweater. After the shot sounded and we heard the shot, he made no great sound. He fell to the floor, clutching his side below the rib cage, and his slight assailant was immediately leaped upon by police officers and wrestled back into the back room. This elderly man, described as an elderly man wearing a gray suit, man known as Jack Ruby, a Dallas nightclub owner. It was not actually known immediately how or why he happened to be present in the basement, but eyewitnesses said they saw him leap over a railing from behind a green car that was parked outside of the the City Hall basement and leap over a barricade, and we saw him actually rush up and place the gun directly into Oswald's stomach and then fire the shot. And then again, our view was obscured by the police officers and to say pandemonium, I think, would be understating the case, because there was complete confusion there for a very short time, actually. But our reporter, Tom Pettit, on the scene, I think, did a masterful job, which we heard, of pulling together this thing and getting from the eyewitnesses the story of what had happened, who did the shooting, and what happened from that moment on. From the time that they took Oswald back into a back room while they were waiting for an ambulance to carry him back out again, they then carried Oswald out of the back room on a stretcher, and Tom Pettit at that time said that Oswald looked very quiet and very gray as this stretcher was being placed in the ambulance. They then had some trouble actually moving the ambulance out of the basement area behind City Hall because of an armored car that was parked in the way. There was some little time elapsed between the time that they placed the ambulance in the armored car and then allowed the ambulance placed the stretcher in the ambulance and then moved the armored car out of the way to allow the ambulance to proceed to Parkland Hospital in Dallas. At this moment, we know not a great deal more about the condition of Lee Harvey Oswald. We have heard from Roger Reddy that let me ask a direct question, because it's a little difficult at this time.
I think we better
bring Roger Reddy back in.
Roger Reddy is at Parkland Hospital again, and we switch to him.
Lee Oswald is in the major surgery section of the emergency division of Parkland Hospital. He has been wheeled into trauma room number 2 at this moment, which is within 10 feet of where President Kennedy was brought to the hospital on Friday. The police have cordoned off the long corridor leading to that trauma room. The reporters and other onlookers and officials have been held back. The pandemonium that was extant when he was first brought in has subdued somewhat. A spokesman for Governor Connolly said that they did not want any knowledge at this point of the fact to get to Governor Connolly. They don't want him to get near him in any way. They are keeping news and as much of the information away from Governor and Mrs. Connolly as possible. They expect that he will be moved depending on his condition, which is still to be determined. The spokesmen at the hospital have not given us this yet. It is due to come out shortly.
That is a report from Roger Reddy at Parkland Hospital in Dallas. We were just talking about him, and he was ready there to give us that further report. It is really ironic that as all these events are taking place, really staggering events are taking place in Dallas, the place where President Kennedy was shot to death on Friday, just 48 hours ago. Right at this moment in our nation's capital, the procession is moving from the White House to the Capitol, carrying the body of President Kennedy from his first resting place in the east wing of the White House to the Capitol itself. We are not ready to go to Washington at this time for a report on that. These developments are coming so fast and are of such staggering proportions that it is almost difficult to determine where to move next to bring you the most complete story we can on the developments of this day. I think that at the moment, all of us are still interested in what has happened in Dallas. We don't know. We know the identification of the man who shot Lee Harvey Oswald. We know him as an elderly nightclub owner named Jack Ruby. We have had no further report on why he, as an individual, should have taken it upon himself to attempt to take the life of the man who killed President Kennedy. I believe that I heard Tom Pettit say that the man, as he stepped up to Oswald, said, "Are you the guy or are you the man who shot the president?" That was the only quotation that I heard directly from the man who shot Oswald. And shortly after that, the shot was fired, which you have heard, and then the pandemonium broke loose in the basement of City Hall, where Lee Harvey Oswald was shot.
We're still waiting for confirmation of that line, too, from Tom on the scene and from others. The irony piles upon irony in this situation. Dallas was worried, we were told, about its image, despite the fact that it is a conservative town, and this man who did the shooting, Oswald, allegedly did the shooting, reportedly did the shooting of the president, was supposed to be a communist sympathizer, and so admitted. We find today, last night and today, that they were worried about their image there. Well, what does this do for the Dallas image, too?
Well, I think, Joe, that despite the nature of these dramatic events in Dallas, I think that really the basic interest is in Washington, where our great president is being honored now. And let's switch to Robert McCormick in Washington.
The funeral cortege for the president is forming up now in the north portico of the White House, and we will join our reporter, Herbert Kaplow, who is already on the scene.
The coffin bearing President Kennedy is still inside of the White House. Will be taken out and placed on a caisson in just a few minutes. The caisson has been drawn up in front of the north portico at the head of the semicircular driveway, drawn, as is customary, by 7 matched gray horses, 6 of them with riders from the 3rd Infantry Regiment Honor Guard. The caisson in stark black, only the hubcaps gold on the 2 large wheels drawing the carriage. President and Mrs. Johnson, both in the somber black of the occasion, arrived here at 20 minutes of 1 Washington time, walked up the 5 steps of the raised portico and entered through the glassed-in vestibule, which is draped in the morning black. Just a few moments ago, the late President Kennedy's brother-in-law, Sergeant Shriver, stepped into the glassed-in vestibule immediately in front of the entrance, looked around, and has now stepped back into the executive mansion. Through the columns bordering the portico, we can see thousands of people gathered on the wide 6-lane Pennsylvania Avenue stretching in front of this side of the White House. They're standing under a bright sun, the temperature, however, a chilly 50 to 55 degrees in the sun, waiting quietly, relatively little movement. On the portico, the stretch of marble leading between the doorway and the top of the steps is flanked by 8 enlisted men, 2 from the Air Force, from the Army, the Marine Corps, the Navy, the Coast Guard. And standing up off to one side, each one on a descending step, the chiefs of staff.
I'm going to interrupt. I'm sorry, Robert McCormick. I think because of the urgency of the situation, we want to switch for a condition report on Lee Harvey Oswald. Switch to Roger Reddy at Parkland Hospital in Dallas.
Here at Parkland Hospital, a spokesman, Peter Geilich, assistant administrator at Parkland, says that Lee Oswald has now been taken from emergency room, trauma room number 2, to surgery at Parkland on the 2nd floor of the building. The condition report is that he is very, very serious. Unofficially, Mr. Geilich said that he looked critical. He was in very bad condition. He was unconscious. He was shot once below the heart on the left side in the upper left chest. He is currently in shock. As we said, he is being moved now to surgery on the 2nd floor of Parkland Hospital.
That was a condition report from Roger Reddy at Parkland Hospital in Dallas. We interrupted Herbert Kaplow's report on the procession moving from the moving from the White House to the Capitol, and let us go back now to Washington.
A horrible, tragic series of events. The body is to be taken on the caisson, 1.8 miles to the Capitol, where the public can view it today, where tomorrow it will be returned to the White House, but just momentarily, and then taken to St. Matthew's Cathedral for the final church rites, as Mrs. Kennedy, Attorney General Kennedy, many of the world leaders, the national leaders, will follow it on foot about the mile to the cathedral. And after the services there, ending about 1 o'clock Washington time, Eastern Standard Time, a motor procession will follow the hearse bearing the remains of President Kennedy to Arlington National Cemetery across the Potomac River in Arlington, Virginia. Many of the people bordering the curved driveway are the wives and children of people who work here at the White House. People in various jobs. Limousines are drawn up to one side. They will file in behind the caisson after the casket is placed aboard the caisson. There are 7 horses which draw the caisson, which is the normal complement for hooking up the horses to a heavy field piece carriage. One of the horses bears no rider. This is the belief, going back to primitive times, that the horse ridden by the fallen leader, if it were to be sacrificed, the spirit of the horse would follow its master. Here on the portico, temperature is a biting 42 degrees or so. We are standing in the shade, about 20 feet from the doorway through which the casket will be drawn.